So good morning, everyone. Welcome to this 198th edition of the ZAC World of Facade conference series. My name is Ahad Ahmed. I'm part of the organizing team here at ZAC. This is our 7th time here in this great city of New York, and we are pleased to present to you another edition with new storytelling from our speakers. Due to the paucity of time, we will start. I'll quickly introduce the conference series for those who are attending the event first time around. So we've been doing this event since 2012. As I mentioned, this is the 198th edition, 7th time around in this city. We've finished this event in 47 countries around the globe. This was the lineup for 2025. So we have events from New Zealand up until here in Canada. And we've gone to various different locations around the globe. We've gone to some exotic ones such as Uzbekistan, Georgia. I mean, these are places where we never thought we'll ever do an event over there, but there's a lot of new build construction happening in these parts of the world. So we learn from one region and then we use those best practices and showcase them in other upcoming regions. We have a strong portfolio of events here in the North American region too. And yes, we keep going on, and thank you all for your support in attending these events. I'd quickly take a moment to introduce our partners. We've got around 61 partners for this event. All of them have a tabletop display in the expo area, which is where tea, coffee, lunch is going to be served. Please do meet them during the networking breaks and during the course of the day. I just quickly just mention every sponsor. I like to explain what each sponsor does, but there's a lot of them, so we are running short of time. So I'll just start with our presenting partner, Rayners Aluminum. So they're obviously omnipresent everywhere. So they have a booth inside like the other partners, so please meet them across the day. AGC Interpaint, Alu Group, Amico, Arcon Glass, ATAS International with Metalworks, Bissam Facade, Boston Valley Terracotta, Centria, Construction Specialities, Cosentino, CRL, EOT, ES, Euromax, XI Extreme, EXO, Fasada Steel, Fisher, GCP, GKD Metal Fabrics, Glassbell, Guardian Glass, Hydro Aluminium, IG Masonry Support, Janssen, Curare, Laswit, Magrori Glass, Mirage, Momentive, Morin by Kingspan, Onyx Solar, Owens Corning Thermofiber, Porcelanosa Facade, PPG, Press Glass, PTF Industrial Coatings, Pure Plus Freeform, QDP, Rigidized Metal Corporation, RWDI, Saflex Venciva from Eastman, Safety First, Saint-Gobain Glass, SIDAC, SFS, Sherwin-Williams Coil Coating, Shildan Group, Siderice, Specified Technologies, Spectrum, Stainless Steel Structurals, STO, Tenmat, Terracore Panels, Thiele Glass, Tivitec Recosta, Eckelt by Wanda Glass, Viracon, Vitro Architectural Glass. So these are all our associate partners. There are 61 of them. So all their tabletop displays are in the exhibit area. All of them do have different set of products. So we have the widest range ever displayed here, from fabricated glass, coated glass, louvers, rain screen products. You name it, you've got the widest range of exhibitors displaying at today's event. Just a couple of housekeeping rules. We've recorded today's event, so those who miss any talk can view them on the YouTube link which we provide a week from now. So that will have all the presentations which we have permission to share with you. And also new this year is the bingo card. I think all our speakers and our external delegates would have received this at the check-in counter. So we have some interesting set of questions. I'll quickly tell you how it works. It's obviously mentioned on the card. So we've got 6 companies who have participated in this. You need to visit their booth and collect their stamps. And once you collect all the 6 stamps, you're eligible. Then you need to get the questions right. You can go for a horizontal row or a vertical row or a cross row. 2 questions are extremely difficult over here. There are only few people in this room who know the answer of that, but the rest are easier. And the gift is basically a couple of Remarkable tablets. We've got the latest version of the Remarkable tablet. Those who are designers, architects must have known what a Remarkable tablet is. It's a beautiful device. We've got the latest Pro version, as well as the second prize is the older generation version. Fill this up and just drop it in the bingo box, which is in the exhibit area before 4 p.m. And then we'll have a draw around 5 p.m. where the winners would be handed over the respective trophy. So this is new, something interesting we're trying this year. We've got the program for the day in the agenda booklets, which was all kept on the tables and chairs over here. In case you don't have a copy, I think when you checked in, you would have received a PDF version of the same on your email and SMS. I think you can see that. And then post-lunch, like always, the hall is split into 3 separate tracks. To my right end is track A, center is track B, and track C is over there. The air walls will come in, so please pick your sessions beforehand. If the halls are full, we will not allow people to swap between the halls. Unfortunately, Hall A does not have a dedicated door, so to enter track A, you'll need to enter from the same door. We're going to keep one part of the air wall open for you to enter into track A. And I think that's it from me. Just a quick one. I've got the, for those who have not seen the bingo one, the bingo card is like this. I had a slide on this, I missed. So this is how you need to play. Of course, part of our North American series, our next event is actually next week in Toronto. So in the Canadian region, that's our largest event. And our set of events for 2026, we have a couple of events planned in the US and Canada for next year. Different cities, we're going to Calgary for the first time, we're going to Phoenix for the first time. We keep organizing these events in different cities. Of course, New York City is our largest in this region, followed by Toronto. So that's it from me. I'd like to call upon today's event host and convener. It's Susie Teal. She's a partner at Cook Fox Architects based out of New York City. So she's going to be hosting today's event, session 1, session 2, and session 4. The respective track sessions will have a different set of session chairs. So she's going to be hosting you until the end of the day. I hope you enjoy today's storytelling from our speakers, and look forward to seeing you guys during the course of the day. Thank you.
All right, hi, good morning, everybody. Welcome. Before we get started, we're going to have a tribute to Eric Verboon, a colleague of many here. I'm going to welcome up the Walter P. Moore Enclosure Engineering team.
We want to begin by thanking Ahad and Susan and their team at ZAC World Facades for giving us time this morning to share our tribute for our beloved colleague and friend, Eric Verboon, who passed away suddenly September 21st. As we speak today, you'll see images of Eric and his projects on slides behind us. Since this is a facade conference and facades where Eric's chosen profession and passion, we'll focus today on some of his achievements while also touching on his unique and indelible character that endeared so many of us to him. As we begin, we want to ask a favor. Eric's survived by his wife, Michelle, and his 2 young sons, Arjun and Bram. The family's primary request is for those who knew Eric to help them support the boys' education. On the final slide, you will see a QR code, which will direct you to an education fund for Arjun and Bram. Should you wish to donate, we express our heartfelt thanks on behalf of the Verboon family.
Thanks, Noah. Many of you know Eric started his career in architecture. He did his undergraduate work at the University of Cincinnati, and he then completed a graduate degree in product architecture and engineering at Stevens Institute. Eric worked for over 20 years in New York with many of you, probably, as a design consultant at a number of multidisciplinary firms. Eric was the founder of our New York Walter P. Moore Enclosure Group, and actually the founder of our New York office. That office, our team basically grew to over 25 people across 5 cities, 4 countries, and the office grew to over 75 people during that time. Having a sort of first-hand experience through that time with Eric was really to see how trust and friendship can really complement design and engineering. Eric's background was in architecture. Mine was actually in structural engineering. Despite, or maybe because of that, we were actually very close professionally and personally. Eric always used to joke that when we were a little bit younger and he tried to hire me, I turned him down multiple times. And being a true structural engineer, my response was always, Eric, the loads are just too damn small. Eric always got a kick out of that, and he was very persuasive, and eventually I relented and joined the team. Eric was really just a wonderful person to be in over your head with, both at work, professionally, and personally. The projects you see on the screen today are really just a small sample of the work we did together. He really, to our team, was just a tireless collaborator and a creative person, a great friend, and our team will really be forever grateful for the work we were able to achieve together. And the memories we were also able to make outside of work.
And beyond his project work, Eric was an engaged educator, teaching at Columbia, Pratt, Stevens, and Penn, just to name a few. Eric's enthusiasm for encouraging budding minds to explore and to push the envelope really set him apart. Education was a core value and principle for Eric that we are ever grateful that has become part of our team's ethos and is reflected in his personal life for his sons. Beyond traditional academic settings, Eric's approach to education and mentorship presented itself in numerous workshops, projects, and in fostering our team. If you ever worked with or for Eric, you will remember that he was an attentive listener and was always ready with a joke and a smile, even under pressure. This easy demeanor is one of the many enviable traits that helped Eric build a loyal team. Eric always brought a spirit of integrity, imagination, and determination to his work. The extent of care Eric afforded his work is underpinned by how much he cared for the people he collaborated with, and it's what set him apart and what we feel we could all aspire to have a little bit more of in our work.
Sorry. So the great paradox of Eric was that he was at the same time exactly the kind of person that someone would go out of their way to help and relieve from duties. And he still, despite that fact, managed to be everywhere all the time within our practice. You would just as well find him at a factory visit or on site teaching architectural and facade engineering fundamentals to students, workshopping concepts with architects, checking shop drawings, authoring proposals, entertaining clients, or strategizing our teams and our firm's future. Eric just so genuinely loved the craft of all of it. This is testament to the passion, his passion for his work, and his devotion to his team. We all cannot imagine a better group of people to get to work with every day, and it was Eric who brought us all together. In fact, it's because of him I am even in the United States in the first place. And while our friend may no longer be here in body, his spirit will always remain at the core of our team and at our practice. So in the words of another great who recently left us, Jane Goodall. Optimism is not naivete, but discipline, a choice made every day. Thank you all for being here today and allowing us to share. And we will now take a moment of quiet contemplation as we continue to view these slides together, which show only a fraction of Eric's projects and impact on the world.
All right, thank you, Walter P. Moore team. It's a difficult way to start the day. On a personal note, Eric was a year ahead of me and the University of Cincinnati in architecture school. And I really looked up to him and admired him for chasing kind of big ideas and working hard, and also how much he loved to have fun, which I'm sure many of you in the room know. Really encourage you all to take a look at the GoFundMe and try to help his son's education if you have that on your heart. So we're going to switch gears. We're going to have fun, as hopefully Eric would want us to do. And I'll say good morning again. My name is Susie Teal. I am a partner at Cook Fox Architects. We're a firm here in New York. We do architecture and interior design of all scales. We work in New York City and beyond, all through the lens of social and environmental sustainability. We really work to help to restore and connect people to nature. I'm very happy to be here today. I'm going to be your host. I'm going to be introducing speakers throughout the day. Going to go through, we've already seen a little bit of the run of show, a few other housekeeping notes. We have coffee breaks and a lunch hour that is to network, sort of engage with the exhibitors in the expo. So it's a great opportunity to see their materials up close. Please, we encourage you to speak with them. AIA credits. If you would like a certificate of completion or AIA credits, there will be sign-up sheets at the end of the day in the expo. You must sign the sheet to receive either. For the speakers, this is important. For each session, we're going to ask that you all return to the stage. We're going to get a photograph, a brief photo op, and a thank you from Zach. The day is set up as follows. Sessions 1 and 2 are to the full plenary audience. At the lunch break, we're going to ask that you take all of your belongings with you. This room is going to be reconfigured into the 3 separate breakout tracks. Then we'll break and go into the final session 4. We'll hope you stick around for Hugh Timbrell of KPF and a special panel on AIA led by Alfonso Olivia of NVIDIA. So we're going to start with our first of our 4 sessions. So I'm going to introduce our first speaker of the day. We've got Carlo Cesura, President and CEO of the New York Building Congress. Welcome, Carlo.
All right. Good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
Hold on. Anybody awake? Yeah. All right. Maybe they need stronger coffee. Good morning, everybody. Good morning. All right. We're getting there. I know it's early. I know it's going to be a long day, but you're alive. It's a beautiful day. You're in the greatest city of the world. You're doing some really exciting projects, right? What more do you need in life? So let's do it again. Good morning, everybody. Good morning. All right, we're getting there. Anyway, it's great to be here. Susie, thank you. Thank you to all of the folks who put this together. My name is Carlo Cesura. I'm the president and CEO of a group called the New York Building Congress. As I'm looking at many of you here and your firms, several of you are members. Thank you for being part of our growing coalition. We represent the building industry. If you're building in New York or anywhere across America, doesn't matter what you're building, we represent you. We go out there and lobby and advocate and fight to make sure that you are getting what is needed, what works for your firms, and that money continues to flow so that we can build great things. We are 104 years old, almost 600 members, 250,000 skilled workers all across the city. Our members build roads, bridges, mass transit, offices, open spaces, affordable housing, and so much more. We have some incredible publications, which are phenomenal. We put out a great report recently on the IBX, and I don't know if I'm supposed to be clicking this. There we go. All right. So this is a great report that we just put out. How many of you are familiar with the IBX? Okay, a few of you. So the IBX is a proposed transit project that the governor and the MTA have really focused on. that would connect Brooklyn to Queens without having to go through Manhattan. It will be a new light rail system that will really connect these two boroughs, which are almost 6 million people, larger than most states across the country, with stops that will connect you to 17 subway lines, the Long Island Railroad, a ferry in Bay Ridge. It will probably carry about 115,000 weekday riders, 40-minute end-to-end travel time. If you were doing this from southern Brooklyn to Astoria on the N train and you had to go through Manhattan, it would take you an hour and a half. So really, really exciting opportunities. So what does that have to do with facades? Obviously, what all of you do make New York City and the world iconic. When people come into a city, that's what they first see. They look at, wow, what is this? What am I looking at? It's our first impression of the built environment. And as we know, first impressions, whether they're good, bad, or indifferent, whether we like them or not, they are something people remember. So in our opinion, building facades read like a timeline into our city's history, our architecture, our development. It shows how trends and priorities shifted through different periods. How many of you from Brooklyn? Anybody? All right, a couple, good. So you know a little bit about our great borough. If you walk through some of those brownstones in Brooklyn, you walk through a period of New York's history, which are incredible. Then you look at terracotta-clad buildings like the Flatiron and the Woolworth, some of the world's first and honestly most interesting iconic skyscrapers. And then you've got modern glass and stainless steel structures, like, of course, Freedom Tower, One World Trade Center. And what's interesting is that if you look at these pieces that I've said, oftentimes they're within a block of each other. And in New York, we've been able to bring together, thanks to many of the folks in this room and some of the greatest architects and developers, a way to blend facades of different eras, and to me that's exciting. So what happens next? Obviously, Local Law 11 inspections drive recurring projects. There are over 1.1 million buildings just in New York City. After recent New York City scaffolding reforms, building owners are incentivized to complete facade work rather than leaving scaffolding up permanently. The DLB does about 3,000 to 3,500 facade inspection reports a year. They're obviously a very busy agency. I thought I'd talk a little bit about our workforce in New York City. That is what makes the city great. So there are over 247,000 people employed throughout the 5 boroughs in a construction industry occupation. Contractors, architects, engineers, developers, et cetera, et cetera. 139,000 are on private payrolls. 60% of all construction workers indicated that English was not their primary language. 66% of all construction workers are non-white. And here's one trend that I've been doing this 10 years that has not changed, and that's that 9% of women work in the construction industry. Now, we've seen things go up in numbers, things go down. This is a number that has remained flat and stagnant. And it is a challenge, and it has to do with many things, including one of the most important, childcare. Are we investing enough in childcare so that women can get to work at 6 a.m. on a job the way their colleagues do? So this is something that I think our industry has to continue to work closely on and, to be honest, do a better job on. 48% of construction workers are between the ages of 25 and 45. 34% are over 50, and 6% are under 25. Also some numbers to take a look at. 78% of workers in the construction industry are blue-collar workers, including construction, installation, material moving, and production workers. 19% are white-collar, 4% in service, and 77% of all the folks in our industry work in the private sector. So, you may hear a lot about public sector employment, but over 3/4 still work for the private sector. So what does that mean for all of us in terms of numbers? Well, money is being spent in the city on construction, and that's a good thing. In 2025, we're looking at about $74 billion, $69 billion in 26, and back to $75 billion in 27. And a lot of this has to do, obviously, with many different factors, including what's happening in Washington and how quickly money is coming out the door. So between 2025 and 2027, $219 billion is expected in construction. It's one of the highest 3-year periods on record, and that's a really good thing. Residential, about $31 billion, non-residential, $18 billion, government, $23 billion. The more money that is spent, obviously, the more money that goes to facade spending. And again, for those of you in this industry, that is a really, really good number. So a couple of spending highlights. Offices, which, if you read the press, the office market is dead. Well, folks, it's really not dead, it's booming. So we're on track to double last year's spending on offices to over $9 billion in 2025. Another great sign is residential. So almost a 50% increase in year-over-year spending to hit $32 billion. Again, that is a great sign. So construction workers and all of you will build the next generation of bold and exciting projects in New York City. This will open up incredible opportunities for employment for the next generation. And, one of the big things happening in Washington as we speak is the reauthorization of the Surface Transportation Act. May sound like really boring what's going on there, but it impacts everything we do. And we have to ensure that New York and other cities get their fair share of government spending. So what are some things we're working on in New York? So the Gateway program. Everybody know about Gateway? It is the largest, most critical infrastructure project happening today in America, in North America. I would argue one of the top 5 on the globe. It will improve rail services, will add resiliency, and create new capacity at the most active and honestly bottleneck section of the Northeast Corridor. It is the pinpoint, the focal point going from Boston to DC. It is, $70+ billion and an incredible thing that is under construction and underway. One of the things that doesn't get much talk is the Lower Manhattan Coastal Resiliency Project. It is incredible, it's green, it's future, and it will protect New York City from climate events and storm surges. Remember when they used to say the 100-year storms? They now happen every few years. So we are not ready, as we saw just in flooding 2 years ago in some subway stations in Queens. So this will really change the way I think cities build for the future. New open spaces, a network of beautiful parks, and elevated for flood protection, which is really critical. Penn Station, we hear about it all the time. We are actually finally seeing a light at the end of the proverbial tunnel. The US DOT and Amtrak will release later this month an RFP for the full rebuilding of Penn Station. 100% rebuilding. The RFP will be awarded to a private developer who will serve as the master developer by May, and shovels should be in the ground in end of 2026, early 27. So what does this mean? It will continue the success that happened at Moynihan Train Hall. There will be a 21st century rail terminal in the current Penn Station. It will connect seamlessly to Moynihan, and there will be improvements to the surrounding area. Greenery, new buildings, better sidewalks, better lighting. It is a once-in-a-generation project that we have to get done now. The Port Authority bus terminal, if you have ever gone through it, you know it is I can't say a curse word this morning, but it is not a pretty picture. $10 billion awarded, ready to go, contracts have been signed. It will be one of the largest infrastructure projects in our history. It will really reinvigorate the west side of Manhattan. It will make commuting much nicer. It will open up the bus terminal to the community. There will be parks, there will be open spaces, there will be outward-looking retail opportunities, and it will be incredible. One of my favorite projects, because I drive it unfortunately too often. If you have, you know it is one of the worst highways in the world, the Brooklyn-Queens Expressway. It's an eyesore, it pollutes the communities, it divides neighborhoods, and we need a better plan for this corridor. And thank goodness finally folks are looking at it and starting to plan for the future. Again, I talked about the Interborough Express, really revolutionary project, light rail right through the heart of Brooklyn and Queens, really, really exciting. Second Avenue Subway, Phase 1 is open, it's beautiful, it runs along the east side. Phase 2, even though you've heard that the President and the White House put a stop to any new funding, but I think politics we'll get through the politics and infrastructure will prevail. Second Avenue Subway should break ground later this year. 3 new stops going up to East Harlem at 125th Street. Really, really exciting. You'll be able to get really up to the northern point of Harlem, connect to the 456 and Metro North. So really, really exciting. The airports are incredibly happening fast. How many of you flown out of the new LaGuardia? It is kind of amazing. I tell people it's like building a new bathroom in your house while you are taking a shower. And that's what they did at LaGuardia. It is now ranked the #1 airport in America. It went from being the last airport in America. Expanding and reimagining JFK is underway, a $20 billion project, and the Newark Airport terminal expansion. So within 10 years, New York City will have 3 brand new airports. Think about that, really exciting. So what does this mean? It means a New York City that is bold, that continues to grow, a New York City that provides good paying quality jobs for the next 20 years, a New York City that, you don't have to go to Singapore to see great things. They happen here in New York, and that's something that we always want to continue. I was just in Singapore this summer, and how many of you have worked in Singapore? It's wild what is going on there, and Hong Kong and other spots. But I still believe that New York is the center of the world, and we will continue to build bold, build big, and build innovative and for the future. So one thing that we have to continue to ensure is that we have the workforce for the next 20 years. So I urge all of you, and I say this all the time, not all young people need to go get a Bachelor of Arts at a random college. They could go into architecture. They should go into engineering. They should go into construction and facade building and anything that's out there. These are incredible opportunities for great career. They're incredible opportunities for young people to grow their careers. And it continues to be a place where they can make money, build their lives, and build a family. So together, I think we got this. I wish you all a great conference, and congratulations to all that you do. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Carlo. That was great. Really amazing things in the pipeline, and thank you for highlighting the workforce that make what we do possible. Next up, I'd like to welcome Justin D'Alessandro from Vitro Architectural Glass, who's going to be speaking about vacuum-insulated glass technology.
Hi, everyone. My name is Justin D'Alessandro. I'm the National Architectural Manager for Vitro Glass, covering the New York City market. This is actually my first time presenting at ZAC, so I'm thrilled to be here, and I'm really excited for you all to be here to talk about our feature technology today, vacuum insulating glass. Well, I think most of us have seen this climate zone map before, so let's just address the elephant in the room, U values. While we may love glass in buildings, it's no secret that codes are pushing harder than ever. Whether you're designing the building or the manufacturing the products that go on the building, we're all in the same fight Between IECC, Passive House, and New York City's Local Law 97, the pressure for lower U values is only increasing. And what's the trade-off? Bulkier frames, thicker, heavier units, triple glazing that performs but with compromise. This isn't just an engineering issue, it's a design problem. Every inch we add in thickness, every pound we add in weight, chips away at your design vision. While it's hard to imagine a time before energy codes, many of the world's most iconic expressions of modernism were actually constructed during this time. Take the Farnsworth House, completed in 1951. Some of you in the audience may know it as the signature work of Mies van der Rohe, the famous architect who coined the phrase, less is more. But whether you're a fan of that design philosophy or not, on the topic of glass, I think we can all agree on one thing. That is a lot of monolithic glass. And you can tell because you can see straight through it from every angle. And while that is exactly the thing that makes it so iconic, that was a time when glass only had to look good. Built under 2025 energy codes, I think it's safe to say Farnsworth may have ended up turning out a little different. I think judging off of some of your reactions, a few of you may be able to relate to this. All this to say, marrying today's energy codes with larger window-to-wall ratios can feel a bit daunting. Sometimes leaving a triple IGU is the only viable option to meet codes. But this solution comes with its own set of problems. These makeups require the use of multiple low-E coatings, an argon airfill, stronger framing systems to account for the added weight, which can drive up cost, 3 lights of glass, which can dramatically influence color, and you may know this as the green cast we tend to get on thicker IGUs. And due to that need for more glass, more embodied carbon during manufacturing. Lastly, due to their footprint, they're simply not feasible in every application. So, where do we go from here? Well, what if there's a product that could all at once meet or exceed energy codes or insulating value of a triple glazed IGU, significantly reduce the color influence of a triple glazed IGU, while still maintaining a monolithic profile? Well, you're not dreaming. This product exists. Vacuum insulating glass, where less is more insulating. Checking in at only 8.3 millimeters thick, this product literally punches above its weight. At 1/5 the thickness of a triple IGU, it offers over 3 times the center of glass thermal performance. At 1/3 of the thickness of a double IGU, it offers 5 times the performance. And at nearly the same thickness of a 6 millimeter monolithic lighted glass, which offers an R1, vacuum insulated glass can offer up to an R20, 20 times that performance at nearly the same thickness. This technology is comprised of 2 lights of glass, a surface 2 low-E coating, a vacuum space that takes up the space of a traditional airspace, micro support pillars placed between the glass plates to minimize thermal bridging, and to maintain long-term vacuum integrity. A flexible metal edge seal expands and contracts with the glass and is paired with a getter to regulate off-gassing. Now, while it has been said, less is more, sometimes a little more can also be more. VIG can certainly be used monolithically within an existing framing system, assuming proper condensation testing is in place, but it doesn't have to stop there. It can also be used as the interior light within a double or triple glazed IGU, creating a hybrid configuration, or an HVIG. And when you do that, hybrids can deliver even higher R values and lower U values than traditional vacuum insulated units. While we champion this technology as a hack to expand window-to-wall ratios while meeting code, vacuum insulated glass also enables projects targeting carbon neutrality to downsize mechanical systems in new construction and extend the life of HVAC equipment in retrofits, lowering energy use and long-term operating costs. When traditional IGUs or triple glazed units aren't feasible, especially in retrofit conditions, vacuum insulated glass can replace monolithic glass directly, maintaining the same monolithic profile while again delivering up to 20 times the thermal performance. In hybrid IGU configurations, vacuum insulating glass accommodates anything from bird-friendly patterns to tints and reflectivity, all within a standard 1-inch pocket. So now that you understand VIG technology, I want to take you through a few case studies implementing this technology, each in their own unique way. We'll start with the Hugo Welcome Center at Lafayette College in Easton, Pennsylvania. When Lafayette College set out to transform the original Markle Hall into the Hugo Welcome Center, the goal was to create a space that embodied the college's values of innovation, sustainability, and welcome. Like many design teams, ALMA Architecture initially considered triple pane IGUs to achieve thermal comfort they envisioned. Instead, they embraced an opportunity to pioneer the first US installation of Vitro's VacuumMax vacuum insulating glass. The project proudly features hybrid VIG makeup, pairing our SolarBand 90 low-E coating with a first surface bird-friendly edge pattern, not only cutting energy use and operational costs, but addressing ecological stewardship. This is a powerful case study to show possibilities available in stacking multiple technologies into one unit while offering a practical path beyond triples. Our next case study is Gund Hall Graduate School of Design at Harvard University in Cambridge, Massachusetts. Completed in 1972 by Andrews, Anderson, and Baldwin, Gund Hall hosts over 900 students and faculty. Its defining feature, the 5-story Trays studio block, sits beneath an 125-foot steel truss roof, creating an open, dramatic, and collaborative space. Over time, the single glazed facade with mismatched glazing types led to higher heating and cooling costs. Studies preceding the renovation revealed that the trays, which account for about 28% of Gund Hall's floor area, were responsible for 46% of the building's energy consumption. Alongside the financial and environmental costs came a very human one. Within the trays, students experienced thermal conditions that ranged from hand-numbing cold to sweltering heat, all while grappling with glare from direct sunlight and leaks from the roof. Led by Brunner Cloud Architects, the renovation replaced 1,617 single-pane units with a mix of triple and hybrid VIG units using SolarBand 90 and SolarBand R100. The upgrade cut building use by 22%, energy use by 22%, and reduced annual CO2 emissions by nearly 18,000 kilograms. Beyond efficiency, it resolved long-standing leaks, significantly improved insulation, and introduced motorized shades to manage glare, all while preserving Gund Hall's iconic aesthetic. The project now stands as a model for sustainable retrofits in mid-20th century modern buildings. Sarah Whiting, Harvard GSD Dean, calls the renovation a cause for celebration, stating that for the first time in over 50 years, the trays will be warm in the winter, cool in the summer, and we won't have rain leaking onto our desks. Finally, I want to share with you our last case study, Pittsburgh Glass Center expansion. This was a really special project for our team at Vitro to be a part of, and as for me, I actually grew up just a few blocks away, valeting cars for events here in the winter as a teenager. So you'll have to take my word for it. This glass wasn't doing a heck of a lot of insulating. And looking back, the facade upgrade was long overdue. But the thing is, this design team needed a glazing solution that would not only improve insulation, but maintain the accessibility, transparency, and street-level connection in the vibrant Garfield community. Tall order for most glass products. The resulting facade design is another fine example of the versatility of VIG technology. By pairing VacuumMax with Starfire low iron glass, this project delivers both high color fidelity and performance, while creating an educational design moment at the entrance of a glass center, which we thought would be a pretty nice touch. Known as the Steel City, many forget that Pittsburgh was built on glass long before it was forged in iron. The Pittsburgh Glass Center's expansion is a reminder of that legacy. This project nearly doubled the square footage, adding new glass studios, classrooms, and galleries overlooking Penn Avenue. Designed by Indivina Associates, this facade design functions as both an artistic and educational statement for the community. So, we started with Mies van der Rohe and his less is more design philosophy. But unlike Mies, you're designing in a world shaped by energy codes and heightened operational costs. Far too often, this comes at the expense of your design vision. Ready to finally have it both ways? Come find us at the Vitro booth to learn more. And in case we don't get the chance to meet today, please feel free to scan the QR code on the screen to save my contact. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Justin. Next up, we have John Ivanov, principal of the Facades Group at Bureau Happold, is going to be talking about game engines and facade design. All right, welcome, John.
Good morning, everyone. Name is John Ivanov with Bureau Happold. Lead the facades team here in New York, and we're talking about subject matter that's a little bit different than maybe what you're expecting when coming to a facades conference, but at some point, I promise we'll cover facades in some capacity. So, in many cases, we found ourselves in terms of an engineering office delivering a range of Excel sheets, PowerPoint presentations, and other things, and we come to the conclusion internally that this solution was just not working in terms of client meetings and other engaging. So we've started to develop what is kind of known in the industry as game engine, essentially, and this is really allowing us kind of change the way we're designing, visualizing, and experiencing buildings with our clients, essentially. So for decades, we've used pixels, images, renderings, animations to show what our buildings look like. And now we're looking at ways in which we can showcase and tell the story how the buildings are actually performing, essentially with some of these changes that are ongoing in the design process live, essentially. So what is Game Engine? What exactly is it doing? You've heard it probably before in terms of video games and other applications in which it becomes the kind of brain and heart of the video game itself. And allows it for its performance. But in what we're looking at in terms of is how the building model actually allows you to integrate not just the aesthetics of the product, but actually the performance in terms of how air is moving through the building, what's the impact of changing out glazing systems, window to wall ratios live within that. So it's not just about creating games itself, it's about actually telling stories and allowing the game engine to interactively, visually tell us the path forward. So why game engines and why are we talking about it in terms of AEC? Traditionally, the design process in terms of the engineering process is going to the architect, they're designing it, and it's evolution of going back to your desk and sending them information at a later day. That process becomes quite slow at times and not really interactive. The game engine process that we're working with allows us to make real-time decisions, or at least explain to clients and architects the ability of some of their changes in terms of performance or opening the facade. It's about removing the delay between questions and answers at the end of the day. So in our process, the first step is always ideation. We collect questions that matter. So what's the best HVAC system? Does the massing impact energy use? How much glazing is too much, essentially? Then we define the set of options, different massing envelopes and systems, and we let the engine help us explore and then interactively. Design stops being guesswork, it becomes experiments with purpose. Once we have an idea, we move to measure. We define what truly matters for the project. That could be quantitative, like cost, energy, embodied carbon, or qualitative, like maintenance, constructability, daylight quality. The beauty of real-time engines is that show both sides, both the data and the experience of the actual performance of the project. This is where it begins to come together. Our team combines expertise and visualization and interactive 3D design to create experiences that are not only beautiful, but also meaningful. We make data explorable and allows everyone to be engaged, even if they're not technical, at the table in terms of allowing this to be an interactive process of decision making early on in the process. We work with many platforms that many of you in the engineering field are familiar with in terms of IAs, Ladybug, OpenStudio, etc. This information is filtered through our own internal kind of open source one model, object model, and then fed into Unreal. This is allowing us to kind of merge all this performance and think of it as turning spreadsheets into living, active models. The workflow from our internal models to Unreal allows us to add interactive UI elements, sliders, metrics, so that users can explore and compare design options directly, not just having one single solution or one single answer to a potential problem. So we have an opportunity to walk through a few case studies in terms of understanding how we're looking at this, both from a facade standpoint, but also very much in terms of thermal comfort and users of space. This is a project Within the US, many projects we've come across recently, I'm sure many in the audience, in terms of closing existing courtyards of buildings or adding atriums of some kind, and this becomes an extreme challenge at times in terms of the mechanical engineer or thermal comfort of the user, and it's often sometimes intuitively understood but difficult to map out in an intuitive way that in which we're allowing to understand some of the work that we're doing and processes within CFD and plugging that in and showcasing it within the space so that the users can better understand how the air is being distributed within the space, but also the architects and client team can better understand some of the implications and some of their design changes within their project. Let's see if this should play. Yes, okay. So this is the risk of putting a video into a PowerPoint. So it's worked. So the presentation is halfway successful. So visualizing complex analysis such as CFD allows us to intuitively understand, analyze outputs, and make decisions in an immersive 3D environment. In this case, we visualize CFD streamline flows along with predictive conditions and surface temperature to understand the expected user comfort of the space when conditioned during peak loads. We've all been in different spaces in which glare is an issue or areas within the building are either too hot or too cold. And in many cases, that information is either being distributed way too late when the building is already built, and understanding that at certain architectural moves are made or performance requirements are not met, there are ramifications essentially, and we can also begin to understand visually to some degree what does that become to play in terms of particularly glare and other issues for these types of spaces, which you hopefully saw within this. And this allows us to be really an interactive process with the clients and the architecture team. So moving to a different scale of a product in which we worked with Landsect in the UK, which is a large-scale developer, and making decisions early on in the process in which we had a kind of master plan project approach, right? So this is early stages and beyond conceptual and not intended to be kind of influencing the overall architectural vision, but enhancing it and providing supportive information related to performance for this particular client, and really allowing them going from 100 options down to 10 options in a very short time frame, in which this particular client was looking at 8 buildings across a very large scale site, varying in height, all kind of multifamily. This allowed us to kind of use the case engine models that we have in terms of testing variations of glazing, shading, massing, and even different interior layouts for the client in a lifetime. Often we've always kind of distributed different methods of how this information could be communicated to clients, either in reports, it's buried in an Excel, or it's in a PowerPoint that's presented one time. And these are beginning to kind of outline, one static way in which this information was traditionally presented to our clients, essentially. Taking this information, understanding these are some of the variables within a project that they're evaluating, and how do we start to, again, plug that in terms of, in this case, very basic geometry and understanding some of the implications for some of their changes early on in their master planning studies. So looking at deep reveals, windows, openings depending on what floor you're on, balcony locations. And we'll get to the, let's see if this, yeah. So using this parametric analysis, it's allowed us to kind of run thousands of design options and generate off a simple architectural massing model. We effectively identified the design strategies that perform best and translated that into a set of tips and kind of guides for the next stages of the product, essentially, and allowing to kind of pare down from thousands of different options of really basic understanding of what are the implications of changing window openings. Is that kind of, default answer of 40% glazing appropriate for every single area? Is it 30? Is it 25? And this information allowed us to do that and help the client make decisions because they were doing a master plan analysis over the entire project. So by no means is this the final architectural design. It's allowing for a kind of top 10 approach in terms of identifying some of these critical design decisions, be it U-value or SHGC or window wall ratio for the product itself. And you can begin to see the UI itself allows the users, be it the client, the architect, or us as we deliver this presentation in terms of working through some of the interactive UI platforms. This is a project we recently completed in which we had an existing building at Kennesaw State University in which we had kind of multidisciplinary approach in terms of looking at a very specific glass box that was attached to their architecture school, which became simply, in many cases, unusable for how they wanted to use the space over time. As an art gallery, as a presentation zone, as a pinup space, the space itself at the end of the day, due to its orientation, massing, and the amount of glazing becomes unusable for majority of the year. Main focus is glare, others were related to thermal comfort, and these issues kind of compounded to make the space completely unusable. We were engaged at just a high level to kind of walk through and help them understand that space in terms of unique condition. They knew what they had because they've been living it, but also reinforce that with design changes and modifications, be it how we're distributing air within the space or adding shades or looking at different modifications potentially in the future for glazing applications to better understand the thermal comfort of the users in that space and how one would identify solutions from a non-technical standpoint. So again, these are static images essentially, but looking at different exterior shading elements and how that has a tremendous impact on the space itself and the conditions for the users of the space. We'll walk through this as well. And so within this, we can quickly cycle through, as opposed to working through a 100-page slide deck, work through very quickly with the client team and reconfirm what their space conditions are currently within it. So these are these kind of CFD streams coming through directly from mechanical systems itself to begin to understand how the airflow is working within the space, and then user thermal comfort within that space itself, and in zones that become unusable. In many cases, they understood those because they were living it, but then showing them applications that could be added onto the building or implemented into the project itself that would improve that space over time. So at the end of the day, we're really looking for a tool that's allowing us to make better decisions faster through the process, but also the key is allowing it to be interactive at the end of the day. So there's an opportunity here in terms of where does this go forward. I think many of us have seen a range of maybe similar platforms or different experiences in terms of discussing digital twins, AR, VR, different iPad applications and different ways. In many cases, this is a tool in presenting information in different formats, but also intuitively allows us to make decisions faster with the architect or with the client in real time, essentially. The kind of thought process or lessons learned for us within these decision making is allowing us to kind of where success comes from collaboration, clarity, and curiosity during that process. And some of these moves might be minor, but they make tremendous impact later on within the project process, essentially. This is not necessarily to replace design intuition. I think in many cases, many of us would be able to kind of make the first 5 steps of some of these decisions, but essentially it's looking to reinforce some of that intuition with live feedback, essentially. So appreciate everyone kind of listening through that presentation, and if you have any questions, please come find me after. Thank you.
All right, thank you, John. That was fascinating. Representing complex ideas and making them easily understandable is something we all do every day, so it's exciting to see what is possible. Next up, I'd like to welcome Alberto Alarcon from Kuraray America. They're going to be speaking about transparent solutions for flood control with laminated glass.
Good morning. Again, my name is Alberto Alarcon with the AIS division of Kuraray. I'm responsible for market development of Americas and also for the marketing communication for the AIS division. For the ones that, so most of you received this weather alert during the weekend. And I'm placing this slide because I'm talking about something that is needed. It's not a trend. It's not a thing that is coming to us is flooding. It's happening all over the place, all around the world. So this is a really need in the market. During my presentation, I'm going to talk about the laminated glass and what it fit perfect for this kind of solution, flood barriers and flood-resistant windows. I'm not going into the details of glass, but I always need to start talking about glass because we do the interlayers for laminated glass. There are different types of glass: anneal, heat-straightened glass, tempered glass, and all of them can be laminated. We initially start laminating the glass for safety purposes. So laminated safety glass, I always say that is the glass construction that is built to reduce the possibility of a breakage and reducing the injuries in case we have a breakage. So the main idea of an interlayer is to stick the broken little pieces of the glass and keep it in the same construction. Interlayer could be a polymer, could be most of the time PVB, century glass, ionoplast. There are other type of polymers, EVA, resins. I think that, for my God, I think 90% of the time it's going to be PVB or century glass. And I'm talking about this because we need to understand the reason how they came to the market. PVB started in the 40s for the automotive industry. Current today, we're still using PVB on all of the car windshields. Even if you do an EV car, gas or diesel engine, all of them will have PVB for safety purposes. Then after Hurricane Andrew in 1992, there was a need of creating something better than PVB, something that can resist hurricanes and the impacts of the windborne debris that impact the glass, to protect the occupants of the building. So that's when century glass came up to the market. And of course, during this time, there have been upgrades. It's not the same century glass like 25 years ago. It's not the same PVB we're using today. We have done improvements, and we can attend a lot of different applications. So safety glazing, here we have the official test, the ANSI C97.1. For laminated glass, the passing criteria is no opening when it hit the glass. It's a 100-pound impactor. Depending the class you want to achieve, is the height you want to rise this impactor, 18 inches, 48 inches, depending, again, what the building code, International Building Convention. Different applications. We need to understand that PVB is a flexible, soft material, perfect for this type of application, acoustic purposes here in Chicago by the L-track, just to reduce noise. When we go to structural interlayers, we can do this type of facade. You know, his big glass, structural support, minimal support, and this because we have a very stiff interlayer. Then, to me, the purpose of century glass is still the same. It's just to protect people. We have used century glass for entertainment, this type of venues. You have here in the Summit one or the previous one in Chicago. So this is all laminated glass, mirrors, balustrades. You have floor. It's an amazing place to. It's our showroom from the different application of century glass. Yes, but also we want to protect people. And then it's when we start developing solutions for human threats or natural threats. Force entry, bullet systems, ballistic rate glass, and also blast-resistant glazing. Then natural threats. Hurricane was the main purpose of century glass. For example, in this project, all the facade is laminated with century glass railings, because it performs pretty good after an impact of a large or small missile. So that's the reason we use more century glass in this type of application. We have natural threat, because most of the time we have a lot of humidity that can damage glass. So we have proof that century glass has over 20 years of natural weathering test. We have samples of South Florida when we developed Centroglass, and they are just with open edge exposed, and it's performing pretty well because it is plasticizer free. PVB, is a different chemistry. In the formulation, it contains plasticizer that react with moisture. Some of the PVBs in the market, they have more or less plasticizer depending on the application, but all of them will delaminate with the time. So it's just a matter of time. Then the post-breakage effect, and in this video you will understand why we are using Centroglass for flood barriers, is when the glass breaks, it shatters all. So this is again the ANSI test. Full tempered glass, you just need one impact that break the glass and it will explode. When we laminate the glass with PVB, here in the next part of the video, you can see that it will keep the main purpose, retain the broken particles of the glass together, but I said it's a flexible material, so the glass will not stand in place. It will fall like we call it a wet blanket falling. So depending on the system, it will, most of the time if you go with PVB, you cannot remove the top rail or the handrail. You need to put all the metals just to, in case of a breakage, keep it in place. When we do this lamination with Centroglass, you can remove top rail, you can remove handrails, because after the impact, the glass will break, of course, but it will be remain in place, like you can see in the next part of the video. So again, Centroglass is about the clarity, it's about the post-breakage effect, it's about the, it receives much better moisture, and when it breaks, it will remain in place. It keeps the structure of the glass, as you will know. Other thing is that Centroglass, it is very stable with temperature. A stiff PVB is pretty good when you are below 35 Celsius. It will be structural, but below that, above that, it will start coming flexible as a standard PVB. So that's the reason we want to use Centroglass, very stable in high and low temperatures. About flood. There are different causes of flooding. You don't need to have a body of water close to the place to be flood. It occurs natural. It can happen almost anywhere. So you receive this weather alert during the weekend, but it's really coming globally. We have two main reasons: rising sea levels. We have more water in the oceans. If you have rivers flow, the rain and the frequency is also higher these days. Urbanization is another big driver of flooding, because we are growing and growing the city. We're building more and more. We are deforesting areas. So when we look close to the reason of river flooding, it's like a toxic cycle. We have more rain. We have the infrastructure of drainage is not growing as fast as the urbanization, so it's almost unavoidable to having flood. Here is the map of the most risky places to be for flooding. You can see that it's all red, so the more dark is the more risk. Of course, Florida, all this southeast part of the United States, in New York City, if you look closer, it's also a dark red. Mexico, we have huge. These days, they are flooding. They have an emergency, national emergency, because the flood of the past days, and it can happen anywhere. It happened this year in Texas. It happened last year in Spain, 2 years ago in Germany, so it's all over the place. If we look how deep it can be, it's almost we have the same map here. The more risky place, of course, the ones that get more water. The market we have is a growing market. It's almost 2 billion of just for flood barriers, and it's growing in 7.7 compound annual growth rate. In the following years, it will be 9.9, and if you compare it with the construction compound rate that is 4.4 for the United States and 5.5 globally, this is doubling the size of that market. So that's also another important thing to mention. There are different solutions for flood barriers. We have active barriers. This is the one that you're going to put in place before flood. There are some cons about these active barriers because you need, for example, for this one, you need storage. Also for the other one over there, and there are systems that can turn on, but most of them you need to have annual inspections, and need to work, need to be reactive. There are other barriers that we have in the market that are the passive barriers. So there's no storage needed, there's no human action needed in this because they are ready to work in the case of a flood. So we can have more like walls or a mixture with glass and wall or just metal to stop the water. There are others. They also have the sea walls, like here in Venice, Florida. This is a very recent project that can contain all of the rising level of water in the case of a flood. So it looks much better than just a wall. It's not a dam. It's a beautiful project. You have the opportunity to go there and look at it. So it is. You don't break the view, and you can also stay with the view. The methodology of flood barriers is most of it is the FM 2510. It is a 2-day. Almost it lasts 2 days. It is 22 hours of hydrostatic load, then it comes to dynamic load, then 1 hour like full top flood, topping of level of the water, and then kind of similar to the ANSI 97.1, there is an impact of 150 kilograms, and then they look again for leakage. So here in this video, you can see how the hydrostatic and the dynamic load is, they fill up this pool with the system, and you can see most of the time you have poles and the glass. You can do it like as wide as you want, and then this is the impact test. Again, 150 kilograms of the impact. Then they float again and they try to look for any leakage. We have some reference globally. I think this start in the UK. The most the project that we have with a lot of time. This is with all of them are with Centriglass. Some others are with Centriglass Extra, the new generation of Centriglass, because they perform better when we have a lot moisture or water in place. And this is a very another to preserve history. This is in Venice, Italy. It's also approved from MF test. Battery Park, you have been in the Museum of Jewish Heritage. They recently placed this flood barrier to protect the building. This is a very nice project. It can carry, I think, 7 feet height of water. And there's a second one in Battery Park. We have projects also in New York City. There are curtain wall systems that are proven for flood. This in Texas, this is in Houston. This was a restoration of the Harris County Criminal Justice Center. So all the ground level was replaced with flood-resistant curtain walls. And here in New York City, we have all these type of systems. Another example, this is not a flood barrier, it's not a curtain wall, this is just flood-resistant windows here in New York. This is in New Jersey Medical Center. You have all these windows are proven for flood. And again, more flood-resistant windows here in New York City. The NYU Langone Hospital is also with this type of system to protect the facility from flooding, because we're very close to the East River. If you want to learn more details about the system, about laminated glass, please stop by our tabletop here with Curary. We have experts in the systems. We have the expert also in the laminated glass. Thank you for your attention.
All right, thank you, Alberto. Very important technology in our changing world. All right, we're going to close out session one. I'd like to welcome Derek Losey, the sales manager with SADAC, who's going to be speaking about multi-curved glass.
Good morning. Can you hear me? Perfect. I'm not Mike Kanwitz, who was supposed to give this, if you haven't figured that out. My name's Derek Losey, and I hope to fill his rather large shoes and give you something to think about when it comes to multi-curve tempered glass. There we go. For those who are unfamiliar with SADAC, we're a company based in Gersthofen, Germany, with 300 employees who serve the marine, railway, and architectural glass sectors. SADAC is best known for leading glass and its pursuit of changing the impossible in architectural glass. As a reminder, SADAC is also known for extremely high quality XXXL glass. Normal jumbo glass in North America runs approximately 3.2 by 6 meters. Our glass is capable of providing 3.6 by 20 meters. That's 3 times that length that you can normally get here in North America. One of the largest IGUs ever installed in the world is here in the UK at the Emily Hobhouse Museum. The facade glass itself is 20 meters long by 2.8 meters tall. It supports 7 roof units that are approximately 9 feet by 20 feet across the top of this glass. It's a stunning project. Here's that piece of glass being packed into the crate by the Giants offensive line, making their final push into the end zone. Architect and now author Thomas Heatherwick argues that much of contemporary architecture has become too flat, monotonous, and sterile. In his book Humanize, he uses the phrase, flatness is boring, and it fails to capture, overly flat facades fail to capture emotion and engage people. Boring is inhumane, it makes us antisocial, and we must have greater places, better buildings to live, work, learn, and heal. Animals build interesting homes with great sophistication. The caddisfly collects bits from the environment and builds its home with local materials. The spider produces its own silk and provides its food and shelter. The snail grows its shell from within and becomes part of its body. And the bird actively constructs nests with careful skill and artistry. This project, with outstanding facades like the Elbphilharmonie in Hamburg, bring to mind what we touch with singular, daring projects using multi-curved glass. One of the first multi-curved projects having over 1,000 unique panels, giving the impression of living liquid surface, proof that glass can flow like water. To create icons, it takes true expertise and innovation in glass bending. Throughout the years, we've enjoyed contributing our bit, delivering extraordinary glass geometries. And when we think of tight curves and freeforms, we normally think of gravity bending, glass slumped over bespoke steel molds. Slow and expensive, but efficient from a geometrical point of view. This is a project with a double curve facade here in New York City. You've probably walked through it if you've been to Penn Station. The most common type of bending for commercial glass projects is machine bending, where the equipment used for this purpose, the center of the base rollers are still connected to the bottom of the equipment, and the sides are pulled up to create a cylindrical bend in the glass. It's limited in that cylindrical geometry, but it does provide fully tempered or heat-strengthened glass. A recent project that just created a mock-up for here at the Dallas airport, using 60 different IGUs in flat, convex, and concave forms, measuring 2.5 by nearly 10 meters tall. Projects like the Henderson in Hong Kong are a great example where the designer pushes the envelope, obliging the industry to provide new solutions. The Henderson expresses its tower-shaped like a bulb in bloom, using multi-curved, oversized glass to form smooth and organic facade. Projects like the Henderson have become feasible through the evolution of machine bending. In this case, we're able to bend on both axes by pulling the corners up. However, the center is still fixed at the middle, limiting the geometries that are achievable. What's next? Imagine what might be possible if glass could be freely shaped yet still be tempered. That's exactly what we're working on. At the past editions of GlassTech in Dusseldorf and the BAU in Munich, we introduced a breakthrough panel using a bespoke furnace configuration. With no molds required, our innovative furnace-controlled shaping enables multi-curved and cylindrical and even spherical geometries, pushing the boundaries of design. Allowing new free forms up to 8.5 by 3.6 meters in either fully tempered or heat-strengthened glass, having fast production, complex geometries, and high optical quality. We can start dreaming of geometries and putting the new equipment to a test. With this new technology, all versions of temperable coatings can be used, including solar control and double and triple silver low-E's. These images depict quite well what's achievable through this new technology and how complex the shapes can be. CDAC's innovative process outperforms traditional methods, enabling production of complex multi-curved and spherical tempered glass with exceptional precision and strength. CDAC makes high-volume 3D temperable glass achievable. CDAC multi-curved is a game changer. Are you ready for new emotions?
All right, thank you. Those are some very beautiful and inspiring projects. So we've come to the end of session 1. We're going to take a break, get some coffee, get some fresh air. All right, hello everyone. Welcome back from break. Hope you all enjoyed your coffee and your networking. Thank you all for coming back for session 2. We're going to start out. I'd like to welcome to the stage Hugh Dutton from Hugh Dutton Associates. He flew all the way from Paris for us to speak about structural glass.
Thank you. Actually, Susan gave the title. This was Synthesis of Poetic Content. Thank you very much. It's an honor for me to be here today to so many people. And I'll begin with a brief presentation of some of my way of introducing myself, some of my work I've been doing over the years, and then I'll show 3 projects I've done more recently on my own. I was born in the UK, I grew up in Jamaica, and then I went to school at the AA in London, where I learned, it was at the time when architecture was in a big question of crisis, and there was a lot of question about how to build. So I decided I should go and work with an engineer to learn how to build, and I had the honor of working with Peter Rice, and I ended up at 25 years old working at the now iconic La Villette Science Museum facades in 1982. This was the first use of structural glass with spherical bearings and cable trusses, and as we see and as you all know, it's now worldwide. And I had the pleasure of being invited by Peter to write the book on structural glass with him in 1982. It was published just before he died. And some of the most amazing projects have been done in structural glass using the same system. This one here on the left in Avenue Montaigne, it was finished in 1991. I still think it's one of the most amazing facades in glass. 24 meters high, 16 meters wide, 1 sheet suspended glass, each one suspended from the one above. We used springs at the top to sort of equilibrate the loads. And sadly, it's been demolished. The architects Fresh have decided to do another project with the place. It was fine, it was no problem with it. They just decided to do something else with the property. Another project done at the same time was with Channel 4, with Richard Rogers and Partners, and with the contractor Eiffel. Invited me to work with them, this time using curved glass, and I have the pleasure to say that this project has just been restored. Some of the glass had been cracked and there was some delamination around the holes, and they. But it's been completely restored by Octotube in an Arab in and finished just last year. So it's really good to see that this project is, because it was classified as a national monument. So that's really nice that structural glass is now becoming respected as for its architectural qualities. Peter Rice was a poet, and as well as being an amazing and a brilliant engineer. And I had the pleasure of doing this project. It's the last project he did when he fell ill with cancer in 1991. We worked together on this project for a cathedral in Lille using structural stone. And there's a structural stone arch and then translucent stone panels. There's no glass here except for the perimeter. It's translucent stone, but using the same technologies we'd used for the structural glass with cable trusses. And here in New York, with Bernard Schumi, I designed these ramps, the glass ramps and the glass walls for the Lerner Student Hall. And it was the time when he also invited me to teach at the university, which is a wonderful introduction to New York. So I've had pleasure coming here since then. And another project with Paul Andreu, who passed away recently. He was the architect for the airports in Paris, and he had done the initial program for the Kansai airport, and it was asked at the same time to do this dome for the Maritime Museum in Osaka. And there it shows how we're actually working with the industry. This is a conference today with architects in the industry and designers in industry. And here working with Asahi Glass, they had a project called Lamimetal, and we had a problem of how to resist the hurricane wind loads and the impact from waves on the glass. And so it's actually laminate with steel, perforated steel in the laminate. And so we used it in a creative way to create sun shading and the parametric design for the sun shading. So it's actually, we're thinking at the same time initially about sustainability, about energy, about using glass and to protect from sun, and actually integrating that into the design. So that's the most important part, is integrating it into a holistic design that responds to all of the criteria, the wind and the sun at the same time. And again with Bernard Schumi, a very, very different type of project at the Acropolis Museum in Athens. The museum is just in front of the Acropolis, the exact same proportion, exact same representation, the same rhythm is all determined by the columns in the Parthenon. But the project is also an energy sustainable response. There are two sheets of glass, and we use the sort of chimney created by the two sheets of glass to evacuate the hot air that comes in. The external glass is fritted, and it's got so that any heat that comes into the facade goes up in the void between the two. And at eye level, you have nothing. You don't have any mullions. You don't have the double skin. You have the clear view of Athens. And I've also had the pleasure of working with Peter Rice at the Louvre. Initially, he was asked to work with Macquarie and Pei, I.M. Pei, who invited him to work. This was just after La Villette, and he hadn't worked with Pei before, but Pei invited him to help and with Macquarie on the courtyards, what they call the Cour des Finances, which is the two skylights of the Pugy and Marly courtyards. We also helped with a model of the main Grand Pyramid to show its scale at the time. But Peter was asked by Pei to work with him specifically on the inverted pyramid. And that was a wonderful project that Peter did with him. And more recently, I had the pleasure of working with Luigi Ricciotti and Mario Bellini on this one here, which is the Art d'Islam courtyard in the Louvre. But what is interesting about this is today in the world is sustainability, and what is the role of glass in sustainability. And I think one of the issues here is also how to relive old monuments. And what glass does to the Louvre Museum is it gives it a new life. It transformed the palace. It was a dusty old palace, it was the Ministry of Finance. but turning it into a museum for the public and giving a whole new life to the museum, which was Pei's project and Pei's idea. It was using glass, and this is, I think, a very big role for glass in the future, because we shouldn't just pull down buildings, we can reuse them. I think using glass is very important. So I had the pleasure of working with Peter, designing the glass details, the supports using the same spherical bearing system that we used at La Villette. But it just shows the brilliance of Pei. He understood so well how to just use a simple, clear, this is low iron glass. It was the first time they used low iron glass. They had to get Mr. Mitton to call up the head of Saint-Gobain, say, you can do low iron glass, yes, otherwise it's going to be made by Schott in Germany. That's a funny story. But Pei, even though this is the fully transparent glass, the reflectivity, just because of the angle of the glass and the relative light of the courtyard and the dark corridors behind, it just looks like a glowing jewel in the space, and that's Pei's genius. And also, with the team at the time, they had this idea of chamfering the glass to create these sort of rainbow spectral dispersion, which just brings another element of joy into the glass. And this is the project we did with Mario Bellini and Rudy Ricciotti. It's for the Art d'Islam. It's a new courtyard exhibition of Islamic art created in the basement. And so in this court, the Cour Visconti, which is the last courtyard to be exploited at the Louvre, they created an underground art gallery, and I worked with Mario and Rudy to develop this roof using hiding all the structure, looking like it's floating, like a floating flying carpet, to use Mario's words, with a completely clear mullion-free facade around. This was built by Wagner Biro from Austria. So onto the three projects I want to show you of my own work recently that I've done in my studio in Paris. I've come from working as a facade consultant for these some very wonderful and very interesting architects over the years, and I've had a wonderful pleasure to work with them. And so a lot of the work I do today is still working in collaboration with some wonderful architects, and here with Architectonica, with Bernardo Brescia, for Brescia. He invited me to work with Swire at this, to make this climate ribbon, as it was called, for the Brickell City Center in downtown Miami. And this brought me back to my memories in Jamaica of how just you can be so sensible, just with common sense about climate design. In those days, they didn't have air conditioning. The challenge here in Miami was to do a roof that was not air conditioned. And in those days, they had made beautiful Palladian facades with louvres and glass. And they're wonderful elements for dealing with doing natural cooling. You open the window and you let the breeze come in, but they still provide shade. And you can still do beautiful architecture in a common sense way. So this is it's a 100,000 square foot skylight using Sentry glass, I heard earlier on, and to withstand the hurricane wind loads. There's a hotel there, 2 residential towers, and a commercial shopping center beneath. And the climate ribbon covers a pedestrian street that crisscrosses between the main streets. So the pink ones are the main vehicle streets, and elevated are these pedestrian streets covered by the climate ribbon. This is Bernardo for Brescia's design, working with Steve Owens from Swire Properties. And so we created this element that was a shading device, a canopy. It collected rain, and it protects from the sun, and it also encourages natural cooling. And I had the honor of having an article written about it in the Financial Times, where it was considered a piece of art. And for me, that's an objective I think we all have to have with the work we do, is to create art. So it's simple common sense, catching the breeze as it comes up from the sea and wrapping it in, creating scoops at the entrance points and spoilers where the air comes out at the ends. We did this entirely intuitively. And then we did our own in-house modeling, as you'll see. And then it was developed with RWDI in a full climate simulating test, both physical and numerical testing. And then the sun, we oriented, Bernardo had already oriented the buildings so that they provided shade along the main streets. So the climate ribbon provided the complement of shade that was necessary for the other times of the day and the year. So these are a very simple 2D desktop modeling with open source software that we did in the studio. And then we went to RWDI for the full 3D thermal modeling that was shown earlier on today by Ivan in his presentation. And here you see, this is the view down to the sea. The breeze always, you get, and this helps growing up in the tropics, you know that you get the trade winds always southeast, very constant, particularly in summer when it's hot. That's southeast. So we're very lucky to have the street in the right direction. This is the climate ribbon here, and the breeze comes in, the climate ribbon catches it, and it flows through and out into the streets behind. And this is the sectional simulation we did, where we created the shape of it such that it actually accelerated the breeze when it comes in. So you don't need air conditioning when you can do it with natural breeze. So it's a very sustainable approach that we celebrate with the architecture, we celebrate with the designs, we enjoy the playfulness of making these sun shading louvres. And we did this, it was Sébastien Perrault of my studio who did this. He modeled each and every blade following the map of the sun that we would get throughout the year. Each and every blade is oriented according to that, and then we smoothed them off together with Rhino software and created the wonderful sort of flowing shapes that we got. And these are the shapes. So you have the rectilinear surface of the trusses above. It was built by Gartner from Germany, and with Canobio, who did the fabric. And we just enjoyed what the fabric can do. You make a beautiful sculptural effect. And the way the light comes in and bounces off, and so each blade illuminates the rest. So you get this wonderful effect of sort of luminosity. You still see the sky, you see the blue sky of Miami when you want to see it, but you don't get the direct sun. And we modeled all this so that you'd never get direct sun on the shop fronts. That was the objective. And it's quite big. I mean, you see the scale of the guy out there. And this is the same picture I took from the same location a few minutes apart. People ask me, do they move? They don't actually move. It's just the way that where the light comes through, where the sun comes through, you get this sense of movement and dynamic. And at night time, it becomes a wonderful source for lighting at night. And then we had the big test. So the breeze is nice, but when you get a hurricane, you think, oops, you know. But Hurricane Irma in 2017 was a direct hit on Miami, and there was no damage, absolutely no damage. So the second project is a project I've completed in Paris in 21. The client was the Commission des Monuments Nationaux, who is a government body responsible for restoring and retaining, managing the monuments of France, cathedrals and chateaux and projects like this one, which was the garde-meuble of the king. It's called the Hôtel Marine. It's not a hotel where you rent a room. Hotel in French, like a Hôtel de Ville, it's a grand building, basically. So it was, hotels have pinched the name hotel from the French word. It's on Place de la Concorde. There are two facades that were designed for a competition for the square by Louis the King at the time, Louis the XVI, for his father, Louis the XV. And so in French style, they built the facade first. They didn't know what they're going to do for the buildings behind, but the facades, you've got to get those right first. Then the building behind, they decided to use to make it as a place where that they would be conserving and cultivating French furniture. And so in 2015, the Commission des Monuments Nationaux, they actually prevented it from becoming a hotel, said, no, we're going to make a place of exhibition of French culture at the time. And so they've restored the upper floors immaculately the way they were. And if you visit Paris, call me up, I'll show you. It's an absolutely beautiful museum. Everything is done perfectly. The curtains, the flooring, the finishes, they've simulated the way people used to live just before the revolution. It also makes you think you understand a bit why they did have a revolution, because they were lived in such incredibly opulent context. So our challenge was for the museum, they needed a new entrance in the same way that happened at the Louvre. The pyramid was to create a new entrance. Here they wanted a new entrance in this courtyard. You come in here and you needed to have a place where people can sort of be oriented and buy their tickets and have a new entrance to give a new identity to the space. So this is the design that we did. We were working with Christophe Bottineau of 2BDM Architects. They are the National Monument Architects. They're responsible for restoring national monuments. We worked also with Alain Moati of Moati Rivière, who did the interior, and 8 de lighting consultants who did the lighting. And it was built by Eiffel, Eiffage Metal. And so thinking about the problem, you can see here the court the way it was when we inherited it. It had been built up to the cornice by Jean-Ange Gabriel in 1784. And in the Marine, they actually added the upper floors in a stucco, so they weren't as grand. And my brief was to recreate the sky at the time, at the level it was built to in 1784 by Gabriel. So you can see in the diagram on the top on the right, those are the floors added. They wanted me to hide those floors, but still get the light. So you see, it was quite a dark and dingy courtyard. So we did, like in the other presentations earlier today, simulated the sun with computer. That was easy. Sort of open source software we used, Ladybug, just to show that you didn't get any sun, direct sun, in the courtyard in the winter. You just got a little corner in the summer. And thinking about the project one day, I thought, this is really nice. When it was in the metro, and the way the sunlight was reflecting off the tiles, I got this sort of dappled sunlight, and it's really nice to create a sort of a zone of transition zone between outdoors and indoors, between the sun and going inside, as to create this. So I had this idea of creating mirrors and hiding the facades above with mirrors, and then all of the profiles, they're V-shaped profiles, so that you don't have any shadow, and each of them is reflected. It's reflective mirror, so that you create this kind of bouncing around of daylight to get the light in. And that also, another thing inspired me was when I was visiting it with Christophe. He was explaining to me how the old chandeliers at the time, even though they were very wealthy, candles were very expensive, and so they used the crystals, the pompi of the crystals, to spread the light and to sparkle the light. So in a way, it's a daylight chandelier, what I'm trying to do here. So you can see here in the section, we supported the skylight on the cornice. You can see the mirrors above, some of my earlier sketches, and the geometry was really important. And this is where understanding the architecture, the heritage, it's really important. The very strict proportions, almost the golden rectangle proportion, the modular element. Each piece of glass follows the module of the facade, and so you get this. It fits well within the context of the traditional architecture. And I have to say that the Commission Monuments, who were actually nervous that doing something contemporary in a well-known traditional national monument was very sensitive, but they actually thought, no, this is really great. We want to do this. We want to, because it celebrates the traditional architecture. So here, this is the sunlight, the modeling. Even Christophe at one time, he said to me, Hugh, are you really sure you need the mirrors? You put mirrors on a national monument? I said, yeah, because it's about reflecting the sun. And it was these images, this little simulation, that convinced them. And this is where actually showing where you can use the technology that we have of modeling and simulation to show people what they're going to get. And it really made the difference. I said, you're not going no mirrors, no dancing sunlight. You need to do the mirrors. And so this was a very useful tool to to convince. With all the mirrors, I thought that would be a bit too sort of bling and clunky. So we introduced these blades beneath the structure to kind of soften the soften the view of the mirrors. And these are developed with AGC, with Eduardo Rosa, who I just saw here, who was a wonderful help. And these, what we did here is we didn't want to have too much reflectivity. We wanted to sort of muffle the reflectivity, but still have the daylight. So what he suggested we do is we use an Ipasol bright coating, which is a slightly reflective coating, on the inside of the laminate, and on the outer surface we use the traditional acid etch. And so the two of them together give you this beautiful kind of silky sort of softness for these pieces. So what they do is that they're the radial pattern that soften the light. But I'm showing this picture just because, with all this theory about the thing weighs 60 tons of glass and steel, and you're trying to bring light into a courtyard with 60 tons of glass and steel, and you say, are we doing something wrong here? Is it going to work? And I was terrified. But when they took the scaffolding down, I said, this is amazing. This is going to work. You don't get shadows. The profiles kind of glow with the daylight. So this is a moment of my emotion. And then this is where it is today when you come in. So you can see these are the radial pattern of the diffusing light panels. We made the busier texture around the perimeter to hide the attic floors above, and otherwise very big pieces of glass. A lot of from SEDAC. Huge piece of glass here, 14 meters laminate, no joints. The way it works is there's 4 steel frames that are propped up in the middle by these struts with suspension cables beneath. So the whole piece together with the composition of the glass and the reflective profiles, it creates an artwork. Again, it's trying to create a picture that creates a relationship between the users and the sky. And here's some views of the blades, the diffusing light blades, which kind of like clouds in a way. When you get direct light, they glow, and the shadows move just like Miami. You get this beautiful interaction with nature, and we hide the sort of clinky part of the mirrors. And so you get in summer's day, you get this beautiful kind of reflection and play of light on the floor, on the walls, and it's very, very successful. So it's about bringing a new life to an ancient monument. This courtyard was dark, dingy, forgotten about. Everybody drove past the Hotel Marine, they didn't know what was inside there. Now you know there's a place, there's a destination for public to go to. And at night time, the blades serve another role at night in skylights. I think it's really important to think at night, you get the daylight, you get the sunlight in the day, but at night it's black, it's dark, and it's nice to have a kind of a luminous surface between you and the sky. So you're creating a ceiling again, sort of an indoor ceiling. So the third project I've done is I've been recently working a lot with Tiffany. I call them my glass diamonds, Tiffany called me up just after we finished Hotel Marine. Peter Marino, Anthony Ledru, the whole team, we've created a wonderful relationship working with them, using glass in a way to play with light in the way that diamonds do. So we're not trying to imitate diamonds. You can never imitate diamonds, but you can enjoy light the way diamonds do, and that's what we've been trying to do in these projects. The first project was a display piece, a 1 meter 60 diameter display piece, and we proposed this idea of chamfered, of engraved glass supported around a ring. This is the second version, actually. It's in Selfridges in London. It's a bicycle wheel. There's a tension structure holding the central piece in which the very expensive jewel is shown. But it's using the way the glass is engraved and also the color. This is a Pilkington OptiWhite, And if you light the Pilkington OptiWhite, you get this very tight Tiffany blue, which was kind of a pleasure that we enjoyed. And what we do is we create a 3D model. This is a rendering we did to simulate the effects that you get. We build the model with Rhino, and with some of my team were very good with Grasshopper modeling, recreating all of the cuts. It's a pure 3D model of exactly the piece of glass. And we light it, and you get the dispersion, all of that happens in the computer. This is the prediction. And then it was machined. This was done by Sice Previt from Milan, who took our 3D model and then machined it. This is the diagram of how the lighting worked, how I integrated the little tiny LED spots so that to light the glass along the edge. This is the office testing using coffee cups for the piece of glass, lighting it along its edge. By the time the light comes to the end, it's traveled through the glass, it becomes slightly blue, and that was the effect we wanted. And here are the cable struts for the bicycle wheel support. And then here in New York, Peter Marino's rebirth of the Tiffany Fifth Avenue, we were asked to recreate a skylight. I said, well, we can't get sky because there's 6 stories of door above. But what we can do is we can use crystal to reflect the colors of Perito Marino's video screens, and to give another sort of sparkle that we're not going to get with a direct daylight. It was built by Lasfit, and to working together with them with glass, the crystal pieces in the middle all come from the Czech Republic. They're cast and polished to give that effect. There's something special. There's something there's a sparkle that's more than you get with just a normal piece of glass, and it's backlit with Barisol. A very simple idea. But playing with geometry is an important part. So here the first sketches are in-house testing with a bit of Barisol, a bit of the glass, to see the effect that we're going to get, the idea of how it was built, and the machining and the polishing done in the Czech Republic. It's not working. And then this project is one we just finished this year in April, again with Peter Marino and Tiffany in Milan. This time we combined as a glass staircase with a skylight, and we created a diamond motif in the way the glass is put together. It was built by Wagner Bureau, and again using glass from Sunglass Sedac. This is the staircase, and Glastroche as well. Glastroche produced a lot of the glass and did a lot of the engineering on it, for the glass stairs particularly. But this is the old courtyard, the way it was, a very sensitive courtyard in the heart of Milan. Historical preservation people were very, very concerned about what doing this new intervention would be. So together with the local architect Alberto Gerola, we worked together with them to create a design and convince them that actually putting the glass staircase in this tiny courtyard would conserve the idea of the luminosity and the light coming through, and it really does work. When you're in there, you get the sensation of the courtyard the way it was at the time. But the fun little thing we did was to create the diamond. We actually had very severe solar sun shading requirements, so we decided to actually use the most transparent, nearly compliant shading with the densest, darkest one. Just have it so that we could, by adding up the sum of all the solar factors we needed, have the denser solar glass around their edge and the middle with the old. And then the middle piece we folded. It's a folded piece so that we recreated the traditional shed roof of the roof. And this is a view of the staircase from beneath. And it's quite fun when you see people walking over, you see their shadows and moving around. Just finally, this is just another last little piece I've just done with Tiffany again in Chengdu. I remember many years ago, it was my mum on the plane and the sun hit her ring, and the the ring kind of gave this explosion of little sparkles of light, and that was really, really beautiful. And so this is what we're trying to do here with this. We're using crystals. It's in a staircase. It sort of decorates as the internal portion of the staircase of the new Tiffany store in Chengdu. And it's a cable net with pieces of crystal that are fixed to the nodes of the cable net. It's going to change. There we go. And so we created this radial pattern with cables, and then each of the crystals, they were built by a company called YPG near Shenzhen in China. We took 4 pieces of crystal, machined them, polished them. We did the 3D model in the studio, created 3D prints of them. They were then cut and molded and cut in Shenzhen. And then this is the sample. They built the whole piece as in a cage in their factory, and then so each piece they built these are the 3D printed pieces. They replaced them one by one with the real crystal, and then installed it as in the how does it change? There, and so this is the final piece in the staircase. And it's just playing with glass in a way that in a sort of dynamic, a kinetic way, where you have to move around it to really get the feeling of it. But it's been quite a success. So thank you very much.
All right, thank you, Hugh, for sharing such an incredible body of work. That was very, very beautiful. Next up, I'd like to welcome Tobias Stazak with Rainier's Aluminum for a case study on 89 Avenue, Yorkville.
Hello, everyone. Good morning. My name is Tobias. I'm responsible for the development of Rainier's Aluminum in North American market. My today's presentation combines 2 elements: our value proposition in terms of project support, and also how can we utilize virtual reality to support your projects. To give this presentation a concrete example, I'll show you one of our latest projects, 89 Avenue. It's located in downtown Toronto. It's a New York-inspired luxury apartment building. Now, we already have a pleasure to work with some of you. Some people may be recognizing our logo, but I'm sure there's a big group that never heard of us. So I'll just take a few moments to introduce our company. To start with, we do not extrude any profiles. We do not manufacture windows and doors. We don't install them. We are known as one of the European leaders in terms of design, engineering, and marketing facade solutions. Even with, this is a very simplistic way to put it, and even with all these characteristics behind me, it needs a little bit more explanation, so let's start from the beginning. First of all, we are a family business. We started in 1965. This year we are celebrating 60 years. Jan Rainiers used to work for the extrusion company, and he realized that the windows and doors available in the market are quite complex and difficult to install. So knowing the aluminum product already, he designed his own system. And at that point, we were manufacturing our own windows. And so he designed it, and we were manufacturing windows and doors. Within a couple of years, other fabricators in Belgium asked him, okay, we like your system. Why won't you focus on designing and engineering, and we will take care of the manufacturing and installation? And that's how the idea was created for Rainiers to be a system house. Jan didn't want to have an extrusion and a catalog. His idea was, knowing the pain of the fabricator, his idea was to have a company that supports all his business partners, whether it's a fabricator or architect or general contractor. Unfortunately, he died 8 years later in a car accident. He left his wife with this company and 5 children. They decided we will continue the business. And 60 years later, fabricator DNA and Jan's vision is still core of our business. And thanks to that, we have tools, as I will show you shortly, as such Avalon. And we grew from the local small player in Belgium into international company with legal entities in 48 countries worldwide. And we are present, like we have business activities in 70 countries. Since more or less a decade, we are present in North America. And since few years, this is really the fastest growing market for our group. So, as a company with this experience over many years and very international footprint, we realize that, how would I say it? It's our target to be the centerpiece and the glue between all the stakeholders on the project. We see worldwide that regulations are changing, not even country by country, but really city by city. Skilled labor is harder to find. Sustainability is becoming a very important topic for everyone. So how can we support all the people around the table? This is our target, and this is our aim, to be that trusted advisor for all the stakeholders. And our motto is Together for Better. Now, I'll show you the project itself. As I mentioned, it's located in downtown Toronto. It's a 21-story building with 28 apartments. We also have some dining areas, lounges, pool, and cabana. The project itself immediately introduced few challenges, of course, thermal performance, acoustical, air, wind, and water, but also aesthetics. Everybody nowadays wants to have slim lines, ideally without any reinforcement. We looked at several products that we could use, and which one is the best fit. Developer was really insisting on anodized finish, but the medium bronze was too light, the dark bronze was too dark, so we had to come up with the custom anodized finish. Flat on the inside and mechanically brushed on the outside. We had curved elements in the podium area, penthouse sliding elements, which I have a separate presentation just about these. How do we fabricate this within a schedule and within a budget? So of course, first we had to make sure we comply with the performance specs. And we, at Rayners, we have our own in-house test facility, which today is one of the largest test facilities worldwide. We do in-house air, wind, water testing, seismic, acoustic, durability. Everything, of course, that we offer in North America is tested to NAFS and NFRC standards, and it's validated by UL or Intertek. So for this project, we quickly identified few systems that we will utilize: stick curtain wall, window and door system, lift and slide, folding door. The nice thing right from the beginning was that to meet the performance spec, we can utilize double glazing instead of triple glazing, which introduced savings immediately. Now, let me introduce you a little bit to Avalon. So 3D is nothing new. It's been with us for a very long time. To simplify it, we have two pictures, slightly different perspective, one picture for each eye, and our brain combines them, creating this sense of depth and three-dimensional view. And there are many devices in the market that you are probably familiar with. You maybe use them. The main challenge with these devices is that everybody who's using it, it's immersed in its own virtual reality, which basically kills the purpose, and it doesn't allow us to collaborate together. And if we take it to the next step, we are getting to the caves. And caves are very popular and used heavily in the automotive and aerospace industries. Car manufacturers build their virtual reality models to discuss details, and to overcome some challenges, of course, multiple times before they actually build the real prototype. At Rainers, we can perform 3 different types of evaluation: the concept, technical, or high quality. It really depends on the phase of the project, of who are the stakeholders, and what do they want to see, what do they want to get out of it. And yeah, it's an open space where people get together almost on a weekly basis, talking about projects. Sometimes we have an architect who wants to convince the investor. Sometimes we have an architect who wants to discuss technical details with general contractor or with the facade contractor.
Welcome to Avalon, a space to explore architecture through a shared virtual reality experience. Did you ever wish you could walk into a building that is still in the design phase? Avalon can take you anywhere you want. 25 projectors make architectural designs come to life in unequaled resolution, with cutting-edge laser technology creating the most vivid colors, contrast, and brightness. Active 3D glasses create a natural spatial awareness, and as a user, you're instantly immersed in a true 3D environment that creates an incredible sense of scale and depth. You are able to share the experience with your partners, allowing you to discuss and evaluate your projects before they are built. Avalon is a collaborative working tool, offering a joint experience between architect, contractors, investors, engineers, fabricators, and Rainers experts. Virtual reality is set to play an important role at all stages of the architectural process, from evaluating design options and showcasing proposals to detecting construction issues before breaking ground on site. Starting at the conceptual phase, VR has proven to be effective in exploring the relationships between spaces. VR gives you an immediate feeling of being inside the building. You can experience the impact of light on a room, or evaluate the different interior viewpoints. The spatial realism makes Avalon an incredibly powerful tool to communicate design intent. When the architectural design is further specified, BIM files are effortlessly translated into VR, providing architects with even better tools to communicate about their choices and improve their designs. Enabling architects to effortlessly move between BIM and VR truly revolutionizes the way buildings are designed. Avalon allows you to explore your projects inside your usual design software. Its powerful main workstation handles 3D models produced in any commonly used software in the architecture industry. By tracking the visitor's movements, real-time rendering engines create the ultimate VR experience, from initial sketches through detailed technical models and realistic scenes. Before your visit, you provide the 3D model of the project. In consultation with the building team, the objectives are set and the model is adapted accordingly and prepared for VR. Different options can be prepared to compare several Rainers systems, configurations, bespoke solutions, or specific design variants for your project. Avalon is perfectly suited to create diverse virtual mock-ups. You can make sections, explain complex technical setups, or examine specific construction details or project solutions. This new way of virtual prototyping reduces costs and increases efficiency drastically. The high-resolution real-time renders allow you to see every detail so you can experiment with different configurations, evaluate simulation or BIM data, and further improve your design. You are able to experience Rainers systems up close and compare the different solutions for your project. Discover Avalon, the space where future projects become a reality.
Okay. Why do we use Avalon? We use it for 2 reasons, and I'm sure each one of you will be familiar with both. First of all, to avoid mistakes. Over the years, we just learned that most of the mistakes are not very complex. They are easy to avoid. It's just with the tight schedule and the big workload, it's easy to miss little details which later on result in high costs and delays. And second, decision making. We get almost on every project we were getting stuck with stakeholders discussing details and comparing samples and arguing. Every stakeholder looks at the project from his own point of view, so it was always a clash. And when we put them in this room, it immediately resolves, I would say, 80% of the discussions. Here you can see the team from us. So you can see the facade contractor, Rayner's engineers, builder, developer, all together looking at the project, discussing details. The preparation of Avalon file takes any time between 2 and 4 weeks. It really depends of what people want to, what they want to see and how heavy is the file itself. But this also gives us a time for our technical team to review, to study the project and to anticipate all the questions and discussions that may arise. And I'll show you a few examples of it. So at the very beginning, as soon as we showed Masterline 8, a Renaissance product, to the developer, he says, yeah, that's it. That's the one I want. But then we started looking at the grid, at the combination of transoms and mullions, and we said, this will be too bulky, too expensive, and the Renaissance is the version that's a little bit more tricky to fabricate. So we proposed something different. And this is just a screenshot from the actual Avalon file, but we rendered Masterline 8 Renaissance and immediately with Slimline 38. So we proposed a slimmer version of these windows. I don't know if I can go back. Yeah, you can immediately see the impact. And of course, this was the easy decision for the developer to take. We did the same for sliding. This is the original render, and this is what we proposed. We kept the top just so you can see the difference. We did some renderings from the inside, few different rooms, so they can really come close. They can look at the handle, the corners. They can really see the details. Okay, as we look at the project, we realize the architect had a detail between the top of the window and the bottom of the louver. It was a 5-inch detail. When we looked at the cross section, okay, originally this was drawn as a curtain wall. We of course used the typical window system, but we said, okay, what can we do about this gap? The way it's designed here, it will be way too expensive and time consuming. So before they came to Avalon, we said, okay, we selected, we have transom pieces which connect window and the louver, and we had an off-the-shelf 4-inch solution, or if they really want to see the 5-inch detail, we can make it custom. But of course, we put it in Avalon. Can you guys even see the difference? No. Okay, let's go with something off the shelf. Very quick. Now, we have a window system selected. We have the louver situation resolved. Now, what do we do in terms of the wind load? We have to study it, see if it's feasible. As soon as we run the first calculation, we see immediate need for the internal reinforcement. And we, of course, know this will be a point of discussion because at the beginning they specified that there will be internal shading system that it will interfere with any reinforcement. So we ran few more calculations, and we immediately saw, okay, if we build this window differently, if we run these transoms across instead of the vertical mullions, we eliminate the need for the reinforcement at all. So that was, of course, welcome. This project was specified at 40 PSF wind pressure. And last, we call it our cherry on the cake. The owner of the penthouse had two requests. One, on one side of his apartment, he wanted to see the skyline of Toronto, and he wanted to have a really unobstructed view. So we proposed the lift and slide system. Here, every glass panel is approximately 1,500 pounds, and we designed the detail that these panels are sliding nicely into the pockets. On the other side of the unit, he convinced the developer that he needs exterior car lift because he has a very unique car that he needs to park inside of his unit. So he wanted to have a big opening and zero threshold. So we proposed a folding door CF77. Okay, but now we are talking about curved elements, custom windows, lift and slides, pockets, etc. How do we make it? How do we make it efficiently and to the quality standards that everybody in this building is expecting? And here we go back 60 years ago to where Jan decided, I don't want to be just a system supplier. I want to build an ecosystem around it. So we have, on one side, we have a product. On the other side, we have machinery, we have software, and we build the ecosystem that everything talks to each other. So when the fabricator designs our window in our software, they basically, that file, which is done within minutes, not within days, generates his detailed AutoCAD files, BIM files, material list. They click and button and they order material without any mistakes, without any interpretation. Once they receive the material, all the cutting, milling is pre-programmed in our software. And we have a network of fabricators, of course, worldwide, but also across North America, including state of New York. And we have a local team to support every single component of it. So thanks to that, a few months later, we are looking at the project with all the windows and doors already installed, tested, and we have happy results. For those who really love crazy facades, we are currently utilizing Avalon on 2 more projects. This is just down the street from the previous one. It's 138 Yorkville, another residential tower, all curved corners. It's a hybrid between unitized and window wall solution, around 100 custom dies. So we hope that next year we'll be able to present it to you at this conference. And the other project, River Cree Hotel and Casino, another 30 custom extrusions. You can see the models from Avalon. You can see this is, as we speak, this is being installed and tested at our facility in Belgium. This is the end of my presentation. So if you guys, if you feel stuck on projects, if you feel that this is a suitable solution for you, if you would like to learn more about us or about our products, let's talk. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. I would love to try that Avalon system. That looks amazing. All right, I'd like to welcome to the stage Luis Palacio, the design director from Adrian Smith and Gordon Gill.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Luis Palacio, design director with Adrian Smith and Gordon Gill Architecture. We are a Chicago-based practice with a global presence. We have projects in many countries. We've been around for 19 years. We focus on highly sustainable design and sustainable architecture. We work across different scales. We have master planning. We have delivered a few cities in the last 15 years. We are mostly known for our work in super talls and mega talls. A good example is Central Park Tower here in Manhattan. But we also have a strong portfolio with smaller and medium-sized projects that focus on cultural buildings and specialty projects, namely expos around the world. At the core of all this work, we have a very strong and robust sustainability practice that focus on energy and carbon, right? So all of this information and research that we do is what feeds and informs our designs. Because we do a lot of research, we like to share that research. So we publish, we have 7 publications to date, and we're working on a couple more that we plan to release in the next couple of years. Now, for today's conversation, I'll focus a little bit on the evolution of facades, their performance, and how they are influenced by policy and how they can influence policy. I will use a timeline to to inform the rapid transitions of technology and how that affects our industry in a very specific way. So we started in 2006, here you see that, and what I will talk to you about today is 3 projects that have the same timeline. So we've been around for 19 years, and I will explain the transformation of a facade typology that we came up with in the early stages and how that facade has transformed thanks to both policy and technological developments. The first project is the Federation of Korean Industries in Seoul, FKI. This building is 55 stories, is an office, is a headquarters, and the main point of this building was to generate energy. At the moment when it was designed, Seoul had a very strong economic incentives for buildings to include renewable energy to their designs, and that's what made that facade possible. So it was about a design driven by policy, and it was an active solution, basically generate power. So we studied the location, we studied the sun path, and we determined if it actually made sense to include PVs into the facade, and it did. So we optimized geometries to find something that will give us something highly performing. The solution for this was the wall tilt. We were looking at a couple things. We were looking at solar mitigation, glare mitigation, and also energy production. So we tested different angles. The 15% degree is what you see for the clear glass. That's something similar to what you see in airport control towers for glare. The spandrel became the PV, and that's what generated most of the power. This is the assembly, and we had this facade development, and we were targeting a 17% energy production of the total energy for power generation. And we did different studies. We focused on power generation first, then glare mitigation, and then solar reduction. So we wanted all those things to kind of work together to create something special. Now, in terms of area, we are close to 20,000 square meters of PV integrated throughout the building, 2,500 of which happen in the roof, and the rest, about 16,500 happen throughout the facade. You can see here that some parts of the facade do not have PVs, and that's because we had some amenity spaces throughout the building. So we made modifications to the system to allow for some variation for specific purposes. So that happens throughout the building, and at the top we use the kind of a trellis that is not enclosed, is open to the air for better comfort up there. So the building is architectural expression of power generation, and that was our first pass at trying to integrate PV panels to a building. It's a very successful in terms of metrics. We were projecting 16.5% of energy generation, and it's being reported that it's consistently generating about 20% of the building, which is great. The next building is 160 Front Street in Toronto. Is the TD headquarters in there, and it was just completed last year. This building is an evolution of that facade. So like fast forward, a few years, and we started working on this 14 years ago for Cadillac Fairview. And here we apply what we learned from FKI. So the client wanted something iconic. They wanted to, contribute to the skyline in Toronto. In terms of typology, it's a very similar building. It is 47 stories, 237 meters, and is office as well. So early on, the client was very interested to create something special, and we saw the facade as being central to that strategy, using the facade to create a personality. We talked to the client about the facade that we had just finished in Seoul. They went there to check it out, they loved it, and they agreed that we would use that as a base to start developing for the project. Now, what happens in Toronto is they use a very clean energy grid. They use hydro and nuclear, so the need for PVs is really not there. The economic case is not there to make it justifiable. So we did not use PVs, but we look at other aspects of how we can modify this facade to make it more efficient. So we focus on glare and solar gain mitigation. So we oriented it to the broad south to the south and north, and the small one, the small face to the east and west to do that. And the focus in here was again the glare and the solar reduction. We also work a lot with the technology within the materials to create a much better performative envelope. And we focus a little bit on the spandrel panel to create a lot of insulation in there. When the client visited the project in Seoul, they had a concern about the tilt of the glass. They say 15%. Some people might find it a little uncomfortable. Is there something you can do to make it less? Will that work? So we ran the studies to see if that will compromise the performance. We tested 5, we tested 7, we tested 10, 15. We arrived at 10 degrees. So this facade is similar to the one that we had done in Korea, but it's 10% inclination and keeping the same performance. We used the mock-up to test that and to show it to a client and see how you feel about it. They brought people and they were okay with it. So the facade is kind of the primary expression of this building, is what makes it special. And again, it contributes to the character through the mitigation of glare, comfort, heat, and wind mitigation. And I'll explain a little bit more about the strategy with wind. There are different zones within the building that the facade gets modified to address those. We have the crown, we have the sawtooth, which is the basic facade type that covers most of the area. We have a couple inlets that you may think they're mechanical floors, but they're not. They are amenity floors with balconies. We have the fan on every corner, and that's the element that helps us resolve the geometry. And we have a peel at the bottom and a bow at the bottom that has different purposes. So the role of the bow is performative in a way that it mitigates the wind downdraft because it's placed on the lower third of the mast, so most of the wind goes up, and that way you mitigate a little bit of the comfort down there at the ground, and sometimes winds that are high. It also increases the sidewalk width, and it celebrates a heritage building that we needed to preserve next to us. So this is a macro approach to the facade, and it addresses different issues than the micro approach, which is the sawtooth. What you see here is a couple of images of how the peel engages the historic building. That's the red brick building that you see in there. We decided to make a grand gesture to mark the location of that building, and we created an entrance right there too. This is the expression of the inlet. It's a 2-story building, becomes a balcony, and again, it's amenity for the tenants. And the crown, of course, we were thinking a great amenity space. We also had ideas for the maintenance of the building, mechanical, so that of that happens up there. And there were modifications to the facade to allow for those conditions. Now, one very important part of the personality and the way the building will be perceived in Toronto was the lighting design. And we thought that the lighting design needed to correspond directly to the facade design, to like merge those two together, to communicate the intent clearly during the day and at night. For that, we did a couple things. The horizontal mullion, where the break happens, we put an LED in there, and we tested different configurations to understand what it needed to be. And the second strategy was to create at the edge where the sawtooth meets the fin a check mark that highlighted the angle of the facade, because we wanted to kind of reinforce the idea of that feature. So we did different tests, 3 different things. We ended up highlighting more the check mark at the fin and downplaying a little bit the horizontal mullion, because we wanted to really highlight more the edges. And what you see here is basically a very subtle kind of nod to what the facade is with the lighting design. On the day-to-day operations of the building, this is a new building, and TD has a flexible workplace policy. So the employees have badges and they can go anywhere they want to work. They can go to any of the buildings. Because this building was new, everyone wanted to come here, and when they came, they liked it so much that they kept coming, and they were kind of all running the capacity of the elevators because the client didn't foresee the volume of people that wanted to come in here. Part of that is new, and part of that is novel, and the facade offers that. and also the level of comfort that is achieved in the interiors. We've been reported that they are not putting down the shades because there is almost no need to do that, and that results in a more comfortable environment for views, and that happens through multiple floors in the building. So what we have here is a building with a very unique profile and texture that is derived from some performative aspects. And again, that's derived from an evolution of a facade that we had developed before, and we adjusted it to like local conditions. It is a LEED Platinum certified and is a WELL certified building. It has its own personality, and the client is very happy with that building. Now, the third project, this project is still in the works. We just finished SD. We're going to go into DD hopefully soon. It's the Forum International Tower. And in this project, with the support of the client, we really wanted to push to what can be done with buildings that we have not done today and what makes sense. So we took a further evolution of the FKI facade and tried to see what we could do with this. This project is in Cairo. So it's very sunny, and so we saw the opportunity to get a solar power building, and we were trying to integrate new technologies into the story of the building. The idea was to create a system that is blended with other systems of the building to create something that is more optimal in terms of performance. So this project is really a study of what is possible with the technologies that we have at hand and how we can use them. The building is designed to be a life cycle net zero carbon with offsetting the embodied emissions in 35 years and being operation neutral day one. So for that we have different strategies. We are being very aggressive with those goals. And so we are aiming to achieve a 58% on reduction of carbon for materials, through the use of low carbon materials, 46% in energy reduction through the use of smart design and technologies, 74% water reduction using the same strategies. The most important component, however, is the energy production strategy. We are looking into power this building with hydrogen 100%. And the facade will produce 25% surplus of power that will go back into the city. So that's how this building, that's the strategy that we are testing and we are studying. We have a great team that is supporting us with this effort, and the client is very supportive as well. So in context, this is a global precedent. We have projects in Mumbai, Milan, and Copenhagen that are aiming to do this at a certain scale. Because we are in a latitude that is very sunny, because the technologies that are around PV have evolved, so we are more efficient now, and because of the sheer size of the project, we are outputting about 4 times what is in the market today. So we are looking at a building that, when it goes to the market, is going to be one of the best performing buildings that is out there. What we really want to tackle with this project is the offset situation, right? So the offsets, when you buy them, they actually don't solve the current practices that are not good, and they just kind of kick the problem down the line, and they do not eliminate the carbon emissions that we need to eliminate today. So this project is aiming to do exactly that. See, we can actually do a project in which we can do no offsets. The math behind it and the strategy behind it is something like this. What you see in the dark gray is the operational carbon. What you see in yellow is what we are providing with PV. So we are offsetting some of that carbon through the generation of clean energy that will be a surplus. The other 2 strategies that are normally done are the blue, which is the load shifting. As grids get cleaner and power gets more clean, offsets will happen by themselves, but the main part will be buying the offsets, which is the green, and that's the thing that we want to tackle. By using 100% hydrogen, we can offset today, day one of operations, both the load shifting offsets and the offsets that will be bought. So what that does for us is we create a negative emission building that is operationally independent today and embody carbon neutral in 35 years. We go from being a consumer of resources and a producer of CO2 to be a contributor of resources, right? So what is the value with that? What happens when you can design a building that can actually make energy that somebody else can use for something? What happens there is that of value for a municipality or a city. We went to the city and we say, is this of any benefit to you that we will give you power as opposed to use your power? Is it of benefit to you on your grid and on your network? And the answer was, of course, yes, it is beneficial. So because we are providing 25% of power surplus that we will be willing to put back into the grid, they are drafting a policy that results in a 20% increase depending on how much power we're able to actually put out there. So this is an illustration on how through design we can start to influence policy in a certain way. The way we did it in this building was hydrogen, number one. But number two, to be able to output the power back into the grid, we use the facade with integrated PVs in anywhere we could, with the difference that we really wanted to be as minimalistic as possible to tackle carbon. We wanted to produce power, but also use as little carbon as possible. We have 6 facade types, 5 of which produce power in one way or another. The main facade covers basically all the office space. This is an office building too, same typology. In this case, we opted to use a very flat facade. We didn't angle it. We had a better latitude that helped us for that. But we wanted to start minimizing the amount of material that we will use to mitigate carbon. Also, a little less volume because the facade is not volumetric, a little less volume to cool, and that will also reduce operational carbon. So the carbon story gets folded into this facade. That's a concern that we didn't have for the Toronto project or the Korea project. So the facade, changes throughout the day. We embedded PVs within the glass. And we created shapes and patterns that were locally acceptable, right? So we wanted to also incorporate notions of art and culturally relatable patterns into the facade, so it's also kind of an art piece. Facade number 2 is a modification of that one. Here we get closer to the core, the needs for light is less, therefore we could put more PVs. And that's what you see right in the middle of those two. Facade number 3 is at the core, and that's where we really put the most density of PVs for maximum power generation. We orient the core to get the maximum orientation for sun as well. And that's what you see here in the very middle. Facades number 4 and 5, they happen at the atrium. We have an atrium right in the middle in between the two cores. This is a split building. We wanted to create a very grand space. For here, we needed clarity and transparency as an architectural feature of the project. So we didn't put as many PVs here, but we had shading devices and we put PVs on top of those to generate some power. That's the illustration of that facade, and that's what we really wanted to do with that. So that's why we wanted to be a little different. So we minimized the area and we put some PV, but not a lot. And finally, the facade in the back is just clear. The sun just didn't get there enough for it to make sense. So that's completely clear. It has no PVs. There are other locations of the building in which we integrated more photovoltaics. The canopy is one of them, and that created a feature. And also in the top, we put some PVs where we needed shade. So we really tried to use the PV strategy in as many locations as we could. And in the hopes to bring to the market one of the best performing buildings to date, and the facade is central to that approach. Now, that is where we want to talk about the power meeting policy, right? In FKI, we saw how policy kind of drove the architecture. This one kind of went all the way around, and now we are through the building trying to influence policy, trying to offer something to cities that they can agree to and take advantage on, and then people benefit from it. So this takes us to the idea of building a stock of infrastructure and how buildings can really work together and be more meaningful contributors to a circular economy, and how they fall into a bigger picture. Now, you think about infrastructure, national infrastructure. You have transportation, data, fiber, logistics, power. Question is, can building, if we network them, can become part of that national infrastructure? And that's what we're trying to get to with this idea, right? So if we can influence policy, can that become then something bigger? Can they be connected? Can we do something interesting with them? And again, facades are a central part of that. Now, when you look at the timeline from now until 2050, what you see here is more like national and institutional efforts. Before we saw more like company, private sector efforts. So now our industry has the capacity to do things like this to start to influence how this gets addressed. So to conclude, I'll leave you with this slide is the idea of utilizing system-based platforms to promote buildings as infrastructure and reposition them as stronger economic assets. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Luis. Beautiful projects, kind of merging the practical and the poetic. So we're going to switch things up. We're going to have a panel now, so bear with us. I think we're going to be bringing some chairs on stage. So while that happens, I'm going to take a quick poll. How many here are attending their first ZAC World of Facades conference? Quite a few. Welcome, everybody. How many of you have traveled from out of town to be here? All right, quite a few. Welcome. Welcome to the beautiful fall weather of New York City. All right, how many architects do we have? Most of you. How many engineers? More. I thought there'd be more of you. Welcome. Contractors? Great. Vendors? Suppliers? They're all out at the expo. I see there's a couple of you. All right. Who did I miss? All right. Owners. Any owners? Okay, hi, welcome. Okay, so next up, I believe we, looks like chairs are ready, almost. So we're gonna be having a panel discussing the 70 Hudson Yards, excuse me. So they're gonna be moderated by Hagen Skutt, who is the Senior Vice President for the design of Hudson Yards from the related companies. And he's gonna introduce the panelists. So welcome, everybody.
Good afternoon. And we're the last ones between us and lunch, but we're going to keep this interesting. So I'll introduce my panel quickly, just consecutively. Rock Lee from DeSimone Consulting, Michael Lin from Gensler, Breen Mahoney from Roger Ferris and Partners, and Andrew Black from New Hudson Facades. So I'm going to keep this about where it's a little bit of a walk, a little bit of journey. This project started in 2019. And it's going to talk about the relationship between facade, planning, what goes into an office building, what has changed over the last, say, 5 years, especially during COVID. We all heard office is dead, buildings are dead. That's not true. So I'm going to talk about that. Okay, so team. Talk about what I do. So Related is a little bit different, I think, than some other developers. We have a kind of a tripartite structure with a development manager, a construction manager, a design manager. And with that, we're focused on best in quality placemaking. And with that, we have our own in-house design and construction team that's supplemented by trade contractors such as New Hudson Facades, a company that we actually created to control our own pipeline destiny. When we built Hudson Yards, we had to deliver 5 million square feet of curtain wall. We were not going to leave that up to chance. And then as we have an in-house management team also that gives us quite a bit of feedback on how we operate our buildings. I think most people here know about Hudson Yards, 28-acre master plan campus on the west side of Manhattan, very close to here. We're about halfway through the project right now. East Yard's fully built out. The project we're talking about today is 70, which is the up the circle on the right there, right next to the Spiral, just to the north of the Spiral site. The building is a mixed site. It's not a full block. It's a little different than the other projects. We have one of our own buildings directly to the east as a party line condition, more challenging, and there's a small old 6-story brick out parcel building. But we are directly situated against the 7-line extension, which was really one of the key successes of Hudson Yards, is being able to bring masses of employees and workers and people living in Hudson Yards. The site, again, here, this is where we are today. Site's directly next to the Spiral. one thing about Hudson Yards that's always been important for all the buildings is the zoning implies there's a podium with a tower typically on all the sites here. So the fabric of what happens on these podiums, the texture, style, architecture, there's a scale to it that's important. And that was something that was very important that we continued on for 70 Yards as we go. So it's kind of a collated collage of image of podiums at which is really incredible architecture. And four of these are New Hudson facades, actually. So this is where we were in 2019. It was always going to be a million plus, 45-story financial service tenant-driven building, post-tension concrete, 13.9 floor to floor. We had made a decision very early that this was going to be a triple glazed glass system. We were responding back to the local law 97 requirements for carbon emissions. So right away we decided we're going to go lean very heavily into performance, energy performance, triple glazing, air source heat pumps, DOAS, all electric. We had an articulated stone screen at the point, but there was already an idea here about the podium being very something different, and it's a little hard to tell here, but the podium screen is actually pulled off the glass. It's a double screen system at the podium. That's a feature you'll see that's kind of survived through all the iterations of the last 5 years. It was a more traditional building, a center core building, had a mechanical setback for financial service in the middle, but a much more traditional core, center core. We were a month away from filing. We all know what happened in March of 2020. City went dead. Everything stopped. At this point, I think the point here is buildings without people are useless. They're not buildings anymore. They're billboards. And that's where we landed. And at that point, people were like, what's going to happen? People are at home. No one's working. So we really had to go back and rethink what makes buildings valuable. The other thing, out of control, everyone knows about the inflation, building costs. At the time, we were maybe a third of the way through this code, and it kept getting worse. These are principles that the GENS are actually identified and published in an article later in 2023, but a lot of these items we were already considering about how workers, they want mobility, a choice of how they work, privacy. I think everybody knows what it looks like when you work in a big open work environment. It's workstations, you can't focus, you don't have that ability to do what you really need to do and get work done. And then hybrid work, there's still ability to, you're maybe not there full time. A lot of our tenants, they hotel, they don't have fixed locations for their employees, so you have to think a little differently how work works. And then health and quality of life. Number one for most employees, they'll tell you, is they want well-being, they want outdoor spaces, they want food options. Those are the things that are really valuable for employees. And it turns out we were already thinking about these things. That's one of the stories, is we were already there. Lease steps. This has a big driver on facade in terms of the deeper lease spans means higher floor to floor. You have to think about how do you solve that in an envelope. But what the deep spans do for you is they allow neighborhooding, where you start creating pods of different kind of work types. And that flexibility is extremely important to all the workplace that's driving through around the world at this point. Different options, just showing how core configurations might work. Now, we had started with a traditional core. At one point, we were actually looking at a supersized kind of 425 Park, side core, fully side core building. We had looked at a corner core, a little more unusual, but taking advantage, thinking about views and what we have. In the end, we came up with a little bit of a hybrid. We got it back to a kind of a center side core scheme that had the best of both worlds for lease steps, spans, and orientation of the building. And here you can see, with the depth we have, a roughly 59 feet span here, 15-foot floor to floor now bumped up to, that gives us 1310 clearances. A little bit of zoning configurations. At that point, we started to think about, we need to get more air rights. We need to make the building more financially viable. We need to put more juice in the building. Looking at different views, what that means for zoning. Amazing views. Once we get the building, we realized the views actually to the north and northeast are unbelievable, amazing views. So these are all planning things that we think about when we build our buildings. Exterior terraces. We all knew that everybody loves the terraces. These are terraces at 55 we built. Fantastic, very well received. These were actually deployed on demand, but we are going to be building them full in the building day one for tenants now. And now I'm going to start about where we were once we picked the things back up in 2022, after a little pause, started looking at the buildings, started talking about terraces, more terraces, podium screen, evolving. Now it became a little bit more, is Is it just the podium? Do we want to treat the tower a little differently? How do we treat terraces? Are they a feature in the building? Where do they want to go? On the back side of the building, we realize the back side of the building is facing northeast is a very still important facade, very prominent in the campus of where we are. And again, there are a lot of form and exploration in terms of what those terraces are as a design element, how they're integrated, the terrace, the articulation of the facade, all things we started to look at. How we build this podium fin, and we're going to show a lot more details about this in a minute, but this detail we've been looking at since 2019-20. First it was stone, then it was terracotta, eventually it got to metal, aluminum, but it's been part of the DNA of the building the entire time. How to support this, how to cantilever it, how do you unitize this on a module, you take in the movements, all those good things into account. Again, what does it look like on the inside? If we're going to do something like this that is great on the outside of the building, it has to work on the inside. So we always consider from the tenant perspective, what's the implication of these moves? This was studying just which way the angles of the fins want to move. What's the best orientation that we think they look, what's the greatest appearance for this? Material studies, we started early, we've moved a little bit on, but there's ideas about warmer materials, real materials, that's always been very important to us. And then the top of the building incorporated an air source heat pump farm. So one of the things we always have to figure is how do you navigate? You have a mechanical floor with active louvers, you've got also a screen on top with open air source heat pumps. So this is something we're still continuing to work through these details today, but in evolution of tower tops we think are always important. Again, how you compose these terraces as elements within the building. What happens on the backside? Is it going to be curtain wall, metal panel? We're actually back to a metal panel again for some reasons, just for a constructability issue, and we'll talk about that in a little bit. But it's evolved. Shape, we've gone through. Can we actually build these shapes? And as it turns out, a lot of this they look really cool when you do a lot of these moves. They're actually terrible for space planning. So we can't rent these floors when we have floors like this. So I think the exercise was to go back and forth. What works when you start to have columns, say, inboard of the column line, that's terrible for planning. So moves that are, expressive to the building, you really have to think about, are they for the benefit of the interior of the building as well? So it's just the key point. The podium, the fins themselves, what are they? We were starting to look at terracotta here at the point. Does it have texture? Do they have shape? We do mock-ups. We love to build mock-ups. So this was actually a foam mock-up that we had Bednark build for us. Those are foam painted, just to think about shape. And this is, I think, the first time we came up with the football shape where we've landed now. Different explorations of shapes, testing those out. We could spin them around, what they look like inside and out, texture. And we looked at, again, we kept going. We don't stop with the design, I think, until we get to the point we have a tenant like, oh, now we have to be finalized on it. But there starts to be a little more articulation in the tower. What is it? The grid, and focus on the grid. Here, where it's the expression of the form is a little bit of it's derived from the podium, but that form is now carried up into the tower. There's like a half round pier. There's now another element that's the white band is a ceramic frit that gives another level of finesse. Tartan grid, a little urban grid scale to the building. And we still continue to do more iterations. These are the primary details on the building, the podium fin, the typical feature up in the tower, and the pier. So these are fairly large, expressive elements on the exterior of the building. More or less where we are today, although we're continuing to evolve. I'll just pan through some of these. Stone portal entrances. We care about what it feels like at the scale from a distance. The terraces at the top have also evolved, and there was an idea that the top 3 floors are the really special penthouse floors for the optimum office tenant. It's also as a signal for anyone that can look up and say, hey, I'm on those floors up in the building. That matters to tenants. Where we are now, just again, how we relate to the podiums. Now, one other thing that came up, so most of you are familiar or have heard about City of Yes, so legislation that went into effect at the end of last year. Within City of Yes, there's a ultra low energy bonus if you are all electric and you achieve 15% better than baseline New York City energy code. You're allowed a 5% zoning bonus on your deductions. That was very valuable to us, and we were already pretty far there As it turned out, there were only a few extra moves we had to do, but really it's about optimizing your energy billing systems. Insulation and you have to be top line energy values. We actually added a second coating to our triple glazing to help us boost up a bit more. And then we basically have back insulation everywhere on this building. We are looking at 2 Guardian coatings, but if you look at these values, so solar heat gains very low, but U values with the second coating getting us down to like a 0.12 to system values that are 0.23. Very, very high performing values. Just to give you a sense of when you do this energy calculation to figure out where you are, we were already at a baseline needing about 5% more. We wanted to go in, if you need 15%, let's go in at 17%, make sure we're safe. But if you look at the percentages that are facade, it's little bits and pieces. When you do this, you got to throw the kitchen sink at it to get to the achievement that you need. In the end, we opted for we already triple glazed. We added the second coating. We improved the insulation values. We did look at BIPV, and it would have a significant boost. In the end, the integration for us at that point was challenging. So I think if you're going to go PV, you really have to have a plan for that early on. We had a condition, a lot line window. It was be very hard to install, very hard to service. In the end, we realized we had enough buffer with other measures we were doing to make it work. But again, baseline versus New York Energy Code plus BOD, but very, very, very high performing values. By the way, we're still at 45% window wall ratio, even though the baseline is 40%. So you can offset that with better performance. One other thing came up, I think most people maybe have heard about SWIP and DEP now, the requirements for green roofs on building. This is something we had to integrate. We already have a farm full of equipment. We told them, by the way, there's going to be trellises and catwalks full of equipment. Nope, we still want the green roof, even though it's underneath. Bird glass, another thing that came into effect. That's a Guardian, the second generation on the upper right on this image right here. I know there's samples outside to look at. We're going to be using this on the entire podium and all our terraces. And I think from our perspective, I know our projects, we have very few that have actually gone through with bird glass at this point, but from our perspective, our executives, they see the dots, they see the lines, no way. So I think there's a future there. We love building mock-ups. This is actually a full scale. There's Andy holding up some metal samples here for us. This is how we make decisions on what to go next. We're actually changing the color as a result of this. We're actually going to it's called Lexus Bronze. It's the Axo Noble coating that we used at Lantern House. And this is more the palette of where we're going today. Stone at the base and storefronts. Lighting. So one of the cool things is we're going to integrate lighting at all these fins and features create a really beautiful halo effect here. The integration of the lighting into this podium structure is been challenging to figure out the routing and how we're going to do it. We're almost there. Where you locate these, basically a spot in the rail pointing up at the side of the fin. There's some mock-ups that One Lux has been doing here. Crown also, we're going to have the fins at the top of the building, same thing, various tiers of lighting. So this is a little bit more detailed look at where we are now with the podium, with the rails, and so each one of this is a 10-foot on center grid. Basically, there's a moment arm, takes the kick of each unit back into the building and 10 feet on center. And a little more detailed images of how this rail works. So essentially that rail has to take lighting, all the power into it, and then you see those two stainless kickers are taking the load back into the building. It's been very helpful to work through these kind of details live. We're going to talk about the design as this process. I think that's been vital and crucial to get through details like this in a very fast-paced, breakneck pace. And kind of where we are today. And top of the terrace now we're at this sort of I want to call it Brady Bunch, but or Hollywood Squares, I should say. But two-story duplex terraces here, very similar to what we did at 55 Hudson Yards. These are the terraces on the northeast now. They're single-story stacked, double. They alternate every other floor, but we think these are going to be extremely popular for all the tenants. And that's where we are today. So we're in the ground going, and we still have work to do, and we have to catch up because we're about to catch up. So with that, I think we'll leave it out to the panel now. And let's get my topics here. So one thing I wanted to talk about was high performance facade design innovation. So let's talk about what's important in facade design as it relates to commercial office buildings. So I'll just leave it up to you guys.
Sure. So we're responsible for, in tandem with Gensler, working on the exterior envelope of the building. And I think Hagen went through a number of the particular performance attributes of the facade, so I won't go through that. From our standpoint, there are really two areas that we found most impactful in this project. One is transparency optimization. I mean, for all intents and purposes, it looks like a glass building. But at 40% transparency, we worked, it was long because of COVID, but we worked very directly with the Gensler team and with Related about understanding what the internal pressures were from a programming standpoint, where transparency wanted to be, and also balancing that with the urban context, where on the exterior, you want to be focusing your views out towards the Hudson River, views into the yards itself. So there's this idea of optimization of transparency. What do we do with that 40% of transparent glass in the most effective manner? The other one was dimension and relief. This is a particularly deep facade. There are elements in this facade that provide provide shadowing and activity on the exterior envelope. The way we sort of saw that is using the face of glass as a mediating factor. There are projecting elements that are generally defined by cost management, right? There is a budget that we're working with, and how much of a relief can we put in this building within the context of that budget? Within the glass, line of glass, there is this idea of reveals, more minimalist details that actually have a broader impact on the performance metrics of the building, working very closely with DeSimone and with New Hudson Facade, understanding to what extent we can get that relief in the facade without compromising the overall performance of the wall was quite critical in this project.
Michael, maybe you could talk a little bit of from the interior side out perspective.
I think what's really interesting about us is from the very, very beginning, we told ourselves we're going to design a building that's obviously beautiful, but also works completely from the inside out. And a lot of that has to do with how we have that ultimate flexibility with our leasing depth, how we had to redesign the core after COVID because there's a different demand on wellness and health. The terraces weren't just an architectural feature, but it was strategically placed and sized because of what we understand about how tenants use the space. So all that is incorporated, and Hagen touched upon how we were able to pivot to meet the City of US requirements. It's also because we are already there. We just need to tune it up a little bit, adding an extra DOAS unit, the air source heat pump farm up there with the shafts that come down. It's all part of the system that we've already done. It's just tweaking it a little bit. So we were able to pivot so quickly. As soon as it came out, we thought, oh my God, this is an amazing opportunity for us to actually have more floor area, obviously, but as part of it is that performance, we can do a better building together.
Yeah. I think we have large lights of glass. We have again, we're reacting to very sophisticated tenants who come to our buildings, and part of the switch in the middle is the renderings kind of midway through. I show you that it landed at 800,000 square foot anchor tenant who believed in what we were doing. So we really believe in the curb appeal of these buildings and the importance of all the things that we talk about, we preach, that we deliver. It's not just talk. You have to do what you believe in. I want to talk about the design assist process, and Rock, I'll get your perspective on this. What makes our design assist process maybe more successful, or maybe a little bit different than maybe some other processes that typically most people think about design assist? You come in, it's VE, it's how do I cut money out? It's not about how do I optimize. And talk about how maybe we've done it a little bit differently.
Right. I mean, oftentimes the design assist, maybe many of you have been involved in, is about race to the bottom. What do we cut out? How do we make it cheaper? I think what Hagen mentioned was that a lot of the kind of the standards and the quality that was being sought in the project was baked in early. So again, the emphasis about switching over to CityFS standards is that we were outperforming a lot of the baseline requirements to begin with. And with that, I think there was a very close kind of collaboration within all the groups with Ferris's office, and the emphasis was not on how do we get this to work, meet the minimum. It's about how do we get it to achieve the key aesthetic quality. How do we make this detail the best we can make it? And it's about achieving really the details of how we make this work out. And with New Hudson Facades, just again, the example of the fins, just going through all that fin design, the shape, profiling, how do we integrate the lighting, the fixtures, everything. And I think that was that collaborative approach was very productive.
Andy, give your perspective.
Yeah, I think we had a good opportunity to kind of be presented with key elements of architectural intent, key performance metrics, and then be able to work out details immediately, feedback off of them, try to find out if it works, if it doesn't work, maybe if we tweak it this way or this way, we can get the thermal back to where we need it to be. I think the team itself was very collaborative. I think they were very clear on architectural intent, what was important to them. I think they were very clear on what the requirements were as far as performance goes, and it was really easy to be able to work through details and kind of solve problems as a team. I mean, I think a lot of facade contractors might kind of come into a process like this and try to push cost one way or push the design one way to fit a certain standard. And I think our opportunity in this project was to evaluate details, evaluate designs for performance, cost, and present that back to the team. And as a team say, hey, this is the implication of the requirements that have been presented. So I think it was great. It was great.
Yeah, I mean, I think we're a little bit privileged in the sense because related can lean so heavy into New Hudson Facades for this kind of design assist scope, but literally to take sketches and Bluebeam markups and very quickly turn them into real details and evaluate them for energy, thermal, performance, constructability. And I think that's probably one of the biggest things that we do early is we don't design anything that we can't understand how to build it immediately. If we look at it and say, how do we build that? It's one of the first things we do. And there have been changes that have come out of that as a result. We've gone down some directions, features we wanted to integrate and say, hey, we've got to pivot because we've got some very hard conditions. We've got a lot line condition that's hemmed in from a terrace on one side. Very, very challenging area to build on a building. So these are things that, we took a little walk on a couple of these directions, but I think having that discussion be part of the DA process from detailing all the way through installation has been key.
On that note too, a lot of times you think about influencing the design, how do you design the building? We actually looked at it from an operational point of view. How do you install the building? What are your access points?
BMU, facade maintenance, how do you deal with that screen? I think that was, even in 2019, we were looking at that. How do we service the area of that glass behind that screen? And having answers for those like operationally, how you manage a building. You can't just design it and walk away. We own these buildings. We have to manage them and maintain them. So those are all, holistically, everything matters.
Yeah, that's right.
I think. I was saying we're all very honest the way we approach the problem. We know exactly what needs to go in there. So we want to just start right away to try to solve the BMU problem. The Northeast Terrace, that design is not the easiest design. It's a very complicated design because they're inset every other floor. So the way that we're going to maintain that whole Northeast is a very complex way of designing. So we had to start from the beginning, design in a very honest and functional way.
Yeah, I think it's all about leveraging the upfront thought contributions. I think that oftentimes you find these processes to be sort of separate and incongruous, where you spend much of your thought leadership up front going through the design process, working through the design details, only to find out that perhaps it's over budget or perhaps there's an installation issue and you go backwards a little bit. the benefit of this process with all the strategic partners up front is that it's very parallel and it's very integrated. Andy and his team have been doing fabrication drawings alongside us doing SD, DD, and now CD drawings. There isn't any real going back there. As Hagen mentioned in the beginning, having everybody here, there is an opportunity to evaluate the design intent, right? What are the merits of a design? On all facets, really. What are the engineering attributes that have to go into that process, right? What do you have to solve, and how do you solve that most efficiently and effectively? And then finally, how are you going to execute the project? We're having those discussions literally from the start of our end of our concept early SD, and I think that makes a big difference for where we are today.
Okay. I want to talk about the podium design, and because I think it's such it's really the front face iconic image of the building. It's important from a pedestrian landscape. It's the front door of the building. It's the first thing people experience, and it's been a common feature almost the entire time. I think we went away from it a couple of times, but we came back to it and said, this is amazing. This is awesome. We have to do this. So maybe I want to talk about maybe the challenges, some of the features, and maybe the evolution of that design.
Yeah, sure. I think that Hudson Yards has a very particular zoning regulation where it mandates essentially a base around the entire yards, which has a continuity of a street wall, and then there are a series of towers that sit on top of these bases. There are some buildings that deviate from that in a way here or there, but generally that's the nature of the yards. And so, as Hagen showed in the beginning, if you walk around the yards, there is, I think, a very concerted effort by the architects who have practiced there to focus on the base of buildings, right? To create some animated public realm in the very locality that people interact with. At least that was our strategy with the tower. It's an approach of scales, right? You have a very particular scale for the tower of the building, which is an oversized grid that helps people sort of digest the height of a tower. It gives it urban context in the cityscape. And then at the base of the building, you have this screen wall where we sort of think about it as this filigree that sort of wraps the building at an elevation, a very particular elevation, where people can interact with it. People can recognize the further articulation of an architectural detail. It's not lost, 800 feet in the air. The screen wall is maximized in terms of its projection by zoning, so people can actually, will be able to, walk around the building and really visually interact with it, right? Really just get into the space in between. I think that's a very unique experience, a very novel experience for buildings, in this city in particular. And then from the interior, we worked back and forth and did a lot of studies about what the impact of such a screen would be, right? There is some sun shading involved there. The dominant face of this building is west, hence the vertical fins, if you will. But this screen, we think, again, we're somewhat biased, that it presents this, really great opportunity for a series of framed apertures within the office space. Every 10 feet, you have this moment that's captured by this screen that's outside the building. So it's a very particular, I think, unique approach. From a technical side, it's very interesting. It was very interesting us working with the team here because you have essentially your unitized curtain wall system, right? That's your standard system up and down the building. But in this instance, it's serving as a structural carrier frame for this projected screen wall, which was, I think, and Rock and Andy can talk about that, presented, at least for us, some very interesting challenges to solve.
Yeah. It did.
How about those challenges?
Yeah.
We figured it out.
Yeah, it's all done. The screen itself is actually not on the same grid as the curtain wall panels. Normally what you'd like to do is you'd like to take a fin and put it on the curtain wall panel and then install the curtain wall panel. We couldn't do that. We only had one connection point per every two fins, Thanks, Breen. We had the horizontals were about 10 feet, so they spanned too. So we had a lot of building movements that had to get taken up in that screen wall and limited places where we can actually connect. So we did some pretty clever things with moment connecting frames and trying to capture the moment out in the screen wall and not bring it back into the mullion pairs, to try to slim up the connection back into the system. But yeah, it was a fun problem to solve.
I think it further complicates it by some of the slides that Hagen showed earlier. There's thankfully we went, well, not thankfully, those were some very material unique issues, but thankfully we went from stone, which was incredibly heavy and would be more cumbersome, I think, visually, seeing the screen wall, to metal, which was a benefit. But there are so many things that are integrated, including the lighting, that made the challenge of keeping very small or minimal profiles small and minimal with getting everything inside.
Yeah, it was interesting going from stone. Stone required a big, heavy steel spline. Rock could probably talk about this, that captured all the wind load. And when we went to aluminum, it turned into kind of a hollow shell, with some stiffeners inside of it, which impacted the weight, impacted the cost, impacted the constructability. It was, so we were able to pretty quickly shift directions and provide feedback on stuff like that.
Yeah, I think that's some of the optimization and collaboration that we were engaged in originally. It was basically 2 layers of facade being installed at 2 separate activity. The entire exoskeleton was being built and infill. So I think a lot of the challenges that were overcome was about just gaining efficiency and how to maintain the original, the aesthetics of what it wanted to be. And I think it's a great resolution right now.
But and I think those kind of, when you have those kind of special design features on buildings, you have to have enough time to do the diligence on them. We had RWDI do a large-scale model wind tunnel study of just the podium with the fins, so we can model them at scale and get design pressures. But it's not something you might normally do on a building. But we kind of thought about this ahead of time and knew we would have to get that in the tunnel early and get data back. And so when you do these kind of special features, I think part of it is planning out the foresight and schedule to make sure you're not gonna run up to something in the end. And we're right up there against releasing our PMU at this point, so we're right there. We talked a little bit about again, design optimization for aesthetic appeal, and I think in the end we're all here about making things look beautiful. Fundamentally, they have to work well, but I think it's that fight over talk about the fighting for inches, fighting for a quarter inch here and there, and like part of that design assist process is just something that's we have to do every day.
Yeah, Breen's sick of me saying no to him, that's for sure.
No one says no.
I think, for instance, there was a big desire to have the glass project out a little bit from the framing of the glass. And if you add roughness to the exterior of the building, you actually invite more boundary conditions, and you can make it perform worse. And performance is a big driver for us. So we did a lot of back and forth with how much can we have these small projections, feature into the building, but still maintain thermal breaks and still maintain the performance we want. I mean, that happens all the time. This was a really smooth process though, because it seemed like every week we'd come with a detail that was a compromise, and you guys didn't like it, and then we went and compromised some more.
I'm glad you think it's good.
But that's kind of the nature of driving towards the most optimal solution. Whether it be cost, thermal performance, structural performance, whatever the case is.
I feel like such a bad guy. But come on, I think that's listen, as an architect, you're always pushing limitations in one way or another, and it was really helpful. Again, this gets back to the design assist process, having everybody at the table. We could have those conversations. We could present a design, theory on the table and understand, describe what we see as the benefits and the challenges of it, and then the team here would introduce a whole nother series of opportunities and challenges. And, the design intent stayed more or less consistent, I think, from the start. You can see this in some of the images to where we are today. But the way we're achieving that is actually quite different in a lot of areas, which was, I think, it was very rewarding from a process standpoint.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, I mean, if anything, I think having the collaborative process very transparent, non-siloed, we're all in each other's hair. I think we probably meet collectively like 4 times a week on this project, on various meetings to solve these issues and resolve them. And again, it starts from the beginning and goes all the way through by the time we're installing and hanging panels on the building. You got to have a plan for everything. So I think it's been, I think the DA process on this has been, I think, enlightening, because I think we had to pause and we turned things off, and nature abhors a vacuum. So sometimes when you're not as motivated, you might tend to drift a little and you start going down different paths. As soon as we had that tenant, okay, go now. Right. Now it's go. We got to go figure this out now, and we have. But I think it's having that openness within our group, I think is how we were able to pull this off. Yeah. But I do want to kind of emphasize again back to this idea of facade being integral to the process of planning buildings from an interiors perspective. And I think that you really can't divorce the use from the expression, and it should go the other way as well. So I think holistically, that's how we approach our building design. Again, always inside out, but with an idea that we want beautiful, amazing buildings that appeal to our tenants or residents or whoever we're designing buildings for. But having that, you have to think about buildings are for people. And we spend a lot of time talking about energy and performance and carbon and all these other things. In the end, it's about people, and I feel like the industry has drifted a little bit away from that in the last year. And like in the end, if you don't think about who your end user is in the end, you're missing the boat. So, and if we have any other follow-up thoughts, otherwise I think we're great.
Perfect timing.
I feel great.
Great. Thank you. We're all hungry. Great. Thank you. All right.
Hello. Hi. As you're leaving, just a reminder, please take your belongings with you. This room is going to be reconfigured into 3 rooms. If you do not take your stuff with you, you'll have to come back and find it in one of those 3 rooms.
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to Track A. I hope you enjoyed the lunch. And I hope the presentations don't put us all to sleep now, but no, just kidding. Zach is worried. I would like to introduce our first speaker, Zach Crown from Cook Fox. He's an associate partner there, and he will be speaking about the Bruce Springsteen Archives and Center for American Music. Please welcome Zach.
Thank you, Samir. Welcome to my conference. That's a bad joke. Okay, sorry. Zach Cron, Cook Fox Architects, right? Okay. I'm an associate partner there, and today we're going to talk a little bit about the Bruce Springsteen Archives and Center for American Music. It is actively under construction. Will be opening next summer, and it's located in Monmouth University in New Jersey. So in 2018, we received a RFP. The design brief was to design the archives for this man, Bruce Springsteen, who over the course of 50 years has become an icon in American music. He's still out there touring and releasing albums today. And if that wasn't nerve-wracking enough of a design brief, it had to be housed within a museum dedicated to American music. So when I was asked to participate in the project in 2019, I was a little bit nervous. I wasn't so familiar with his music, but I think where I ended up connecting to his music, his songs, and some of the characters in his stories is this idea of a spirit of place. As Bruce Springsteen is very proud to be from a working class community in New Jersey. His songs are about the members of that community and the relationships and struggles, loss and love. I'm not a music expert, so you can rely on your own interpretations of it. But for me, that's where really I connected, because I believe that as an architect, buildings can do that too. They can connect us to a place. They can create a sense of community, and they can tell stories that connect each other. So, as I had mentioned before, the project is located at Monmouth University. It's on the Jersey Shore. You might ask yourself, why Monmouth University? And ultimately, it's kind of at the intersection of a number of important places in the early life and career of Bruce Springsteen. So much so that this is a picture of him playing with his predecessor to the E Street Band, Steel Mill, on the steps of the Great Hall at Shadow Lawn, back when it was Monmouth College before it became a university. Just to the west of Monmouth University is Freehold, New Jersey, where Bruce grew up, and in a working class community that helped inform and shape his opinions on life that made its way into his music. Just east of Monmouth University is Asbury Park. This is a photograph of him taken in 1979, same photo shoot as the first image I showed. This is where he and the E Street Band cut their teeth playing at clubs like the Stone Pony, and they dedicated their first album to this place, Greetings from Asbury Park, New Jersey. And just down the road from the project site, about a 20-minute walk, is 7.5 West End Court, where Bruce wrote the entirety of Born to Run. Some would say was the album that catapulted him to international stardom. On the campus itself, we envisioned the site and the building itself to be kind of the third anchor to two monumental buildings that already exist on campus. You can see on the bottom of this slide, the Great Hall at Shadow Lawn, that was designed by Horace Trumbauer. If you're fans or familiar with the movie Annie, it's the location where it was shot. That's Daddy Warbucks' house. Across the road is the Guggenheim Memorial Library, which was designed by Carrere and Hastings, which oddly enough is also the architect of the office where our firm is located, 250 West 57th Street on the 17th floor. We take inspiration from a number of different places, but as I mentioned before, what was really important to us is recognizing the place where he's from and the place where this building is located. This is a photograph by George Tice of the Meadowlands in New Jersey with the Pulaski Skyway and the Kearney Power Plant in the background. To me, this image speaks about ecologies, an ecology of people, civilization, industry, and the ecology of nature, and the ecotones that exist between them. And if you don't dig too deep, you can find in some of the lyrics of Bruce Springsteen that he was also inspired by this. Here's some lyrics from a song of his, Wrecking Ball. I was raised out of steel here in the swamps of Jersey some misty years ago. And thinking about what this building wanted to be, fundamentally, we thought ourselves thinking more and more that it might be good to make a statement from a material standpoint about this place. And we thought about heavy timber and weathering steel. The rest of my presentation, I'll be going through kind of the design approach that we took, and then I'll park out a little bit on some of the sustainability strategies that we undertook, and then some photographs of the progress of construction on site. There's a couple kind of carrots on this slide that you'll see are going to time up with some three-dimensional renderings that our team did that helped establish the vision for the project. The first and most important one is the campus connection. The building rises up out of a native meadowland. We worked with LaGuardia Landscape Architects. It's actually a East Hampton-based landscape architecture firm. The reason why they're an appropriate fit is because this project is also about a mile from the ocean. This is an upland coastal meadow. It's planted with native grasses, and we hope will be a pollinator meadow for some of the native species in the area. You can see a large monitor on the north side. That is the rear wall of the theater, which you'll be seeing some additional images of from the interior as well as construction on site. For anyone who's driving in and coming to the project from the parking lot, this would be the vantage that you would see if there's an event. We created a large amphitheater in the front of the building with the building as a backdrop. The entrance is actually elevated, and so the retaining walls that hold back the earth also create steps and seating area for outdoor performances. And at the upper plaza, before you cross the boardwalk and enter into the project, what we like to say is leaving Monmouth County and entering into the museum, there's a very prominently featured tree. In Bruce Springsteen's book, Born to Run, he wrote extensively about the tree that was in his grandparents' front yard. The working title of our project has been The Memory Tree, because our firm is dedicated to environmental sustainability, biophilia, and connecting people to nature. When you enter into the building, this is essentially the image that we just saw is screened down. You walk into a double height entry hall that immediately defines the space because it's the exact width of the building, helps orient visitors. On the left-hand side, you get your tickets. It's also the gift shop if you want some merch. And immediately, if you're in for the experience, go into a 240-seat theater where there'll be a film by Tom Zimney that describes a little bit about the work of Bruce Springsteen, the project, and the backdrop of American music. This is an early rendering that we did that describes that moment. You can see that the university is framed by this window in the background. We worked with an acoustician to design the space to have the ability to have both live performances as well as amplified performances. I'm sorry, I should say acoustic and non-acoustic performances. Also movies. The way that we tune the space really is that curtain in the back and its ability to open and close based on the sound performance required. They will be doing some archival recordings in here, and so we worked with Saflex, actually with one of their products, to create an interlayer for that glass wall on the rear of this image. The ground floor is dedicated to the experience of American music and the story of American music. It was very important to the board of the Bruce Springsteen Archives and to Bruce himself that if he were to have a museum, he would be placed in a pantheon, right? He stands on the shoulders of those who came before him, so on and so forth. So he understands very humbly that he's just a page or a chapter in American music. And so this is really the first floor experience that people should be understanding first prior to going up onto the second floor and understanding and learning a little bit more about Bruce and the E Street Band. We felt it was very important to be authentic in our selection of materials. We're using mass timber, exposed, or concrete floors. It's a topping slab. We actually have a hydronic radiant system here, but we're trying to keep the overhead and floor condition as kind of clean as possible to allow for a lot of flexibility, varying rotating exhibits, as well as give each of these areas kind of a sense of coherent identity throughout a number of different types of installations. And perhaps most importantly on the second floor is the archives themselves. This is where some of the notebooks of Bruce Springsteen and some other important American music artists might be kept, as well as maybe some of their instruments. There's an area where music scholars can utilize the office to help write peer-reviewed papers or books or articles about some of these musical artifacts. And then there's an area that's kind of semi-public, the research area, where if you're a visitor to the museum, you can go in and you can maybe listen to some music that has never been released before. No promises, but I've been told that might be some of the content in the listening booths, and see some of the archival objects that have been brought out in a controlled condition for display. As I'd mentioned before, our firm is dedicated to environmental sustainability, and each project that we take on, it interprets itself in a different way, depending on the project type, the client. For this one, we were really focused on the story of carbon and reducing carbon. So forgive me if I go through some basic science to get to something potentially a little bit more specific to our practice. But on the left-hand side is the natural greenhouse effect, and on the right-hand side, the human enhanced, right? So greenhouse gases. Carbon dioxide is a greenhouse gas, along with some others. And this is important because when we start to talk about material selection, we'll start to talk about global warming potential, right? And so this is what that alludes to. I'm a visual person as an architect and designer, so I was very curious as to what a ton of carbon dioxide looks like, and this is how big it is. AIA 2030 has identified that on an annual basis, we are releasing 15.3 gigatons into the atmosphere just for the built environment, the work that we do. A reminder that a gigaton is 1,000 million tons. 1,000 million of those times 15.3. Okay, so that's us. That's our responsibility, right? To try to manage as best as we can through the work that we do. And there's some tools that are now available to us. They weren't before. And there's a lot of really great research that's gone into this. And our firm, on a pretty regular basis, has been checking in on our projects and how we're doing in this regard. Anyone familiar with the term life cycle analysis or life cycle stages? Okay. On the left-hand side, we have the product stage, the A series, the use stage, B series, and the end of life is the C series. Conventionally, we like to call it in terms of embodied carbon in the A series, operational garbage in the usage, and circularity strategies in the end of life stages. In the dark blue, you'll see something called an EPD, right? I'll get into that a little bit later. You can, and anyone else can, collate the impact of their building and the materials that goes into it using a life cycle analysis software, such as Tally, and understand A through D. We had done the same. A life cycle analysis will give you some really interesting information, not only global warming potential, but also acidification potential, ozone depletion potential, resource depletion, and eutrophication. And it compares itself back to what we would consider to be baseline ingredients, if you will, that go into a building, or standard practice or basis of design. So when we're focused on embodied carbon, how can we make a difference? Well, the selection of mass timber actually really helps us in this regard, okay? The project was of such a scale and of such a size and use group that we could use type 3B construction. You can see that we actually have kind of a hybrid structure here. So that kind of large rectangle, that's the double height entry that when you first come in. On the right-hand side is the theater, and on the left is the archives and the museum. We switched over to a steel superstructure so that we could achieve larger spans. But also, if you can see, there's the beginning of a metal screen that sits on top of the CLT deck. That's where mechanical equipment is. So there's also kind of a structural separation that helps us with acoustics as well. And this slide has a couple of different images on it, but the big topic here is that essentially reducing the amount of carbon can be achieved by utilizing a different superstructure, right? So if you use concrete and steel, if you compare wood to concrete and steel, it's approximately a 60% reduction in the amount of embodied carbon. And you can see a chart that tracks similar on the bottom right-hand corner. It's a little bit tricky to think about this as being a carbon reduction because ultimately whenever we do anything to the environment, we're utilizing carbon. I like to think about utilizing mass timber and framing lumber as being kind of a carbon sink. What the goal is that it's a closed loop, right? Is that you have a tree that grows in a forest, you turn it into a timber product, it becomes a timber building, and at the end of the life, it releases carbon dioxide, which is then sucked up back into the atmosphere again. So even though we talk about kind of plus minuses, really what we're talking about is carbon storage. So this is the factory where that's being fabricated. What's really nice about timber is that it's fabricated in a controlled environment, temperature, humidity controlled. And what we were told by the contractor is that it goes up like Tinker Toys. It's very easy for them to install. There's also something really nice about mass timber because it gives you an immediate sense of what it might look like on the other side of its construction. We received EPDs from both the cross-laminate timber manufacturer, KLH, as well as the glue laminate timber manufacturer, Haslacher. We're using Austrian timber for this project. As I mentioned before, it is a hybrid structure. So we have CMU, we have steel. How do you reduce the carbon in those products? Well, we worked with DeSimone structural engineers, and we put right there on our first page of our structural set that they had to reduce the amount of embodied carbon by 30%. And they had to submit environmental product declarations that identified the same. And then we stuck to it. We rejected concrete mixes that were out of range, right? It's very important that you have follow through on all this and that you have a contractor, fortunately, in our case, Torcon, that said to every bidder during the D-scope, you owe drawings and specifications. How this helps from a LEED standpoint, the carbon components, the materials and resources, as well as the exemplary performance. LEED V5 is very heavily weighted towards carbon, so you'll see this change a little bit in the future. From an operational carbon standpoint, that's where you're seeing the energy and atmosphere points pick up. We designed our building to be all electric, so it's net zero ready. And fortunately, we were able to tie into an existing photovoltaic system that the university already has deployed on campus. It's producing about as much electricity as we utilize on an annual basis. Circularity in design and construction, end of life, goes a little bit beyond reduce, reuse, recycle, and thinks about how you can potentially upcycle things once you start to take them apart. Mechanical connections are your friends in this case, right? This is mass timber. Do the same thing in steel. Steel to mass timber connections, as well as facade connections. The other thing you want to do is you want to make sure that you're specifying healthy products, things that don't pollute or create toxins when they're being dismantled. We have specified that and received them on most of the materials that exist on the exterior of the building. This is a product from Henry, Airblock, that has a Declare label. Our Rockwool also has a Declare label with it as well. And here's some pictures that I'll just go through very quickly, because I know I'm running out of time here, on kind of the progress on site. I think that as architects and facade consultants, we need to make very clear drawings so that our designs can be followed and our aesthetics maintained. So this is just to say, please do that component of the job as best as possible so that we can end up with successful results. This is a drone from about 3 weeks ago. Dissimilar Metal Design is making our panels. BAMCO is the installer. National Glass is doing the windows. Pole is doing the shrouds. Innovation Glass, VS1 system. This is an image of our west facade. We're utilizing vertical solar shades. This is primarily to not have direct sunlight and degrade anything that has archival value, but also bring daylight into the building. We have this return panel detail we were able to get an exhaust vent into. Details are coming along. Tolerance is pretty good. The double height space. There's a clerestory window with the vertical shades. This is the interior of that theater. And I hope that you all come see it in June of next year.
Thank you, Zach. That was such a wonderful presentation. So, staying on the university campus theme, our next presentation is with Thornton Tomasetti's Melissa Wong and Joseph Maragele. Close enough, sorry. But they're going to talk about Columbia University's 600 West 125th Street project. So please welcome Melissa and Joseph.
Hello, everyone. It's great to see you all here today. I'm Melissa Wong, principal with our facade engineering team at Thornton Tomasetti.
I'm Joe Mattigilli, associate on the facade engineering team at Thornton Tomasetti.
As Samir mentioned, we'll be talking to you about one of the projects we're just wrapping up now at Columbia's Manhattanville campus, the 600 West 125th Street project. And today specifically, we'll get into more about the GFRC aspects of the facade. Oops. Oh, that works. So the three main goals we want to touch base on today is to focus on why we select the GFRC as a cladding material for the enclosure, understanding the design intent and how we ended up with this material, but also really get into GFRC's material and what we were looking at for project compliance with standards and test methods and what the performance requirements were for our project. And what's most importantly, looking at the GFRC fabrication process and really honing in on quality control and testing that we had to perform specifically also for our project. Of course, no project is successful without our collaborative partners with our collaboration with Columbia University's Manhattanville Development Group, as well as our design partners at RPBW and Setra Reddy. And our contractor team, all the way from our Pavarini McGovern as the CM, with Walsh and Falke as the facade contracting lead, and Edel Betton, who supply the GFRC for us. Oh, slides got a little funky. Okay.
This wasn't nice.
Okay. So initially, when we looked at the project vignettes with RPBW's team, we were looking at, really what the desired design intent was. So GFRC was kind of thought about in relation to, the initial thought of a reference project that RPBW did in Paris, which really was using ceramic cladding as a material. That desire of the specific sheen of that finish, as well as that kind of idea of a ceramic glaze type tile was really presented to us initially, with this design vignette on the left of looking at panels that were of a fairly larger scale than that ceramic project, but also creating these ribbed profiles that really formed a picture frame around each area of the GFRC panels, and those rib profiles were kind of having different projections, and so we wanted to find a material that can accommodate all those aspects. Apologies on the slides because it seems like a little weird formatting, but so initially we did a lot of research on all types of materials that can fit that design intent, all the way from potential ceramic materials to terracotta to porcelain, and all other different aspects of what can achieve this ultimately this profiled panel that we were looking for. Unfortunately, with a lot of the ceramic materials we saw and talked to the manufacturers about, was one, the formatting didn't quite meet what we needed for our design, and two was being able to accomplish the ribbed profiles within a holistic panel without having to deal with additional attachments or separate pieces. And looking at that and how it also was incorporated back into the curtain wall system that we were achieving, looking at the building scale, we definitely wanted to look at something that provided the efficiency for installation as well as the quality control that was possible for the project. And what we did decide to was approach it with a unitized curtain wall system with the cladding material on the exterior and glazed windows. Some things of note on the project is that because the building is next to the train line, that's the one train that's above ground, acoustics was also a big driver. So all the windows were double laminated IGUs in order to achieve the sound attenuation requirements we needed. The other aspect is that the project was one of the last, I'd say, zone green projects we did in New York City, which many of you know is a program for the zoning aspect to be able to reduce certain square footage from your total zoning square footage if you overachieve on your thermal performance of your facade. And so with that, we needed to really achieve close to R20 for the opaque portions, which, as you know, with a unitized curtain wall is not the easiest to achieve. So what we ended up with final detailing for the project is a unitized system that really was heavily insulated from within the system as well as behind the system, with a really incorporated vapor barrier that was able to be fully sealed on site, and that was part of our special inspections as well to make sure that layer of vapor barrier was controlled. And you see here the GFRC incorporated into the project with attachments that were thermally improved back into the curtain wall system, so that we can transition pretty seamlessly between cladded areas and vision glazing. Oops. And as we went through further design reviews of what potential materials there were for the GFRC, we went through looking at potential options of UHPC or GFRC and other types of materials. And these are just some sample reviews, many samples that we got from many different manufacturers to review with RPBW's team to see what really was appropriate for the project. And when we onboarded with Falke's team after the bidding process, they had also then proposed a GFRC manufacturer that were from Italy as well. So as you know, many times when we use international suppliers, one of the first things we do ask is, do you have documentation of tested aspects of the material so that we can review it according to the US standards. And so some of the materials were tested according to EN standards and some were according to ASTM. So what we did was work closely with the contracting team to come up with a sort of review matrix of understanding, how to compare potential aspects of the GFRC between the European standards and the US standards. First, we honed in on the different components of the GFRC, such as the cement, the aggregates, the fibers, and the admixtures. And then we went further into the actual product specification and compliance and really determined what we needed to achieve according to ASTM testing for the project specifically. And Joe will get into that a little bit later, but working with the contracting team, we decided on what tests we needed to do specific for our projects, such as freeze-thaw testing and flexural strength testing and anchor pull-out tests that we felt were very critical aspects to make sure we can document it according to the US standards.
Cool. So again, now that we have, the product selected, the material selected, we went into, the design aspects of samples, lots and lots of samples, as Melissa had mentioned. And to start, it was more getting the color, the finish, and also benchmark samples that would be used to kind of set the baseline of what would be provided for the final project. So kind of one of the first ones of those was the color range. So given this is a cementitious product, there is going to be some variation between panels. So we wanted to establish what kind of tones would be acceptable. And as long as the produced panels were within that range, they would be accepted for the project. And then we looked into, the specific finish. So part of the original design intent was to have kind of a glossy, polished finish. So we were looking at how that can be achieved on a GFRC panel. So we looked at both polished, unpolished, and we also wanted to understand the limitations of what surfaces could be polished. So at the end of the day, we determined, the flat surfaces, the curved surfaces could be polished, but those ribs, due to the kind of the smaller spaces and kind of small surfaces, it would be very difficult to produce something consistent that's polished on the ribs. So we were able to accept, polishing the flat surfaces, the curved surfaces, but then keeping the rib profiles more of the original matte finish of the GFRC product. So now we have the finish, the color kind of decided on, and then we wanted to see it in the full scale and how it would kind of relate to the adjacent system. So the glazing, there's some metal trims around the glazing, kind of seeing how the different types of GFRC panels would all come together. So this was a mock-up built at Focus facility, and it's kind of the first time we were able to see everything under kind of natural light conditions, to see how light would reflect off the panels and how it would relate to the painted aluminum and glazing finishes, and kind of the flat versus rib panels and the transitions at the corners and the soffit. So it's kind of one of the exciting milestones of the project where you kind of see the vision starting to come to life. So then we wanted to, again, set that benchmark of what would be accepted for the project. So we had full size panels fabricated that would be, maintained at the fabrication facilities on site. So that there's always something to compare the project panels to what's been approved. So part of this benchmark process was kind of evaluating what kind of minor imperfections would be accepted versus not. So on the photos on the right, there were little bug holes. So we determined the threshold of, the size of those and how deep we would accept. And then also at the edge conditions of the ribs, kind of what level of finish would be acceptable. Those were really critical to be as rounded and kind of smooth as possible. So I'll get in further to how that was achieved in the fabrication. And then another aspect was, this is a cementitious material. It's subject to minor chips and spalls. So we wanted to be able to repair what is possible to be repaired, and then also set that, again, visual benchmark of the finish and the level of quality of those repairs. So this is kind of just showing a chip in the surface on the polished surface and how they were able to closely match the kind of original finish of the panels, as well as a spalled corner where you can see it's almost impossible to see that it was damaged in the first place. So as Melissa mentioned earlier, we wanted to test to the ASTM standards, so related to the structural integrity of the material of the panels, the life safety testing for combustibility, surface burning, how this material will sustain over UV exposure and soiling, and then as well as this project-specific anchorage and the capacity of those anchors. So this is kind of some photos of that testing that we had performed with Intertech. So to start was the flexural testing, where they would build project-specific panels, slice them up, and then use from different panels a number of samples to kind of get that baseline of the structural capacity of the panel itself. And then the next set of photos is the UV exposure. So we're looking at up to 2,000 hours of exposure and seeing how that finish may fade or darken or change over time, to really understand that these panels are going to, hold up to the elements of typical project conditions. And the next, which is a very important life safety test, was looking at the combustibility of the material. So they take a representative section of the full depth of the GFRC matrix and making sure that there's no flame development or smoke development of the actual mix that's going to be used on the product, to make sure that it's not a life safety risk in the event of a fire. And then finally, due to this project had a McDonald's as part of the program, and there's also a lot of terraces where people can physically go up to the panels. We wanted to make sure that they wouldn't be subject to, staining. It could be clean. So we tested a number of different solutions almost exhaustively to make sure that these panels are going to maintain their finish throughout the life of the material. So kind of piggybacking off of that, we also looked at coatings of that material, and it was very crucial that whatever we do apply to this product isn't going to look vastly different from the uncoated products or material. So this is kind of the final coating that we were able to accept, that you can see on the top left. They're applying it. The middle top photo is before it's dried, and then the photo on the right is kind of showing once it's dried, you can hardly tell any difference between the panels. And so we tested the hydrophobic capabilities of the product, so you can kind of see the water beading on the coated portion versus soaking into the material on the other half of the panel. And we also tested it with an oil and seeing if we could clean that off. So at the end of the day, we found a coating that performed fairly well and would kind of extend the life of that panel, those panels that were more subject to people, or even where we have actual exhaust from McDonald's going through these panels.
It's French fry grease tested.
Yes. And then the next aspect of the testing was, testing the anchorage of the panels. So we used an embedded anchor within the matrix of the panel. So we were testing the shear and tension capacity of that anchorage, which would then be used for the final calculations of the support of the panels. And then we were getting larger in scale as we moved through the testing. This was where we tested the largest panels for the kind of subject to the typical wind loading on the project. So that we put the panel under negative and positive wind loads with the arrangement of anchorage that would be used to anchor those panels back to the curtain wall units. And we're also looking at the deflection of these panels, making sure they're not going to over deflect under that type of loading. And then finally, we get to the full-scale PMU mock-ups, where, again, this is a huge milestone of the project, where all the components are coming together, and we're building a roughly 2.5-story representation of the building, trying to get as many conditions as we can, and really putting it through the full range of tests for air, water, wind, structural movements, seismic, and really making sure that, the design of the curtain wall units and the design of the anchorage of the GFRC is going to meet all those requirements. There won't be any breakage or anything falling off the building. So this is kind of that last stage before we go into full production of the project-specific panels. So that's where I'm going to go next. So now we have the samples, we have the finishes, we're going into production, and the real key aspects of the production of these panels was, learning from mistakes, as well as, maintaining a very strict QA/QC process to make sure what we've approved so far is going to meet, the produced panels are going to meet that kind of benchmark that we already established. So I'm going to try to go through as much of the fabrication procedure as well as those QA/QC reviews as I can, kind of touching on starting from formwork all the way to creating and shipping, both to Foki, the curtain wall fabricator, and then to the final project site. So this project it consisted of over about 1,000 different forms to produce roughly 15,000 panels. So it was very critical to economize the formwork as much as possible to produce those panels. So these were made out of steel to be durable, so they could be reused over and over. And they also had some level of adjustability to kind of adjust the length or the width as they kind of were doing different sizes and different panels. And part of what I mentioned earlier was, making sure that, the panels are going to create those really smooth edges and corners. So what they ended up doing was installing like a fillet bead of sealant around the corners to make sure that those were smooth. There wouldn't be any like little spalls or sharp corners that could break. And then they also had a release agent in the form so that when they fully cured, they're easy to remove without damaging the panels. So next is applying the material to the forms, where they would mix all the components, put them into the sprayer, which would also distribute the glass fibers at the specific ratio that's required to give you that flexural strength that's inherent to GFRC. So you can kind of see in the bottom left the spools of fiber that would run along with the hoses, and they would spray that into the forms. So the spraying consisted of the face mix, which had the color pigmentation, and then they would also have braided strands of the glass fibers at the ribs to give those rib conditions a little bit more strength. And then they would do the backing mix, which is without the color, and kind of final hands-on touches where they would fill in any kind of low points or anything like that with a trowel, and also smooth out the edges to make sure that that final nominal thickness of the panel is going to be okay to accommodate the tolerances to make sure everything's lined up between different panels. So then, like all cementitious products, it has to cure for 28 days. So this is a photo kind of showing the early cure and then the end cure, kind of where you have the dark wet mix versus the dry. And another really important aspect of this was, the QA/QC tracking. So all the raw materials were tracked through these yellow and white labels that are on the panels, so that the raw materials, the date of the creation of the panels can all be tracked throughout the entire fabrication process. So after the curing would be the first kind of visual QA/QC of all the panels, because we wanted to make sure they're not wasting effort on the next stage of CNCing or drilling or anything like that. So that, again, we're economizing schedule and the production of the panels. So this is essentially the graveyard of those panels, where they would reject things that had cracks or spalls that couldn't be repaired. So the next kind of aspect was the polishing. So Edelbeten actually purchased this CNC polisher for this project to help speed up their production process. So this was used to polish all of the flat surfaces of the panels. And then there was even the final finishing of kind of the tight corners where that rotor of the CNC couldn't quite reach the corner. So you can see on these blown up photos the before and after, where they're able to finish the panels at those kind of inside corners by hand. And this was also the same process they did at the curved portions of panels where that CNC router couldn't essentially polish them. Next would be the anchor installation. So this was again CNC'd and then installed into the panels, and then they would be again, another aspect of the project was to make sure that we're testing the project-specific panels kind of at every stage, so testing each batch. So again, we're testing flexural and the anchor pullout to make sure that we're going to get the same level of product that we had originally tested. So then finally, they're packaged up and shipped to Foki, where they would be installed on the curtain wall panels. So there was a very close working relationship to make sure that the panels that Foki needed in that stage of production would be delivered to them in time. So again, the next stage was the receiving of the panels at the curtain wall facility, where again, they do one more of kind of visual inspection and reject anything that didn't meet the kind of visual requirements that were set at the beginning of the design of the GFRC. So there were, if you look at the bottom right photo, this is kind of an example of where maybe they rejected a panel, so they would build the units and then store them on the side until they could have a replacement panel delivered. And then once they're approved, kind of going through that final QA/QC review, they'd be installed on the curtain wall units. Then again, created up, wrapped, and then shipped to the project site. So these are some photos of the kind of first installation Again, where we're finally getting to see all these years of collaboration, hard work come together, and the building starting to come to life. And then this is kind of up to the first terrace, where we're starting to see some of those double curved panels at the soffit transitions. And then the final product, what you could see today if you were to visit the site. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Melissa and Joseph, for this wonderful deep dive into GFRC. We are going to continue on, and we are going to move to talking about steel now. And so we have Mr. Eric Clays here from Facade Steel, who's the founding principal there, and he's going to talk about hybrid steel curtain walls.
My name is Eric, and I'm the founder and I'm the owner of the group Fasana. We are a system house, but I would say system house of the 22nd century. What is the reason of our existence? About 20 years ago, I did a study why there's a problem on the market. All these facade contractors, they go faster bankrupt than they can start. There's a reason for that. All these facade contractors. And my colleagues' system houses for curtain walls, you know what they did the last 50 years? Nothing. Besides copying and even their stupidities. It's amazing when you look around. My background, I'm 40 years in business. I was involved in more than 1,000 projects, over 40 countries. After I spent 10 years at university, I'm a civil engineer in construction. I'm a civil engineer in building physics. I did master in business administration at the famous Frederick Institute. And I'm running companies. So I'm saying you this to give a bit of my background. So, and I was concerned, and I said, I have to try to do something about it. I have to develop completely different technology. You have stick systems, you have unitized. There is a problem. There are lots of problems. Technical problems, financial problems, all that kind of stuff. But the first thing is, my main concern in this business, what's a curtain wall? That's a skin. That's an envelope around the building. And that envelope hangs on a primary structure, on concrete or steel or whatever. This means that that skin, the behavior of that skin, is defined by two basic fundamentals. Building statics and building physics. About building statics, that's phenomenal. What I see every day, the lack of expertise, and it's gone, it's frightening. That's why I took here a symbol of your fantastic city, the apple. The big apple. Building statics, a facade is fixed on slabs. And slabs, they move and they follow universal law of statics. And you know what that means? Law of gravity. The apple from Newton. And when I have here this apple, and I open my hand, what's going to happen, you think? Most of people in our business, they think it's going to float. They don't know what they're doing. I see it in 99% of our projects, that this is a big issue. A curtain wall is fixed on slabs, and these slabs are moving. No, it's worse, you have differential movements. When I see your norms here in US, this basic thing, they never understood it. You have your interstory displacement test. I laugh with that. Did you ever see moving a building like this? An elevator, yes. A building moves like this. This means that all these systems you test, they have certificates. What's the value of these certificates? When you Zero. I'm saying it, zero. I'm an expert on European cars. You don't know what I see, and it's the same over here. Building physics, an issue to be solved. It's my dada, building physics. So sustainability and all that kind of stuff. Incredibly what I hear every day. It's about building physics. When I hear speaking about sustainability in facades, it's the biggest nonsense you can imagine. A sustainable building for glazed facades is what we call a contradictio in terminis. It's impossible. And then I hear about the embodied carbon. That's right. That's nice to have. But that's not the key. 80% comes from the operational carbon. And you know what that means? That's from your carbon, from your energy you need to heat, to cool, or to heat the building. Here in US, energy is not a big issue. I can assure you, in Europe, it's a different story. So I hear you all talking about, forget it. By the way, what I'm here for a steel facade, and I developed it for lots of other reasons, because it's fire resistant. That's all of your problem. I have the only facade on the planet fire resistant at a lower cost of aluminium and where you don't need sprinklers installation anymore. I forgot to say, all what we do is patented, and we have a portfolio of 840 patents. It's important to protect what you do in the right way. By the way, I don't love patents. I don't like it. It's very expensive, but there is no alternative. So sustainability and this, it makes my heart crack. Circularity, miss. What's the best circularity in construction? You know this. No circularity is the biggest nonsense I've ever heard. I will tell you why. It's a problem created by ourselves, by our consumption behavior. I love Porsches, 911. Only I collect them. That's the best car from the issue, from the perspective from circularity. The first one was constructed in 1963, and until now, even 74% are in use. There is no problem of circularity with a Porsche. And a building is not a throwaway product. It is wrong. You have to construct for a longer period, and this demands a completely different perspective. I go further. Structured glazing. And it's a pity that you don't have my presentation, but forget about it. If you want, you can come to my office and give you a card, and I will send you a book. I published a book about what is a facade and how to do that and what's for the future. And people who would like to see us here next year, this is the last continent we come to. We are constructing now some facilities in Kentucky, and for people who want to know Houston, we have a start facility of a capacity of 35 million square foot per year. 35 million square foot per year. Fully robotized? No. Fully androidized. The whole factory is full of androids. Not because I like it, because it's the only way to eliminate the human factor, which is a big issue for a good, consistent quality. Circularity. When you make buildings, and an investor should be aware about. So what we don't do unitized. I have unitized. I moved them out of my portfolio. We developed something, hybrid technologies. By the way, 2 weeks ago, we got agreement. The term hybrid technology is a registered trademark for our company. And we combined the good points of a stick system with a unitized. And all from unitized, just to say, there are 5 huge financial topics. And by the way, all what we say, we follow and do the law of Garry Kasparov. And what did it say? At the end, it's all about money. At the end of the day, it's all about money. For us, it's all about money. You can engineer all what you want. If the bill is not okay, forget it. It doesn't work. It is about ping. only money. The technology we developed, to give you an idea, is it's not unitized. I think it's a bit better. It's a bit easier. There is no silicon in it. For us in my company, silicon is prohibited. We think silicon, you use them around the toilet or in the bath, but not in a curtain wall to have maintenance after. Shit. No, never. For me, I don't like this. And to come here, one of the big issues of a unitized and all the financial aspects of it, first of all, you have a very high material cost. You have an astronomical transport cost, and that's lost money, and it's value zero. You have an incredible fabrication cost. The things we do is about 30 times less. You have a nice production line with 1 minute per square foot. And then there is a whole technical aspect. If something happens, you cannot reach it anymore. And when the most of the problems, they occur in buildings only after 3-4 years. And I think more than 90% of the buildings are leaking. And if not, it's just luck. The issue of thermal panels is at the point of fording, and that's big problem. So that's a bit what we do. We are based in Belgium. We have a factory for Central Europe and Africa in Switzerland. We're constructing now one in India for the Indian market for Asia. We have an office in Singapore and in Sydney. Of course, we're based in Dubai. We are the market leader. There we started, and the first job we ever did was a tower of 300 meters. And now we come to Kentucky and to in Houston. The steel curtain wall I showed you. And for people who are interested in forms and shapes, the technology we developed is inside. You don't see it. Which means for architects, they have unlimited freedom of design. But technically, for our people, it's always the same things they have to do. And we developed the steel, and when people are then speaking about embodied carbon, the embodied carbon of steel is 10 times less than aluminium. I hear sometimes about green aluminium. I'm planning to publish a book around, because that's another topic. Big bullshit. It does not exist here. It exists in Brazil, but they don't export. And so what I would like to end, I hope that you found my apple, that you like my apple. But one thing is that people talk too much and they don't know enough. And what we do is science, applied sciences. And things like sustainability and this, the biggest buzzwords, this is complex matters. And when to examine this scientifically on the right way, to give you an idea, a glazed building with proper dynamic sun shadings, it only uses capacity cooling. Have an idea? 50% less. 50. People say we're going to use green energy, but that's nonsense. If you don't need it, you use it for something else. It's wrong in the mindset. So what is my ambition, my person? We want to change that whole business a bit, all over the world. And it's not about systems. People should think, architects to start with. I had the occasion to work with lots of your top firms from, not only from the US, but from all over the world. And they have to do something about it. And now is the right moment. A good crisis. They feel it in their pocket. Then we can move. And that's the ideal moment for us to launch a disruptive technology. So I would say, all the best for the years to come. We will meet for sure. Thank you.
Thank you, Eric, for that spirited presentation. I think we have a nice sort of theme going on with materials, having looked at GFRC, Corten steel, GFRC steel, and now we are at ultra compact stone with Cosentino. We have Mr. Dean White, who is the regional facade sales manager from Cosentino. Please welcome Dean White.
Very good. So I'm going to touch on a couple topics and piggyback off what was just said. So we're going to talk about sustainability some, and with my presentation, we're going to give you a bit of overview of what we do. Talk about ultra-compact stone, this type of material class, how it can be used, things you have to consider in design when you're using it. Talk about different ways you can get it on a facade, from ventilated rain screens to, glazing into window wall and curtain wall, etc. And look at a couple quick case studies. So I'm going to move pretty quick to help get us back on track. So Cosentino, we're a Spanish company. We manufacture in the south of Spain. I just came back last week, and I can tell you it was tough coming back to North America after spending 10 days in Spain. It's a beautiful area, a very dry area. We are a hard surface manufacturer. So we started as a marble business in the late 1940s. We're still to this day the third largest exporter of natural stone on the planet. So we understand stone. We developed quartz countertops. That's another one of our lines that we've been doing now for 35 years or so. And we introduced Ultra Compact Stone, our Decton brand, in 2013, and it's a unique product type. But I want to first talk about sustainability, and there were some good points made about sustainability as far as operations of building and where the savings are. But I'm going to talk about sustainability from the manufacturing standpoint, not the install and performance of a building. So we're going to talk about that, and we look at things now as a circular economy. I've been in the industry for a long time, and when we manufactured in the past, it was a one-way transaction. You made something, you pushed it to market. It might have had a warranty on it. It might have been recyclable or found ways to recycle in the end, but it was basically a one-way transaction. And now we think of things as having knock-on effects, and what is the long-term impact of those effects. So it starts with, and we take an approach of an environmental approach, which is the physical part, a social approach, what's our impact in the communities we're in, are we sustainable business, and the governance, meaning transparency about how we're reporting on sustainability using global standards and reporting on a regular annual basis. So I want to tackle the environmental part and leave the other two for now. When we look at the environmental, this is a physical part. So now when we look to procure raw materials, we look to procure from sustainable suppliers. Okay, if we've got two suppliers that have a similar product, interchangeable, we're going to select the one that's aligned with us on the sustainability. Number one. Also, designing the products from the start, we think about the embodied carbon, we think about the recycled content, and all these things that we want to build into the product to make it more sustainable. So design is important. Then the operations, the manufacturing, all that physical energy and the emissions that are done when we're manufacturing a product. So we look at a couple things. We look at best available technology. This type of material, ultra compacts, also referred to as sintered stone, sintered compact surface, sintered ceramic. There's a handful of manufacturers that have similar type products. This has a lot of energy used in ovens, where the material part of the last part of the production process, the material is heated up, gets to a liquid state, and then when it cools, it gets some more unique physical properties. So currently, we run natural gas ovens. They're about 200 meters long for each production line, and each production line is about 1 kilometer long, or 3/4 of a mile roughly. So that's our emissions. We offset those with carbon credits currently, but we're looking to alternate fuels. So biomass and hydrogen is what we're switching to bring our emissions down. And some other companies can make use of those credits as they develop more sustainable manufacturing processes. The other thing is energy efficiency. And the type of energy that we use. The energy that we use in our factories and our campuses, about 20 million square feet, is only renewable electricity. We have the largest self-consuming solar farm in Europe, which we're adding to all the time. We produce about 25% of what we consume, and the rest we purchase on the open market from certified renewable sources. We're also looking at electrifying more of the processes in the manufacturing. So that gets us to this renewable energy sources and moving away from ones with more emissions. Water efficiency is really key. We manufacture in the south of Spain, which is very dry. You see dry creek beds, dry river beds, and it's about 2 hours from when they used to film all those Clint Eastwood spaghetti westerns back in the day. Very dry. The water that we use in our production process, and we use lots of it in this type of manufacturing, is 99% recycled and kept captured in the system with no discharge. We just lose through evaporation and some that we put out to feed a green belt around the facility. So using water is like gold, and we need to protect it. So much so that we built water treatment plants to recycle and treat the water from the communities around us as well, because if it went out and discharged, it would just evaporate. The other thing that we do is we have a zero waste model. So all the raw material that we bring into the facility, we want to turn into a finished good. We're not there yet, but that means that our R&D department, we have a stockpile and a waste management facility that they're constantly working on to reintroduce the product. Okay, so we use a lot of post-production or during production fall off that gets recycled back into our product, into the ultra compact stone, but also into the countertop products that were quartz based and are more mineral based now, and the emissions. So this is an important thing from a design aspect as well. These materials are a slab product. They're not an extruded product. So they're large formats, say 64 inches by 130 inches. We move them around with robot sleds around the facility. Now we use robot sleds because they're using electricity. So that's our renewable source, but also they go from point A to point B in the most efficient way. So not like me in a forklift where I see my buddy who's 100 feet over there and I got to stop and talk to him and see how his day is going. Then I go back on track and I go like this and I finally get to my destination. The robots don't have any friends, right? They just go point A to point B. Really, really simple and efficient. We also look at efficient logistics around the world. So we're in 120 different countries, and moving our product around the world, we want to be as efficient as possible and as sustainable as possible. So you will see things like when these new cargo ships with the tall metallic sails get more wide use, you'll see Cosentino product on those because it moves more efficiently around the globe with less emissions. Product life cycle is another thing that impacts the sustainability of a product. It's 60 plus years with this type of product or longer. That's a published, but it'll last longer than that. It'll last as long as natural stone or longer. Okay? So that means that you're not replacing facades. The maintenance is very low. You're not using energy to maintain the facade over that life cycle. So it keeps the life cycle cost down. And then at the end of the day, the product is recyclable. So we've got that circular economy where it can come back. And when we calculate carbon neutrality, we calculate it for shipping anywhere in the globe and shipping back from anywhere in the globe. So it's cradle to grave calculations on sustainability. So our ultra compact stone is carbon neutral. Now, what is this type of material? So this type of material is manufacturers will mine 20 plus different minerals out of the earth, pulverize them down, mix them in water to get them to a certain particulate size, store them in a silo in like a mud sort of slurry, and then take the humidity out and leave just enough humidity in there to form a slab. So like I said, it's a slab product. And that what that means from a design aspect is you don't get profiles, you don't get extruded type profiles. It's dead flat. It's very consistent product. It's the same gauge all the way across, the same density all the way through, and you're working in geometric shapes and flat planes, okay? So you don't have curved surfaces. You can do segmented curves, etc. So what we do is we pulverize it down, we make a slab, it goes down the production line, and the first thing it does, it hits a 25,000 cubic ton press that presses it for 10 seconds and compacts it, and that's where the terminology in industry ultra compact comes from. So you get density from that when it gets compacted, all right? It compacts for about 10 seconds, the equivalent of 2.5 Eiffel Towers. Then it moves along and it hits 2 or 3 different decorating stations, depending on the line, where mineral pigments are dropped on it. So there's no important thing to know about these products is there's no dyes or resins or binding agents in it. It's all pressure and heat, or sinterization as that's referred to. Only it's very high pressure, very high heat. So the colors, the mineral pigments go on, we make the patterns, etc. It moves down the production line, and the last stage it hits are these 200-meter long ovens, where it gets heated up to just about 2,200 degrees or so Fahrenheit, gets to a liquid state, and then when it cools, the molecules all bond in a certain way, they align in a certain way, and what you end up is with a product that has very unique physical properties. It's UV stable. So that color that you see on there is not going to change to the human eye 40, 50 years down the road. There won't be any change noticeable. Okay? You can measure with instruments, but not with the human eye. That's key. Non-combustible. So we've done the ASTM testing in Canada. We've done the CAN-ULC. It's a non-combustible product. And we do that testing with mesh on the back of it. When we do a rain screen or we do curtain wall or window wall, wherever it's unsupported, we put a fiberglass mesh on the back, In case it gets hit by a crane up at height, it stays attached to the mesh instead of falling on people's heads, shards and so forth. Very non-porous because of the compaction and because of going through the ovens. So what happens is that makes it graffiti proof. So if someone puts graffiti on it, it won't bite at the molecular level, and you can wash it off with soap and water, a pressure washer the same day or 10 years down the road. You can clean it and get it back to just like new. Has a very low coefficient of thermal expansion. It has 0% water absorption to the ASTM test. So it's a relatively inert product when you're looking at the exterior of the building. You're going to need gaps between the panels. Normally that's going to be 5/16 or so. It's 8 to 10 millimeters. You can go as small as 1/8 of an inch gap, depending on what the situation is. And of course, if you're unitizing, you have a little bit more freedom there because now you're not working with a long range screen where they all impact each other. It's unitized, so it breaks it up some. Freeze thaw proof. So it's the same basic technology used to make the tiles on the space shuttle back in the day. So it can cycle through freeze thaw, have no issues going from 30 above centigrade to 30 below centigrade in the same day. Won't impact this material at all. Okay, so very freeze thaw proof. And because it doesn't have any water absorption, you don't have to worry about absorption, freeze thaw, spalling like you do with natural stone, etc., or like you have with cementous products where you can have them break down over time. Very large format, which I'll talk about in a bit. Dimensional consistency. The factories that produce this material are highly automated. The people you see in there are doing quality checks and making sure the machinery is running properly, but they're not physically manufacturing the product. Highly automated, very consistent, same gauge all the way across the slab, same density all the way through. So unlike a porcelain where you may be thicker in the middle, thinner on the edges, more dense on the surface, not as dense on the body, this is the same density all the way through and dead flat. 7 on a Mohs scale, so as diamonds or topaz can scratch it. Highly impact resistant. Of course, the thicker the material, the more impact resistant it is. And I'm sure many of you are familiar with the Miami-Dade NOA testing for, hurricane testing for facades. Part of that test is not only is it staying on the wall, but how does it handle large missile impacts? And the test is a 2x4 fired out of a cannon at the facade, and it's a pass or fail depending on whether it's going to penetrate the facade or not. When it hits half-inch ultra compact, that missile will shatter. It might crack the panel, but it won't go through it. If you do it with 5/16, it'll go through it. So again, thicker the material, you get more durability. This is important when you're looking at your project and you're thinking about what thickness and what attachment method do I want to use in different scopes on the job. So down low, say you get a entrance to an emergency room in a hospital, you would want to go with 1/2 inch or maybe even 3/4 inch product because it's going to get banged constantly all day long and you get more durability. And maybe you want to go concealed down low on a multi-residential, but you can move to attaching with rivets above and goes thinner material. So I want to plant that seed that you don't have to use the same thickness and the same attachment method everywhere in the project, and you can still get your design intent. All right. It's very easy to clean and maintain, long lasting, so those costs are low life cycle costs. It's carbon neutral, and it comes with a 25-year material and finish warranty. If anybody's been around for a long time, you understand what warranties are, right? Warranties are sales tools at the end of the day. And what companies will do is they'll look at the market and they'll put the warranty where the market is asking it to be, but that doesn't mean that at 25 years of material is going to stop working and not function. That's the important thing to know about warranties. Formats. So when you deal with different manufacturers of ultra compact stones, then you're looking at you're looking at sizes from 3 feet by 5 feet, 5 feet by 10, 4 by 12, 64 by 130. There's lots of different formats, so you have to know the size of the material you're using to help keep the waste down because that drives cost. Okay, so always know what the slab is, and all the manufacturers make different slab sizes. Some are flexible and can make custom slab sizes like ourselves, and that helps drive down the cost. A lot of different colors, standard colors you can customize for minimum square footages. Here you see some custom colors here that can be done. How's it supplied? Cut to size with holes drilled for anchors, grooves put on top for kerf, etc. It can be supplied in full slabs with partners that do all the fabrication themselves. Production line and flexibility in production is important, and so is capacity. So that flexibility means things like the custom slab sizes, through body colors, and so forth. Many manufacturers have different capabilities. A lot of different attachment methods in the ventilated range screens, curtain wall, window wall, unitized, and also old-fashioned vertical tiling. And a bunch of different attachment methods that have different performance and different budgets that they can hit. Okay, from face fasten to concealed mechanical to hidden chemical like structural adhesives like you would use in glazing, etc. So here you've got, captured and SSG possibilities. We have undercut anchors and unitized. And I'll just hit on one quick case study that I want to talk about, Toha. And Toha is a very interesting project in Tel Aviv. It's an interesting building because it's upside down. Down below is the mechanical. Above is a restaurant and offices. You can see the footprint is quite small. And here what they did in that mechanical area down low is they brought panels together in an X-shaped pattern to provide ventilation to the mechanical areas in the building. And you can see it better here. Okay, so that's ultra compact in the panels and wrapping the slab edges. And that's phase one. The second, that was done with undercut anchors. And on the left, you can see a 75-story version that's being installed now with honeycomb attachment with ultra compact stone. One final thought. This material is a hard surface that can be used anywhere there's a hard surface. So you can tie your designs together in your firm from the interior to the exterior, across the facades, on pedestal decks, pools, everywhere. Flooring, cladding, countertops, everything can be tied together. That's what I have. Please stop by and see us, and we'd be happy to talk to you about it more. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. White. So that that was the last individual presentation. We are now getting ready for our panel discussion. And in the few minutes that we have, I think it's quite heartening to see, across the presentations that we saw, how conversations about architecture and facades and materials and systems, that we are constantly reminding ourselves and everyone that the importance of thinking about our planetary responsibility, our commitment to sustainability as an industry, as individuals and professionals, and I definitely, I think that this is an achievement for all of us, and I think we should feel good about it. That we are, it is not a debate anymore in our profession. That we need to go further and we need to do more. On that note, I think very appropriately, I would like to invite Diego Cuevas from Onyx Solar to come and lead the panel discussion. Diego has been around in New York for a long time, and we've done some work together in the past. I'm excited to hear what is new at Onyx Solar. Diego will introduce his panel himself, but the topic of this discussion is photovoltaic facades, the intersection of energy, architecture, and innovation. Diego is putting on his mic. He should be here in a minute.
So good afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much for joining us. I would like to thank ZAC Facades for bringing us together today. I have the opportunity to discuss about photovoltaic facades, so basically facades that generate electricity. And we're going to keep a focus on 262 Fifth Avenue, a project that is under construction right now. It's integrating a large amount of PVs on its core walls. It's close to 50,000 square feet of PV glass that may go unnoticed because of the color of the product, but it's installing 650 kW for the building. So in order to help me address that project, I would like to invite to the stage the panelists, Leo Henke from Front, Carmelo Guido from Wallini and Jan Torres from PGNY. So they've been a critical part during the design phase of the project, also during the construction and installation, and they are going to be helping you understand the specifics about this very unique project. So I'm going to make this presentation rather simple. I want for it to be very visual because PV has nothing to do with conventional PV panels. So not long ago, we saw traditional PV panels trying to double as a building scheme or oversized arrays landing on rooftops and trying to be really pioneers in renewable energy on site and on-site generation via solar energy. So while those projects were really pioneers, to scale that model of integrating solar into buildings, the panels had to evolve because traditional solar panels, they bring a lot of limitations, right? So first of all, there's aesthetic limitations, that's obvious. Then we have limitations in customization. So standard panels are made with almost one size fits all, and they are not going to give you more options. So there's lack of transparency. So there's lack of thermal and sound insulation. But also there's a lot of code complications, right? Especially when it comes to a conventional solar panel. Typically, they are rated under UL as a roof covering, a Class C fire rating. So that doesn't address vertical wall assemblies, and you're going to require more comprehensive testing, such as an FPA 285, that you're not going to get with a conventional solar panel, obviously. So the panels had to evolve in order to, continue the model towards building integration. And these days you can see, a lot of design options, right? So you can go from fully black, elegant PV glass panels to semi-transparent options, and also with ceramic frits on the back of the glass. That's the semi-transparent option, actually, with the crystalline silicon technology. We have color solar cells. We have also different shapes. We can do any trapezoidal unit. We can do full coverage on color, so hidden the solar cells completely, so you don't get to see the solar cells at all. And there's a bunch of colors that you can choose from. Obviously, they will come with different efficiency levels. But the important thing is that they offer you design freedom, right? Even a highly transparent PV glass panels that you can use on the vision panels on your courting wall or on skylight situations. So for us, the important thing is to give architects design freedom. PV glass will first become a primary building envelope. So that's a natural transition of PV technology itself. So we have to talk beyond the watts. So for a BIPV project, the nominal rating is not the important thing, or it's not the only important thing, but also we have to design for VLT, for U value, for solar heat gain coefficient, for reflectance. So those are parameters of the glass that are going to be as important as how much power the glass can generate for the building. So this type of glass product has become a really a primary building envelope that you can use for any type of application, from skylights, canopies, rain screen cladding systems, courting walls, railings, you name it, right? So they come with a high degree of customization. So you can customize the shape of the glass, the size, the makeup. You can work with different cell technologies. You can work also with different colors, different light transmission levels. So there's going to be a bunch of options for you to choose from, right? It always depends on what you're looking for. If you're looking for a specific design goal, or if you're looking for a specific amount of energy output that you need to yield in order to get an extra lead point. So reasons to install PV glass are diverse, right, among the architectural community, especially when it comes to specifying the product. But most importantly, you can use the PV glass within code-compliant assemblies. So that's the most important thing that you can get from a PV glass composition. So first of all, we have for the electrical part of the glass standard electrical standards such as UL and IEC, or National Electrical Code for the cable pathways. But also glass standards, ASTM, ANSI. So we're going to treat the glass as a building material as well, but also for system level certification. So NFPA 285 it's rather common. So we did it, for instance, here at 262 Fifth Avenue. And also for projects like in Miami that you need hurricane-rated compliance, Miami-Dade approval, you have assemblies that already meet the code, right? So it's a product that has become really not about the watts or the energy generation, but about the passive properties that it can offer to any building facade. So here I'm going to show you different projects that we've been doing around the world for the past few years, just to give you a sense of how they look completely different to a conventional solar panel, and how you can integrate it with different goals, right? Because sometimes you want for the solar cells to be seen, so people can really recognize that you're doing solar energy. But sometimes you just prefer to go more like neutral and say, well, I want to generate power. I want to really create a building scheme that generates electricity, but I don't need to tell people that I'm doing that, right? So it's the case of this Genentech facility in California, where we install a PV cladding made with crystalline silicon glass in a gray color. The color is achieved by applying a layer of, a digital printing process that may go on surface number 1 or 2, depending on the color selection. And it's mounted on a typical pressure equalized rain screen cladding system. Very lightweight. In this case, it's like 5 pounds per square foot, so you can really install it very quickly. We have more complex installation examples, such as the Balenciaga's flagship store in Miami, in the Design District. So in this case, we're talking about the storefront system. It's hurricane rated. And in this case, we install it in a Crawford Tracy mullion system that was already like Miami-Dade approved. And in this case, if you see the detail, the wires is a part of the product, right? Because the glass has wires. So in this case, we are just using an edge-mounted junction box to run the wire inside the transoms and the mullions, so we can deliver a very clean installation where no cables or conductive parts are exposed at all. So this is Gioia 22 in Milan. This is a design by Billy Clark Architects, a beautiful project actually. It's a courting wall system. And in this case, we install it over the core walls and the spandrel conditions. A little bit more complicated as well because of the nature of the product, because you have like different levels of integration, right? A PV cladding is, I would say, the most elemental one. But when it comes to like fully integrated like courting walls and the skylights, it gets a little bit more challenging. But obviously, working with great design professionals, you can always overcome all those details that you have to work around. Then you can do, for instance, PV fins, right? This is a different application. This is the University of Washington, the Life Science Building, the Simon Perkins and Will. And in this case, we install PV fins that run perpendicular to the courting wall. It's made of a morphosilicon technology. This is a different technology that looks like semi-transparent or almost fully transparent from distance. So this technology is offering you, or this application, like shading inside the building, but also energy generation, right? This is another great example of projects around the world. This is Sensoria Tower in Dubai. This tells you a little bit more about flexibility in design, right? So this is a triangular piece of glass. It's almost 7 foot tall. We are combining here 2 different colors, gray colors actually, and they are mounted on a similar system, a rain screen cladding system similar to the one that you saw before. It's something like 30,000 square feet installation, almost completed right now. And then we have more classic designs, like the standard like all black panel, where we have a low iron extra clear front glass on surface, or the front glass basically, and a rear black frit on surface number 4 actually, so laminated glass, 2 layers of glass. In this case, the solar cells are fully exposed, so the panel looks completely black because of the ceramic fruit on the back side. But solar cells are fully exposed, so you generate the maximum amount of energy possible. So for data centers like this one from Merlin Properties and Edge, we got to install 1 megawatt capacity that, really propels or increases the amount of energy generation on site for this type of buildings that obviously these days are in every conversation, and they demand a lot of energy. This is another great example. This is Virginia Tech. This project combines a courting wall with crystalline silicon glass. We use it on the vision panels, on spandrel situations as well, but also the horizontal sunsets that you see in these sets. They are made of crystalline silicon technology. They are like almost 2,000 of them, and you encounter here like different conditions. There's a lot of like trapezoidal units because of the geometry of the building, basically. But this tells you that basically everything is possible, right? Because I have heard like a couple of presentations before addressing BIPV and saying that, well, you have to be on board from the first moment of the early design phase to make it happen. That's a good, actually, thought and a good advice, actually. But it's not impossible to get on board with PV glass later on, right? So I think it's more important your willingness to actually incorporate the technology into your building design. So here we have a facade made of a morphosilicon technology. It's a kind of double skin facade, a louver system, providing shade inside the building, but at the same time while creating something more expressive for this DEWA renewable, R&D center. DEWA is the Dubai Water and Energy and Water Authority, basically. They are doing a lot of R&D around PV glass products, and we came up with this solution, combining different colors and see-through degrees. And closer to here, we have Boston Logan, for instance. This is made with a morphosilicon glass. It's a coating wall installed by JK Glass. A morphosilicon technology, double glaze units. You can see through the glass. So if you're inside the Terminal E by Luis Vidal and Ecom, you'll see that you can have like a full views of the exterior, despite you have a solar device integrated into your glazing component. This is another great example. This is still under construction. It's going to open next year. So if you're fans of Star Wars and the George Lucas films, you can go visit it next year. So the facade that you see, the roof cladding that you see on the rooftop with the black color, that's all rectangular pieces of PV glass. Actually, this building has a very organic geometry, creating like a spaceship form. So we had to deliver like a lot of like trapezoidal units, corner conditions. So it was a kind of a nightmare for the factory, but it was a great success, right? So for us, we like to do complex things, especially because a conventional rectangular PV panel can be done by anyone. But to deliver a product that is going to be long-lasting for more than 30 years of energy production, 25 years warranty, you have to really be sure of what you're offering, right? Because it's not the same to maintain a rooftop array at the ground level, right? The solar array, rather than going up into a high-rise building like the one that we're going to be looking at here in New York, that it's this tower here, that it's almost 900 feet tall tower, and we have the core walls completely clad on PV glass. This is under construction, so that's the intersection of 29th and 5th Avenue. So if at some point you want to stop by and see it going up, you'll have the chance to see it. And this is time for Leo to talk a little bit more about the work that he did on the project with Front. They've been deeply involved from the beginning, and we started back in 2017. So that's been a long time. But I would like really to acknowledge both the architects, Megan and Slice, for the work that they've been doing here, because this is the largest array of its kind in New York. And New York, I would consider it, after being here 16 years, a risk-averse market. So they are not really risk takers. But the important thing is that after 16 years, I mean, you can prove the technology works, right? We did projects back in 2010 when we got here for the first time. You go check the performance of the system and you see that it works really nicely, right? So I would like to welcome Leo to keep talking about this project.
Great, thank you, Diego. Let's see. Okay, I'm just going to introduce the project a little bit, since I was nominated by the panel, being the first person on the panel to start working on this back in 2016. We're the exterior envelope consultants on the building. So all of the surfaces you see in the rendering there are surfaces that we're consulting on. And there's a lot of interesting things about this building. We're going to talk about the photovoltaic array today, but the unitized curtain wall is very interesting and unusual in New York City. We could have a series of panels, I think, just on the curtain wall. And then the shear wall cladding, like all these other cladding systems, are also very unusual and very interesting and very cool. But just to give you some basic context, the building's at 5th Avenue and 29th Street, halfway between the Flatiron Building and the Empire State Building, which you see photos of there. And it's 860 feet tall, which is actually 262 meters tall. Coincidentally, the address and the height of the building are the same in meters. And then this is the basic configuration of the building. So it's a side core tower. There's a big open floor plate, which is the residential floor. And then to the side of that, you have the elevator core. And the elevator core is surrounded by a thick concrete shear wall. And then, let me see, is this a pointer? Okay, well, on the left side of the plan, there's also a reinforced concrete shear wall, and that's the structural system of the building. And then you have this open floor, which is the residential floor. So no core or column on the residential floor. And then highlighted on this slide with the white border, you see that side core, and all three sides of the side core are covered with the photovoltaic array. Okay, and we'll get into the construction of that. So these were early design renderings done by Meganom, and the point of these, I guess, is that the photovoltaic array is very integral to the architectural design of the building, both from the exterior experience of the building, so like standing on Fifth Avenue and looking up, but also your interior, like resident experience of the building. So you see someone sitting by their window in their residential unit there, and they're directly adjacent, and they can see the photovoltaic array through the window of their apartment. So, it's very much part of the story of the building, and like part of the early intent of the building. Okay, and so then I'm just going to show you some like very early studies that we did. These were back from 2016 or 2017. This first slide is when we were looking at just the solar radiation exposure of the building. So the large image is looking at the building from the south. The orange color is higher radiation exposure. The purple colors are lower. And the southern side of the building is very exposed to solar radiation, both because it's south facing and just because there's relatively few tall towers south of it. Now, you may note that there are some towers missing in the image here. Back in 2016, 2017, many of the towers in this neighborhood were not yet built or still in planning stages. And then you can see the other faces of the photovoltaic core don't see nearly as much radiation exposure as the south side. But all three sides of the core in the final version of the building are covered with photovoltaic panels in order to maximize the power production. Okay, and then I'm just going to go over these very quickly. These were some other early studies we did. We actually looked at versions of the photovoltaic array where we were tilting the photovoltaic panels upwards, towards the solar exposure. So on the left side of the image, you see the 0-degree tilted array. That's the version that was ultimately built. So all the panels are flat, planar, and aligned with each other. That also maximizes the total area of photovoltaics on the facade. So as we tilt the panels in this study, we're increasing the gaps between them to avoid self-shading. So you get higher efficiency, more kilowatt hours per installed panel area if you do that, but you actually get a reduction in total power production because you just have less photovoltaic panel on the building. And then this is a similar study. So along the bottom of the screen, you see the changing and tilting and spacing of the photovoltaic panels. And if you were trying to do sort of like an optimization of the cost of each kilowatt hour produced based on installed panel area, the little circles at the low point of the graph would be the sort of optimal installed angle. But again, that represents a total overall reduction in the amount of power production that you would get from the array. So ultimately, the decision was made that we wanted to maximize power production on the building. So the completely flat array is the approach that was used. And then just a little bit of history on the different facade assemblies that we looked at. We have this big, very thick concrete shear wall. In earlier versions of the building, the concrete shear wall was moving around relative to the exterior face of the photovoltaic array. So here you see the concrete shear wall and then insulated metal panel system. So that would be, the building envelope thermally and in terms of air and water tightness. And then outboard of that, we would have this rain screen photovoltaic laminated glass unit on a separate carrier frame in order to accommodate this differential offsetting. and not part of this panel, but the building also has very high thermal performance in its envelope systems in general. So that was also part of the challenge in designing these systems and trying to come up with approaches that are economical and efficient on the side of a high-rise building in Manhattan. And then these are two other schemes that we looked at. So the version on the right here is again using that insulated metal panel system, and then using like a carrier rail to hold a prefabricated photovoltaic rain screen panel outboard of it, but everything now tight to the core wall. So there's some efficiency there because we don't need to have that whole additional assembly to accommodate the varying offset. And then a drawing on the left showing an idea about fully integrating this, or mostly fully unitizing it, I guess I would say. So, laminated glass photovoltaic panel, insulation, framing, back pan, air seal, all integrated into that system, and then that would be hung in a single pass. But I will let my colleagues show you the versions that were ultimately pursued.
Thank you, Leo. So I will go and talk a bit more in detail about the facade, and of course I will focus on the PV part. Gualini are involved in the project as facade contractor, so we've been designing the facade for construction, and also we are supplying all the components of it. We are a company that is based in near Milan in Italy. Again, I think we've seen enough stats on the building. It's a very tall and skinny building, and already this slide shows you that we had to modulate the facade in a certain way. There are three key envelope systems. The unitized curtain wall, there is a large portion of ventilated facades made of aluminum brick panels, and then of course there is a photovoltaic glass. Here we can see a typical unit. So the building really includes units which are outside what we would consider the norm in terms of sizes for unitized panels. This is one of the most typical ones, and you can already see it's considerably bigger than the typical unit used, for example, in an office building. So we're talking 3.7 by 4.4 meters, so it's a certain size. And the unit is split in three main parts: the vision part, the opaque vent in the middle, and then on top there are there is the brick expander. We're all facade enthusiasts, so we all like a bit of detail. This is an extract of our Inventor model, showing how effectively the sizes of these elements are quite chunky, quite remarkable. And this is let's say the smallest unit. Some of these units, which are all bespoke, so we had to design all the extrusions and the elements. Some of these reach more than 7 meters in height. So really, really huge. And they were mainly used for those floors where the apartment were 2 floors, so there was no slab where to restrain the element. So you can see the two most important details: the split mullion and the stack joint. The split mullions, they were all had to be reinforced with steel elements. So it's an aluminum curtain wall, but the presence of the steel was needed to make it work structurally. And you can see also the stack joint is quite chunky, and there is an element of steel to again share the wind load between the two components. We saw before that there are brick panels, brick elements in aluminum across all the facade. Some of those are used as a ventilated facade, similarly to the PV panels, and some others are used in a similar fashion, but on top of the unitized units. So there are 25 different types of aluminum bricks, which were used to accomplish the design intent by the architect. So this is showing, the elevation with the different colors is showing you an example on the unit of how many bricks, types of bricks we had. It was quite interesting, and they were all assembled individually in the system. So and the intention was to prefabricate as much as possible, and we will see that also with the PV part. And this here we can show you some of how the units are looking like. On the left side there is one of the typical units, and on the right side there is one of those which is closer to the corner. So the bricks goes on the right side, continuing down. And yeah, so the focus on the PV. Diego, of course, and Leo given some details. The specific case of our project, the PV glass is composed of a laminate buildup. There are 2 glass plies of 4 millimeters each, and the PV part is encapsulated, so it's together. It's in the middle between 2 glass panes with the interlayer. So the total thickness is around 10 millimeters or 0.4 inches. And what we did, as I mentioned, we wanted to prefabricate as much as possible. So the glass was bonded with structural silicone onto a bespoke aluminum frame. And again, to try to reduce the time of installation on site, there were 2 panels going together in 1 unit. So you see here the details of the frame. And I think similar to another example that Diego showed, the inner glass, it's back painted in black. That was an architectural intent, so that makes the PV not really visible when you go on site. So you can observe yourself going there. And it was the architectural intent. Different samples were reviewed with different colors, and that was the final the desired intent. And something to add also, that for us wasn't really any different than assembling any other cladding element or any other, very similar to using an aluminum panel, so no difficulty there. The PV element arrived with all the wiring and the junction box behind, so it wasn't problematic for us to build the unit. And this detail here is kind of an evolution of what Leo showed before. So finally, we went for the approach of using a ventilated rain screen element, and the insulation wasn't incorporated in the unit, but it was installed directly on the core, as you can see from these details. And also this, although the elements, the PV is on the core areas, there are also interfaces with some rectangular window, as you can see here. And finally, an important element, the assembly, of course, had some combustible elements, for example, the wiring, the junction box, but especially also the insulation, which had to be phenolic to meet the thermal requirements. It's a combustible product, right? We all know. So we had to meet the requirements to pass the NFPA 285 test, which will pass successfully. It was an interesting exercise, and it's good, definitely good to have on this kind of buildings. Pass it to Jan, talk about the installation more.
Okay, so we are responsible to install the entire facade of this project. Starting for receiving the material, we install the curtain wall, like Carmelo said, they're big pieces, big units. After handle those elements, going into the PV panels, they're very manageable. They're small compared to the curtain wall. So we move those units around the building in A-frames. It's something very simple to do. Regarding the installation, the system is like installing a metal panel or other facade elements. We are doing the waterproofing. In this case, we're installing phenolic insulation. We have to fireproof every 3 floors to comply with the NFPA 285, which is an extra step, but is a normal process of our cladding installation. We have an electrician on board, and he's the one in charge to make all the connections, test every single panel, be sure that everything is working perfectly, and then they bring all the wires through the building.
You want to share some pictures since you have the control?
We receiving the panels, like I said, everything comes graded. So like I said before, we handle those panels through the building with A-frames. The framing is the typical framing for exterior facade, which we always say is like 60-70% of the hard work in the cladding process. The installation of the panels is a very simple step. In this right here, we are installing the the fireproofing, which, like I mentioned before, we have to do it every 3 floors. Currently, in the south elevation of this building, we're using a mast climber. So we have to leave some panels out for the tiebacks. For the north elevation, we changed the scaffold system for double tiered. It's a beach system, which is going to allow us to have more clean installation. We don't have to leave any panels out.
Yeah, so this is our presentation, and we have a booth here with a few glass samples. I would like to thank you and the panelists, of course, for sharing their insights in the project. And I would really like to encourage you to design with PV glass, right? Because as architects, I believe that you have also a responsibility for the generations to come as to what type of building materials you're going to be incorporating in the buildings of today and the buildings of the future, the buildings that our sons are going to live in down the road, right? So I think it's an interesting avenue to explore, and with the knowledge and the expertise of different trades, especially like engineers, architects, of course, and then glazing contractors, facade manufacturers, installers. All of us gather together as a great team. Communication is very important whenever you want to deliver this type of projects successfully. And we welcome you to get to know more about this technology and the benefits that it may bring to the built environment, actually. So thank you so much.
Thank you to the esteemed panel. This was great.
Hello. Oh, that doesn't work. My name is Kate Culpa. I'm going to be the chair for session B this afternoon. Welcome to the afternoon sessions. I am an associate principal at Ennead Architects. My focus is on facades that we work on there. So I've worked with a lot of people that are at this conference. It's a great way to get together. So our first presenters are David Kubik and Todd Poisson from BKSK Architects. Both are partners. And they will be presenting New Skins, Old Stories, reimagining historic context through facade design. So looking forward to that.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'm David Kubik. This is Todd Poisson of BKSK Architects. Really excited to be here. BKSK, we're actually celebrating tonight our 40th anniversary of being in business. Really excited by that. We're a 4-partner firm, about 45 employees. We've done over 200 built projects spanning many, many different typologies: multifamily, commercial, hospitality, institutional, public, private. We do lots of different kinds of work. One expertise that we're well known for is our work in historic districts. We have over 80 approvals with Landmarks Preservation Commission, spanning 17 different historic districts in the city, and that'll sort of extend and overlap with what we're talking about today.
Yes, so these are a few examples of Landmark Commission approved new buildings and rooftop additions in the various New York City historic districts of ours. But today we're here to talk about these 2 projects in the context of our title, Old Skins, New Stories. The 22 Hotel, which is a boutique hotel off of Union Square behind a historic landmark facade, and the Village West, a new multifamily mixed-use development on the corner of 6th Avenue and 14th Street. So first, the 22 Hotel at 16 East 16th Street in the Ladies Mile Historic District. Built originally, as you can see on the left, in 1890 as the Margaret Louisa Home, a dormitory for young women who worked in the nearby Ladies Mile district, manufacturing garments and lace. Lace is the operative word there. We're going to talk about the interpretation of lace as we look into this presentation. By the time our client bought the building in 2020, the middle slide shows it had been the Hellman Health Center for many decades. And in the 1950s, they had removed the ground floor decorative sandstone facade. As you could compare the 2 photographs on the first floor, the middle photograph shows the condition. We found it in 2020. They replaced the sandstone with pink granite. The design brief from our client was very clear to get as much square footage, more square footage as possible, knowing that the facade was protected by the New York City Landmarks Preservation Commission. So research quickly uncovered that the 19th century architect R.H. Robertson had originally proposed a 7th floor that you could see drawn here on the right, the upper right, a gabled 7th floor, that the building department actually rejected because at the time, in 1890, dormitories were only allowed to be 6 stories. Ironically, had they been a hotel at the time, they would have been allowed the 7th floor. So 130 years later, fast forward to us, we thought maybe we could reinterpret Robertson's sketch with contemporary materials and methods to create the vertical extension that, or the 7th floor that Robertson had originally desired. So we proposed and were approved at the Landmarks Commission to create an ultra-high performance concrete screen that hangs in front of glass enclosure to create the vertical extension, to create that 7th floor that Robertson had drawn in 1890. You can see in the lower left photograph is a photograph of a 3D print model. We showed the Landmarks Commission in 2020, and you can see that the light is kind of glowing through not just the gable face facing the street, but also through the roof of the gable at the edge, defining the gap between the glass enclosure and the UHPC panels at the street face. You'll also note that the approved proposal included the faithful restoration of the ground floor sandstone facade. We looked really carefully at the building's body. It was incredibly intact, the masonry. It had beautiful detailing of terracotta stone, sandstone, and brick. We looked at those details for both the patterning of our lace rooftop addition and the coloring of it too. In the Robertson sketch, you could tell that he was contemplating the same mix of this beautiful velvety red brick and the tan sandstone in the 7th floor addition, or in the 7th floor that he had designed. So we wanted to work those two colors into the lace of UHPC that's hanging up there, almost creating like 2 layers of lace. One's red and one's tan, and they interweave to create the pattern that Robertson was trying to achieve originally. The UHPC panels hang 35 inches in front of the glass enclosure of the Grand Suites living space, and then returns to be within 8 inches of the bedroom wings of the suite. The panels hang from outrigger brackets that project from the structural mullions of the glass enclosure behind. It was important that to the commission that the new facade did not touch the historic parapet condition. So you could see in the section that our screen hovers 3 inches above the parapet and thus literally hangs from those brackets that project from the structural mullions behind. The structural mullions behind in the glass enclosure behind the screen are made of 3x10 hollow steel sections with 5/8 inch steel knife plates that are inserted, welded, and project 8 inches out from the glass enclosure, which then receive these custom stainless steel outrigger brackets that are bolted to the knife plates at the glass and then are also in turn bolted to the back face of the UHPC panels at their edges, at the panel edges, which are drawn in yellow on the diagram. You see in the photograph in the upper left, the upper brackets are waiting their panels while the lower panels are already installed. Meanwhile, we worked with our UHPC fabricators at Spring Valley Innovations outside of Toronto to come up with the exact right kind of dyes of the red versus tan for the screen. And we worked through several or many iterations, 2-dimensional and 3-dimensional iterations to get those colors just right. The tan is integrally stained into the base of the entire screen, and then the red is hand painted to very specific spots to make that impression of 2 layers of lace intertwining. Our Revit files were translated into CNC-compatible STL files, which were then fed to Spring Valley's CNC machines to cut the 56 unique molds that created the 56 pieces that then were assembled into 32 panels shipped to the site. You could see a installed condition as the gable returns to the bedroom wings on the lower right. The red sections were literally hand-painted with us in Toronto pointing to which pieces. We had shop drawings also that pointed out which pieces of the lace are red and which ones would remain. The red kind of emerges from behind and becomes more preeminent to reflect the Robertson sketch. These are images from now the built condition looking inside out from the Grand Suite. Looking at, and you could see the screen hovering, those 3 inches above the historic parapet. And the picture on the right is looking up in the interstitial space in the gap between the glass and the backside of the UHBC panels with one of those with custom painted stainless steel outrigger brackets that are bolted both to the knife plates projecting from the enclosure and the backside of the UHBC panels. You can see that the photo is looking up, and you can see that the roof of the gable is indeed perforated with the same UHBC pattern panels, so light can come out of that, just like in that photograph we showed Landmarks Commission of our 3D print once upon a time. Meanwhile, that gable that we just talked about is actually the top of a new 9-story building that rises above the historic street wall. The photo on the right is its braced condition after being decoupled from the structure. So the building was otherwise demolished, and a new 9-story building is built behind it with our gable as part of the 7th floor. The 8th and 9th floor set back and rise even farther up. We matched the historic body's masonry for sandstone and granite repair, and replaced all the windows with painted wood windows from Coaba windows with historically accurate mullions, decorative mullions. And then finally, the ground floor. You'll remember a minute ago we talked about the ground floor being removed and replaced with what you see here in the 1950s. Part of our presentation to Landmarks and part of the argument was to allow for a more exuberant top. Maybe we can strengthen that argument by rebuilding and strengthening the landmark base itself. So it's meant to be, the intention was a very faithful restoration, and we worked with as closely as possible with high-resolution historic photographs to recreate the symmetrical, almost symmetrical, not quite symmetrical ground floor. The 2 pediments are slightly different heights and widths. These are just great griffins that are protecting the left portal. The right portal is a little wider. There were gas lamps on cheek walls like you see there. So with a lot of work and a lot of help from Surface Design and AJLP and the incredible tradespeople from traditional cut stone, also outside of Toronto, we were able to recreate H.R. Robertson's ground floor. We hope that he is somewhere happy that and honored that we restored his ground floor and honored him with our top. There's a combination of honed sandstone articulating the window openings and rock face sandstone as for headers and piers. And the only change we made really was lowering the door saddles to be flush with grade for ADA entrances. And instead of sandstone water table base, we specified a granite to meet the needs of a 21st century sidewalk. So that's it for me, and now we'll hear from David.
Thank you so much. So this is the Village West, located at 525 6th Avenue on the southwest corner of 6th Avenue and 14th Street. It's a 13-unit condominium building, 13-story, 70-unit condominium building with a commercial retail ground floor. And as we first started to think about the design of this building, we really looked carefully at the site. If you can see here on the right, our site is kind of one of the last developed sites here on the intersection, and the other 2 buildings to the north, a Morris Adjui building, an ODA building, and the historic building on the southeast corner, all kind of related a little bit more to the 14th Street kind of commercial architecture corridor there. They had kind of grays and muted palettes, kind of monochromatic palettes. And right away, our client was interested in creating a building that related strongly to the Greenwich Village Historic District, which is just to our south. And even, just looking at neighborhood maps, really the Greenwich Village District sort of starts here at this northeast corner. So as we began to think about, well, what does that mean? And think about the facade as well as the massing, we kept coming back to this phrase as home as castle. So almost creating something that had curved masonry walls, almost turret-like forms in this composition of kind of like a bundle of towers wrapping around a setback volume that rises up. And the building, of course, is in real contrast with its neighbors, differentiates itself as a kind of red brick building with many different layers of glazed red terracotta accents, which we'll show you in more detail. So again, just looking at the neighborhood, you think of Greenwich Village Historic District, and immediately we all can recall beautiful streets of 4- and 5-story townhomes. But there's also a really interesting pattern of corner apartment buildings, and they employ similar strategies. They often have kind of these curved corners or turret-like volumes or facade scalloping, even if it's in the middle of the facade. The Jefferson Market, obviously landmark building just to our south there on the upper left. And some newer interventions, 111 Charles Street on the bottom right, an actual BKSK and Morris Adjmi project. And the second image from the left on the top row is actually the building that was historically on our site. So drawing inspiration for all of those kind of eclectic, nuanced forms really informed the design of our building. Looking more specifically now at the material palette, so there's kind of one palette of a brighter red brick on the street-facing facades, and then there's a kind of darker red brick and darker mortar joint used for the penthouse volumes that kind of emerge from within. There are 3 locations where we have a green glazed brick that sort of highlights some of the terrace volumes as they move up the back of the building, and then again on the right there, a sort of speckled red glazed terracotta, which we work closely with Boston Valley on. They provided all the terracotta for the project. The project's still in construction. This is a relatively recent photo, and you can see again from this angle we really exemplifies the notion of, these curved turreted forms and contrasting scales, really getting some that are quite tall, some that are shorter, trying to evoke that idea as home as castle. So this is just highlighting some of the terracotta work. The section on the left is actually taken through one of the piers at the storefront. These very large, heavy sections that create the column at the storefront are all dead loaded down to the ground, and there's a stone base. And the middle photo is always fun to see, where you can see the finished glaze there in that small sample, and that's what it looks like before it goes into the kiln. So those white and blue speckled pieces after getting fired turn this beautiful red color. And then some of the pieces on the right there are the curved spandrels that were used kind of on every other floor to create a double height reading on the main curve of the facade facing the intersection of the 2 streets. And then just examining a few different locations in the project. Up on the upper levels, that penthouse volume that's kind of emerging from the street walls, you can see there are these vertical bull-nosed brick columns or piers, and that was achieved using these 2 special shapes that you see on the right. Those 2 in combination and a kind of running bond pattern, right, can create those bull-nose doubled up columns that you see there. And then running horizontally through them are some of the terracotta bands. So all of those horizontal bands are terracotta. One of the other things we did was to introduce a larger than normal airspace in the brick wall cavity design so that we could manipulate the brick and create interesting textures. So a lot of the push and pull, the in and out of the brick is all achieved by having deeper offset relieving angles, deeper airspaces to allow us to have fun with that articulation and really introduce moments of craft and detail in the facade. This is an interesting moment where the sort of different languages all come together. So this is the crown right at the corner facing the intersection. You can sort of see the street wall language coming up, the penthouse language kind of wrapping around it. The detail on the right, you can see one of the terracotta horizontal bands and we worked carefully on the profile of that and to also sort of incorporate and hide the offset relieving angles so you don't really see those joints so well, which is always an interesting trick to try to hide those on these brick facades. And then just below that, you can see in that section too that all of the window headers for the project were a custom brick shape, a lip brick, again, to hide the angle, but also introducing a little recessed, kind of curved dimple profile to it, where you can really start to see the cast shadow of that shape over all of the window heads. This is just a photograph of the recesses on the facade between each of those volumes. So again, even in the recesses, we're using that brick cavity to our advantage, creating kind of a stippled pattern that sort of fades out as it rises up the building. The detail on the right is actually taken at this moment, but at the ground floor. What's kind of fun about this detail is you could see the in and out brick texture on the bottom right, and on the upper left you can see a plan cut of the storefront terracotta columns. So they're these pretty wide fluted shapes for the main pier of the column, and then there's some additional closure panels of the terracotta that meet the storefront. It was also interesting in this project to pursue quite high-performing windows that were curved and bird glass. That was a challenge. And we feel really fortunate that we were able to execute on that. This is a little highlight at the entry. So on 6th Avenue, there's a very tall, grand, double-height lobby that extends through the initial piece of the lobby into a kind of courtyard beyond. You can see here again, up all the way to the top of the 3rd floor, there's a kind of textured brick wall. And then here again, you can see the terracotta framing of the storefront. So there are these really kind of bold terracotta piers, and then a 2nd floor spandrel, and then another sill course above that, which is what's being highlighted on the right. That's taken at the 2nd floor slab, where you're seeing the top of the column below and the 2nd floor spandrel above. And there's a nice sort of scalloped, deep terracotta profile to create the soffit above that storefront. So you're really going to get a good sense of depth and cast shadow on this terracotta expression. So a minute left. As we conclude just these 2 images here of both projects at night, we feel really fortunate that both projects ended up with this elegant lighting solution that really highlights all of the sort of design features that we've spoke about, and it's those design features we think really help these buildings relate to their context and kind of tell that architectural story.
Yeah, I should mention that the lighting designer for the 22 is Fisher Moran Stone. It was wonderful to work with them, and it was really important, integral part of our landmarks approval as well.
Thank you.
Thank you, David and Todd. That was a really beautiful presentation and beautiful outcome. For our next presenters, we have Manan Raval and June Lee. I'm not sure where they are. Oh, there they come. Manan is a partner at the Hatfield Group Engineering, and June Lee is an associate principal. Both work in the facades group because they have multi types of engineering. The presentation's name is Skin Deep Efficiency, Engineering Performance Driven Facades. So, welcome.
Yeah, hello everyone. Yeah, myself Manan Rawal.
Yeah, and nice to meet you. I'm Chunshik Lee.
So here we're going to present Skin Deep Efficiency, Engineering Performance Driven Facade. Yeah, so here, what we do, we closely work like this type of the projects, institutional, mixed-use, residential, as well as the residential, mixed-use residential and office building. So what we do, we use the specialization. We resolve the complex geometry through, as you've seen that here, the advanced digital design process. We use a Grasshopper and Rhino to resolve the complex geometry, as well as the beam modeling, the beam detailing. So that's way it's a streamlined process for the fabricator who can follow or design the drawings, as well as they follow the architecture drawings. we provide the facade design technical assist. Like we work closely with the developers as well as architect. As you see that, we resolve the unitize, the panelized system, rain screen, and of course the punch window. Who we are is a legacy work collaboration. Myself with Erlene Hatfield, Mike, and June. We work closely, like more than decades, together work with, and we completed, I think, iconic buildings. As you see that American Copper Building, the Cornell Tech, the Residence Hall, as well as 9/11 Museum with the previous firm. So as you say, that is a large firm experience plus boutique studio approach. We are the Hatfield Group Engineering. So here is a skin deep efficiency. The topic is engineering performance-driven facade. We choose three projects as a case study. And skin deep efficiency means, we improve the performance, we solve the complex geometry, we improve the constructability. So it's a very detailing kind of the things we streamline into in a design process. So that's I think minimize the design facade, and of course that's where we achieve the cost effective facade. So here is a 3 case study. The one project is 77 Commercial Street. It's a metal panel egg grate systems. It's a unitized panelized systems with egg grate, the metal panel systems. The second one is a 2440 Fulton Street. Is a panelized the curtain wall system with the GFRC. It's a large joint. I mean, you can see that it's a curtain wall panelized system, but the joint is like not every 5 feet or 6 feet. It's like 15 feet joints within the panelized system. And then a third one is a 2230 Cropsey Avenue. The project is the Build Parkway. It's a nice view, and there we use a aluminum fin as extrusion to improve the performance for overall the facade systems. So I'm going to give the June Lee to start the case study for all 3 projects.
Yeah, so one of the first project is 77 commercial project, which as you can see, is main design feature of this project is egg crate metal panel. And the second case study is 2440 Fulton Street in Brooklyn, and we utilized 2 different GFRC panel, and the last one is aluminum fin. So first case study is 77 commercial project. The architect is Secha Rudy. For this project, we first considered the comprehensive panelization study to be more like a cost efficient. So strategically, we studied about locating the horizontal vertical joint and categorize the curtain panel to consistent 3 bread and butter type consistent panel module, which is one module is dedicated for the column cover, and the other one is a large fixed glass panel, and third one is the jam and side curtain with operable band. So, and the other one we focused on is the egg crate metal panel. For this project, we have a subtle angled metal fascia, which create the X-shape intersection where vertical column cover meet horizontal slab edge cover. At this intersection, for the cost-efficient solution, we proposed 2 small triangular pieces attached in front of the straight vertical column cover. So it simplifies the unfolding ACM layout to maximize the panel production, especially for nesting process when ACM manufacturer produce the panel assembly. And the second one we focused on is wide, like a V-groove cut, angled cut along the edge of the ACM. So when we try to minimize the joint between 2 different surfaces when you have an angled relationship. So we try to close this joint and maintain a sharp appearance of the building. So when we have a reflected sun images, we try to provide a sharp reflected images, provide a strong contrast, maintain a crisp appearance, as you can see the photo on the right side. So this was the two main approach we studied for this project. So this left side is the one of the two of the three, the column curtain panel module. The one on the left side is the column cover, and the other one is the gem and the curtain panel module. For this project, we relocated the horizontal stack joint near the floor. So all the panel module have a consistent aligned at the top of the metal panel consistently, but also extended the edge of the ACM to edge of the curtain panel to minimize the joint dimension between panel to panel. So for example, the one on the right side images, we try to reduce the panel joint to 3/8 inches between panel to panel, to relocate, shifting the edge of the ACM to the location of a perimeter girt along the curtain panel. But also the lower the stack joint, we try to accommodate the bracing from tower crane to minimize the leave out during the panel installation process. So this is the middle of the photo during the panel installation. And this is the large job. We got two twin tower building. So we have very many different, like a three-way joint location, small terraces, small roof, all over the building, especially where we have a end of the one of the tower have a the expansion joint, because the large building further subdivided into two different structural zone, and the expansion joint interface between two building structures. So during the installation period, we did a collaborative QA/QC process with the CM, glazing contractor. So we performed like AMA 51.2, the host test, almost every location of the three-way joint. And especially where we have like an expansion joint location, we did a heavy the page turn meeting and review the shop drawing condition, shop drawing detail, field condition, remediation action plan. So there are so many the water test and the collaboration between across the discipline, and the glazing contractor was very collaborative at the time. So the project overall completed successfully, and it is occupied currently by resident people. So, and this photo is one of the photo we performed the water test. So next second case study is 2440 Fulton Street. For 2440 Fulton Street is office building. New York City HR department is current tenant of this building. For this project, the design feature of this project is two different GFRC. One is a dark gray shape, like a C projected out from face of the glass to provide overall grid pattern of this building. And the other GFRC is the white cream flat panel, full floor to height, about 14 foot, 15 foot tall. And it is alternating every floor to provide more like dynamic, rhythmic appearance of the building. So for this project, our the focus for topic of this project is GFRC, because most of the GFRC, the maximum limit was like 12 foot ranges. It wasn't difficult to find like a 15 foot, 16 foot range GFRC manufacturers. But fortunately, we have one company in Italy, company is Janet, and they can provide cost efficient GFRC with a full floor to floor height. So all the flat GFRC, the linear horizontal GFRC is like full floor to floor height, about 14 foot, 15 foot. And for the glazed into the curtainer system, we considered, for the dark gray GFRC, we considered 3 separate flat GFRC because the manufacturer location was in Europe and Italy. So there was concerns for the efficiency in the shipping. So we make 3 mitered cut GFRC to make a C-shaped profile, but shifted the joint from side of the C shape. So when we look at the building from front side, we don't see any joint of the GFRC, which we're going to show you later in the photo, so you can evaluate the C-shaped dark gray GFRC. The second GFRC is the flat GFRC, the white cream color, and they have a small reveal at the center of the panel. So that we have these 2 different GFRC. Behind of the GFRC, we put the aluminum panel, which is glazed into the curtain frame, similar to the insulated glass unit. So from manufacturer facility, they provided all the glass aluminum panel as a pre-glazed, so complete weather barrier, and delivered to the job site. And depend on the schedule logistic, the GFRC panel was field installed as a decorative feature. So this is the manufacturer photo of the GFRC manufacturer. They pre-mix all the ingredient, pour into the mold, and when they cure the GFRC, they take it out with a suction cup, place over the CNC milling machine. Before the CNC milling machine, they do the surface treatment. But during the CNC milling process, they pre-drill the hole where we locate a clip. But also for this white color GFRC, they provide the middle reveal at the center of the panel. So this white cream panel, most of the white cream panel was pre-installed from manufacturer facility, and C-shaped GFRC was delivered to the job site and installed just before hanging the unit. This is the middle of the photo. We utilized the Schuko system, and they frequently did a QA/QC for the glass inspection before glazing into the frame. The early phase of the installation, so it's a full floor-to-floor height GFRC, and then the dark gray, it was installed at the job site. Depend on the schedule, they installed before the hanging the unit or after hanging the unit. But horizontal GFRC was installed after they installed the unit because it need to cover 3 separate curtainer module along the horizontal slab edge cover. And this is the almost end of the photo, which show a grid pattern of the 2 different GFRC. The lower area at the ground level was the stick-built, the Schuko system. And the last project is 2330 Cropsey. For 2330 Cropsey, the facade design of this project is subdivide the building massing into smaller scale to localize with the neighborhood building scale. And they utilized aluminum fin for horizontal and vertically to show break down the building massing. So for this project, the concept was to provide the fin system. And the way we propose the fin system is to provide interlocking the snap cap profile into the vertical fin. So the location where we have a bracket connection into the curtainer panel, they cut out, and then once provide the access hole, and after they engage the vertical horizontal fin to the curtainer panel, they just simply cover with a separate snap cap cover where they have a cut off along the vertical fin. So the drawing show the original profile of the fin, the typical condition, but where they cut out the snake cap, the vertical fin, the dashed line represent the location of the aluminum cutout, but that location is infilled by a separate snake cap, and we have a hairline joint to maintain like a continuous appearance. So for the horizontal fin example, the photo on the left and gem side, you can see a small hairline joint, and that hairline joint show a separate snake cap cover, the location where we have a fastener connection into the curtain unit. And for the horizontal fin, we proposed upturned leg to address the icicle formation concern, but also maintain the same dimension of the aluminum vertical fin where we have a horizontal and vertical intersection. And our intern, Damon, did a solar radiation study which show two different heat map. It's the same curtain system, but one with aluminum fin, the other one without aluminum fin, and it show solar heat gain, reduction of the solar heat gain, and potentially reduce the temperature of the floor. So for this the glazing manufacturers are located in Europe, so they prefer separate shipping for the fin, and they install this fin just before hanging the unit. So the one on the left side is before we install the fin, and we have 2 or 3, depend on the length of the panel. We have the stainless steel angle bracket, and stainless steel angle bracket have about 1.5 inch, 2 inch offset from glass face. So if we have a damaged glass, we utilize that clearance to maneuvering the glass for the replacement of the glass if necessary. And that location is the connection, structure connection for the horizontal aluminum, horizontal vertical fin to connect into the curtain panel. For this project, we used the Wicona system, and Wicona city. This is the one of the photo during the production of the Wicona system curtain. And early phase of the panel installation, and you can this is like a straight, continuous. This hairline joint is almost not visible, and one of the photo, the chicken head, the end dam treatment along the stack joint, and the one on the right side is a breakdown the horizontal vertical fin, which looks like a good relationship to the neighborhood building. And this is the last images of our presentation. It shows almost completion of the building. This building is located right next to the sea. So once we have a building on the roof level, it provides a great view to the ocean. So so Manan has explained to you before, we wanted to present the 3 case study, especially for the skin deep efficiency. This 3 case study, we try to provide assist with architect for efficient facade solution by minimizing the design intent.
To simplify the complex geometry, I think you see that the previous project that we use a very efficient extrusion instead of the fin. I think it's a very simple solutions rather than the complex the fin systems. Same thing at the GFRC, how that GFRC attached to the panelized systems. So I think that's it. Yeah.
Hello? Thank you, Manan and June. That was, I really appreciate the deep dive into the solutions for the different materials. Our next presenter is Gary Tongo, who's the National Architectural Manager of ES Windows. And he's going to present measuring thermal performance. Oh, you have one, okay.
This should work, I think. Great. Good afternoon. My name's Gary Tonko. I'm the National Architectural Manager for ES. Before I get started for all these things, I kind of like to see a show of hands since it's my job to make sure everybody knows who we are. Show of hands, who's familiar with ES? Okay, not terrible. What about Technoglass? All right, so what I'm going to do to kind of kick things off, I'm going to go ahead and just start a presentation and just talk a little bit about ES Windows and Technoglass and who we are. So ES is part of the Techno Group class of companies, and that group of companies includes Technoglass, ES, Aleutians, which is our extrusion company, ES Metals, which is our ornamental metals company, and then we have two installation arms that work out of South Florida. One of those is GM&P, and the other one is Companetti. So ES is a vertically integrated manufacturing, fabrication, and assembly company. Basically, we do everything in-house and on a single campus in Barranquilla that's 6.5 million square feet, other than pull materials out of the ground. So we've been in the market in the U.S. since the late 1980s. We ship into the U.S. Every week, and if I had to look at kind of market share, we probably do 60 to 70% of the work in South Florida. And we do everything from our own extrusions to fabricating our own glass. We have our own low-E coatings. And then it's interesting because we also play in both the commercial and residential markets. And then we work in a couple different materials. We do aluminum as well as UPVC. So that's just a picture of our campus in Barranquilla. So just the overall agenda, we're going to just kind of touch on thermal performance and where we go, what's it look like in regards to products. I'm going to throw a lot of numbers at you today just so you can kind of see where we're at, and then show you where, at least from our opinion, where the market's heading in regards to thermal performance and products. So it's always good to start, I think, with a baseline, and I know some of this is a little bit of a fundamental, but it's always kind of nice to know where to start and how things basically work. So we'll start with types of heat transfer, and there's basically conduction, convection, and radiation. And as a systems and glass manufacturer, basically when we're designing products, we take all these into account to provide the best product we can into the market. There's a couple of things on this slide that I want to make sure I point out. Basically, heat flux, which has the rate of energy per unit area, and it has direction and magnitude. And then the other thing is the second law of thermodynamics. So as we start looking at some of these products and some of the images I'm going to show you, just always remember that basically, unless you're manipulating it somehow, heat flows to cold. So in measuring this stuff, what's the metric that we use to measure heat transfer, heat flux? So basically in our industry, we have what we call U value or U factor. A lot of the times you'll see those used interchangeably, but there is basically a small nuance between the two that I want to make sure we point out, because that definitely comes into play when we start looking at materials and how they work together. So U value is basically the thermal performance or thermal transmittance of a single material. So like glass has a U value. Aluminum has a U value. The gaskets that go into your framing system have a U value. And it's hard to put that onto a building, so what we come up with, I say what's come up with in the industry is something called a U factor. And what that is a weighted average of the individual components that go into the assembly. So, and then basically with U factor, the lower the number, the better. It's going to be a number hopefully far south of 1. So it's usually represented by a 0.5 or a 0.36. And then the other thing I want to talk about is R values, which is inversely related to U values. R value is the measure of resistance to heat transfer. So the reason why I bring this up will be apparent in a little bit, but our industry in the past has not used R value before because it's a number that just didn't make sense when you're looking at product assemblies. So the other thing about R value that's good to know is that it is cumulative. Unlike U value, you cannot, or U factor, you can't add two U factors together and be like, oh, this is what my product is. But let's say insulation, you have two pieces of R4 insulation, put them together, you have an R8. So that works for R value. So there's other key performance metrics that we could talk about just due to the length of the presentation. We're not going to really dig into these too deep, but as you're looking at projects, you're putting your specifications together and you're putting your building modeling together, know things like solar heat gain coefficient. That's really a big one for radiation, which we talked about earlier. The other things are condensation index. Dew point analysis for me is one that I like because it actually gives you a point on a frame or a piece of glass where you have condensation problems, unlike a CR or a CI number, which is just a number that you're trying to figure out what it means. The other things that come into play that are currently very important, STC, OITC are now big and probably have been for the last, I don't know, 8 to 10 years. And the other thing that we're seeing also in the marketplace is basically building air leakage tests. Air leakage can have a significant impact on building thermal performance. So you really can't delve into this without kind of setting the baseline for where things are at. NFRC started in the late 1980s, and the way it was set up was to develop a means of comparing light products from different companies. So as a designer or a modeler or an engineer, you could actually determine what company had the best product. Prior to that, it was pretty much the wild, wild west. There was no baseline. There was no anything that you could use to compare company X to company Y. It was just like you had to figure it out on your own. NFRC solved a lot of that by basically coming up with baseline modeling and designs where you would have to meet a certain criteria. So one of the things that we'll get into here in a little bit that I think is very important to point out is that each product per NFRC has a gateway size test or a model that you're basically coming up to. So as you're looking at this and you're looking at some of the sizes, you can see some of them are pretty small. Casement is 24 by 59, and one of the things I want to point out is a curtain wall. So if you're specifying a certain U value on your projects based on an NFRC test size, this is that test size. It's a 79 by 79 opening with one vertical mullion, 2 lights of glass. When was the last time anybody saw a curtain wall that was basically 36 inches or 38 inches wide by 79 inches tall? But at the end of the day, just realize that NFRC was designed for product comparisons. I'm going to take just one step back. The other thing I wanted to point out too is that NFRC had developed two pieces of software that we use today, which is called Therm and Window. So for all the thermal calculations and everything I'm going to show you here in a little bit, those were developed, or basically that is the output that these two modeling softwares provide us. So today I'm going to basically talk about a couple of different products so you can see thermal values and their performance. So first off is the ES P600, which is our new high performance thermal window. It is a casement. So down below each one of these visuals, you'll see the gateway sizes that the values are modeled to. The next one, just for a complete different comparison, is our V76. It is a UPVC product. Works very well thermally, extremely low conductivity. You can see at the bottom for materials. And then the next one, just as a complete, just to make it completely different, would be our ES 8030T. This is a captured version of our unitized curtain wall. So when you look at products, we manufacture all these ourselves down in Barranquilla. Columbia. And when you look at these, basically, our goal is to limit heat flux in a framing system. So this is the P600, a cross-section of that. So as mentioned before, we have basically three things that we're trying to stop: conduction, convection, and radiation. Radiation is going to mostly do with your glass infill, and then conduction will be the framing itself. And how do we do that? Basically, we try to separate the exterior and interior with non-conductive materials. And then for convection, what we want to do is eliminate the air movement throughout the framing system. So where you have hollows, what we try to do, and you can see it basically at that fin that says 34 millimeter polyimide. Polyimide's very low conductive material. You have these fins that help also break up your heat transfer, as well as the convection that happens inside the glazing pocket or between the exterior and interior. And then if you look at this also, you'll see that sweep gasket that helps keep the cold air on the outside and warm air on the inside. So you want to break that up as much as possible. And if you remember looking at the definition of heat flux, it's a time temperature thing. So what you want to do is slow down the heat transfer as much as possible. So the next thing we're going to look at is the V76 UPVC window. So looking at this, already you're going like, well, I don't know if it's fair to compare the two. UPVC is basically 800 times less conductive than aluminum, which is a significant difference. And if you look at the section on your right-hand side, you'll see that it has a lot of chambers in it. And once again, you still have issues with heat flux. So what you want to do is limit and slow down the heat transfer by conduction, via conduction and convection, and putting all these barriers in place help do that and assist the window in performing better. So we'll talk about thermal properties in a minute, where we come up with. The other part that comes into the equation for thermal performance when you're looking at this is the infill. Glass is your biggest contributor of thermal performance. And you basically have four ways to make that better. One is a coating, two is the airspace fill that you're able to use, three is the spacer, believe it or not. It's so small, but it does make a difference. And then four is the ability to insulate it. So I'm just going to touch on each one of those just briefly. So low E coatings have probably been around since the 1980s predominantly. Prior to that, it was 1-inch or monolithic glass. I would call the second iteration of low E's, where we're using sputter-coated oxides in a vacuum chamber to give us the best performance. Triple silver low E's are kind of where everything's coming at and what you would need to do to develop products in this market. The other thing, airspace fill, typically you could get just regular air in here, but now argon, it's a noble gas, it's non-toxic, it's chemically inert, it's roughly 67% less conductive than air. So being able to use this in a IG unit has a big help on U value. And it helps lower conduction and convection, so it's a little bit interesting. Basically, as a rule of thumb for center of glass reduction in U value, you can use a 0.04. The next thing is what you see here is a heat flux magnitude image. This is developed out of the Windows software, the Window and Therm software that I showed you earlier, that's done by NFRC. You can see in the individual spots where the thermal weaknesses are. This is really what this heat flux magnitude image is great for. And if you look at your right, you look at your left, that's going to be an aluminum spacer. Those are pretty much gone the way of the dinosaur. The next step was a warm edge thermally broken composite. And right now we're looking at TPS spacers that really probably the best performing spacers on the market. And last but not least for glass, one of the things I said, you could insulate it. Monolithic glass obviously has been gone for a long time. You get into double pane IGUs, and then your next step really is to go to triple pane IGUs, adding low E's, an extra spacer, and that's right now for traditional IGUs, that's the best you're going to get. So when you look at this, what do those values look like? So what you can see here is basically center of glass values. This does not take into account your air spacer at all, but it does take into account, like we talked before, as you can see, argon and aluminum, there's definitely argon and air are definitely two different U factors or U values, and then you go into triple pane, same thing for that. So it doesn't take into account the spacer, but I'd like you to make sure, kind of remember these numbers for R values. So center of glass R value, 1-inch IGU is a 4, and when you add another basically air spacer, it doesn't double that like we had talked about earlier. It makes it an R value of roughly a 6.6. So what's the next generation of glazing that's coming up? And we call it Techno VIG. Definition of a vacuum. So basically what VIG is two pieces of glass. You heard this if you were at the presentation earlier. Two pieces of glass with a vacuum inner layer in between. There's a couple other parts that go into it, which we'll talk about in a second. But basically, a vacuum is a space devoid of matter. So there's nothing in it, which also leads to some other great performing attributes of VIG, which we'll get into in a sec. And then the one thing I want to point out, I was looking for definitions for this, and I found this other one where basically it says it's a atmospheric pressure less than sea level. So if you look at the sea level pressure, that's 101 basically Pascal. So in our world, we basically think there's two types of VIG. One is a VIG unit by itself, and then the other one is a vacuum layer. So 10 to the negative 2 for the vacuum layer, and then you've got a very small vacuum that goes into it. So that would be a VIG with the pillars. This is a HVIG with a part on the other side. And I'm going to have to kind of rip through some of this stuff. Thermal values, what I want to point out for this, our value of 22 and 25.6, considerably amazing for glass performance. Here's a time, temperature, color map. 1-inch IGU on the left, Techno VIG, HVIG on the right. Look at your interior glass temperatures. A pretty big swing, not quite 20-degree difference. And this is on the V76. You can see the U values, differences between the two. This is the unitized curtain wall. I'd like to point out the frame temperatures and the glass temperature differences between a 1-inch IGU and HVIG, significantly different. So performance levels are great on that. This is a heat flux magnitude map, shows where the weaknesses are. One thing I want to touch on real quick before we kind of wrap this up, difference between the NFRC gateway size and a closer to project size. Look at the difference in U factors between the two. So 5.98 versus an 8.96, that's a significant difference. And basically, just to wrap this up, building codes, in my opinion, are really going to drive where this product goes. Owners typically, unless they want to spend a little bit more money, have a problem with this. But one of the things I want to point out is that as we look into this, into the future, really it's a holistic building method on what makes sense and doing the building modeling up front to see how the cost of the glass affects the project cost. When you get into these R values for framing in glass, you are looking at things that could impact perimeter heating, tonnage on HVAC or mechanical requirements, future tonnage replacements on mechanical requirements. So as you get into that, let us help you out for building modeling. If you want to come by and talk more, we have a table out here, and I appreciate your time. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Gary, for that. I didn't know a lot about vacuum glass, and I'm looking forward to specifying that. Next, we have Andrew Priest from Boston Valley Terracotta. He's the Director of Innovation and Technical Sales. I think some of your projects have already been shown today.
Just a couple. Hi everyone, thanks for having me here today. I'm here today to talk about an ancient timeless material, terracotta, and how it can play a huge role in contributing to the high performance innovative facades that we're all designing with today. But first, before I get into that, I want to talk about a couple issues that are plaguing the built environment. The first one being the urban heat island effect. I'm sure everyone is keenly aware of what that is and how much it impacts our daily lives, especially here in New York City. But as you go and look across the United States, nearly every metropolis is an urban heat island. And actually, if you really kind of focus on the map, you can basically make out our interstate system. So urban heat islands are really impacting us everywhere. When you couple that with the total global CO2 emissions for a year, it begins to paint a really bleak picture. So 27% of total emissions are from building operations. So if we think urban heat island effect, air conditioning, well, the two kind of go hand in hand. So how do we begin to combat that? Well, terracotta to start is one of the lowest embodied carbon building materials available on the marketplace, but that doesn't mean much. So the team at Arup came to ACOD 2024, which is the Architectural Ceramics Assemblies Workshop. This was a multinational team comprised of participants from London, Toronto, and Los Angeles, and they wanted to design a new wall typology that took advantage of terracotta's low embodied carbon, but also its strength and durability to design a new wall module so that they could construct more efficient facades. What they did to start first was look at different wall typologies to understand how much embodied carbon is made up of typical ceramic facades. And that set basically the baseline of what their goal was to beat. Once they came up with a system, the module that they wanted to deploy, they then began to look at it structurally to see how it would perform. And what they found is that their new module would work for up to 6 stories unsupported. And once you got over 6 stories, you needed minor post-tensioning to be able to continue the wall up. They wanted to make sure that it was also a practical wall system and not just look pretty. So they looked to see what the inherent thermal performance of the module was, where was the dew point line, how would they do moisture control. They wanted this to be a true full-fledged system, confined to a workspace or a workshop environment. And when they were all said and done, they computed the numbers, and this wall assembly has 24% less carbon in it than a typical cavity wall brick construction, and 40% less carbon than a typical terracotta rain screen facade. So that's significant savings. And they did it all while making an absolutely beautiful facade. So they took advantage of some of the inherent terracotta properties to make both an inner and outer weight of terracotta. So the whole system that you can see here is comprised of an inner and outer weight of terracotta that provides the structural reinforcement for the facade. And they use foam glass in the middle to increase the thermal properties of it. So this is all well and good. It worked phenomenal in the workshop environment, but how do we deploy this at scale to bigger projects? We're all critical thinkers here and industry leaders, so how do we advance this project to be able to become something we see in the marketplace more often? I challenge you all to think about how can terracotta play a role in other innovative facade solutions. For those of you who are not aware of what terracotta is known for its malleability. It comes from clay, and you mix it with water, and it becomes a very malleable material. We are the only domestic manufacturer of terracotta rain screen, and we are also one of the very few manufacturers that utilize all 4 industrial forming methods. Actually, the only one in the United States as well. Those 4 forming methods are slip casting, extrusion, hand pressing, and ram press. And each one of these allows us to make a lot of different unique shapes that fit your vision from a facade standpoint. A great example of this is right around the corner at 514 West 24th Street, which is the Fitzroy Building designed by Roman Williams and completed in the late teens. So this looks like a beautiful old Art Deco building, but it's actually a rain screen that they just tuck point to the joints to fit with the historic vernacular. Terracotta is also known for its aesthetic qualities. So we have 14 standard natural through bodies, and we can also custom develop a through body if there's a specific color that you're looking for. But additionally, we can glaze the material. And when we get into glazes, the world's really the world of possibilities is nearly endless. We can do anything from a dry matte sheen up to a high gloss. We can do a single color. We can do multi-layered glazes, and take advantage of some really unique properties that happen in the firing process, which allow the glaze to pool or run or do some really unique attributes that way. A great example of this is 155th Ave by Studios Architecture. This was a contemporary penthouse addition added onto the historic facade. We actually initially started off by receiving a historic sample from the building to develop our glaze matches from. As you can see, we developed 3 distinctive glaze finishes for it. It's actually a multi-layered glaze that we developed to achieve the aesthetic that the design team was going for. So it works really great and ties in harmoniously between contemporary materials as well as historic context. Terracotta is also known for its durability. Terracotta is used in some of the harshest freeze-thaw environments. We designed our body to withstand over 300 freeze-thaw cycles. It's also mold and mildew resistant, and it's basically impervious to UV degradation. It should go without saying that's also non-combustible. We fire material to over 2,000 degrees Fahrenheit. And finally, it will last for over 100 years. I mean, they judge civilizations on the ancient ceramics that they find. Terracotta is no different than those ceramics. A great example of that is the Moynihan train station. We were part of the restoration team for this project back in about 2017. So the terracotta we ended up replacing, it didn't fail because it was of old age. The building was actually built in 1913, but there's other failures within the building envelope that caused the terracotta to become damaged and require replacement. Terracotta is also a very sustainable material. As I mentioned before, it's very low from an a carbon standpoint. It is basically comprised of clay, water, and then fired to a high temperature. So all of our clay comes from mines typically within about a 500-mile radius of our facility, which is in Orchard Park, New York. So from a lead standpoint, New York City is also within that radius, so we're able to offer a lot of points that way. And they all follow the Land Reclamation Act, which ensures that they return the clay pit back to nature when they're done. We don't want to leave scars on the earth. Additionally, we are a zero waste facility when it comes to terracotta production, so any offcuts, scraps, or perhaps a reject that may occur, we're able to crush up and reconstitute back into the next terracotta batch. So the interesting thing with that, though, is with rain screen projects now that are happening, say in 50 years, you want to replace your facade. Well, those panels could be removed, we could crush them and put them into the next mixed design for the next facade. So we're able to create a circular economy with that same principle. So a great example of a very sustainable project is right here in our backyard, One Vanderbilt by KPF. This project achieved LEED 3 Platinum and LEED 4 Gold status, in part because of the terracotta that we provided. So a really interesting project that I want to walk through with everyone is the Studio Gang designed FDNY Fire Rescue 2. This project is a training center and living space that was designed to allow interactions between the firefighters as well as the public. So there's 18 unique apertures where the terracotta goes around. Each of these apertures are uniquely angled, so all the terracotta has compound miter cuts on it. And you can see we glazed it with 3 distinctive red colors. We had to come up with some interesting solutions to resolve some of the angles and everything with this one. So all the corner pieces are actually comprised of what we called a triple die. So we had adequate attachment spots for anchoring. Otherwise, some of these corners had really narrow pieces that would not allow for attachment. Additionally, we developed techniques that allowed us to put multiple glazes on one single piece. So we were able to keep the same color pattern that the design team was looking for. And then finally, as you can imagine, with lots of unique, complex compound miter cut openings, the field measurements and the architectural drawings didn't quite match. So we had a solution for that. We actually had the field dimensions sent to us, and we constructed frames at our facility to lay out every single piece and make sure each assembly went together perfectly, label them specifically for the contractor, and then shipped it to site so that when they went to go install it, it was a perfect fit. It's basically guaranteed to fit. and I have to say it turned out quite stunning. And one of the unique features on here is you can see the signage. It's red on red, so it might be a little bit hard to read in the right-hand photo, but we actually hand-carved the lettering that says FDNY Fire Rescue 2 in those panels, so we have a really talented team that's able to execute that. So to wrap up, I would like to go through a series of projects that we thought were quite innovative when it comes to terracotta facades. All these come from our Architectural Ceramics Assemblies workshop over the past few years. The first one is from ZGF and Lyra Engineering. They designed a screen wall that allowed for the terracotta panels to rotate and articulate based off programmatic requirements or potential seasonal changes in the solar angles. So each one of the different modules was able to rotate in 15-degree increments and conform to the program behind it. The tri-pyramid structures provided all these stainless steel hardware that allowed for the actual panel rotation. The next one is Wish Jenny Elsner, WJE. They do a lot with historic preservation. We do a lot of work with them for our heritage work. And one challenge that constantly plagues them is terracotta cornices. They're deep, monstrous units, and I'm not exaggerating when I say some pieces weigh over 500 pounds. And most of those parapet walls were not designed to support those loads. So when they're trying to come up with an engineering solution to put the parapet wall back, it can be problematic. So they want to take advantage of our rain screen system and be able to create a historic terracotta looking cornice from street view, but it's actually much thinner, lighter weight panels from behind, and at the same time increase the productivity for the installers. So this system actually accomplished two things with once. The next one is Henning Larsen and Thorin Tomasetti. They designed a facade panel that encouraged moss growth. And the idea behind this was that the moss would grow onto some of the bisque parts of the terracotta body and actually create a carbon positive facade. Cook Fox with Bureau Happold, they designed a modular masonry unit. So every single one of the white and blue units is exactly the same, just rotated in different orientations. And then created these pods that allowed for birds, bees, and plants to grow and thrive on a wall. So this could either be a standalone wall or it could actually become part of the facade system itself. The pods are interchangeable and replaceable, so if for whatever reason, say too many birds decide to live in one, you could replace it. Woods Baggett designed a spandrel panel for a unitized curtain wall that incorporates PV panels in here. In their words, they want to beautify the PV panels, or maybe mask the ugliness is a better way to say it. No offense to PV panels. But they also want to be able to increase the performance of the PV panels. So they were able to take advantage of the terracotta and the 3D forms that we can create to articulate the PV panel to capture more sun than if it was just to be a flat vertical PV panel. Seldorf Architects look to minimize the weight in a terracotta panel. So they look to use origami folding techniques, and they were able to reduce the weight of the panel by about 60% from a conventional terracotta rain screen panel, which is quite impressive. And then Banish Architekten, they look to create an evaporative cooling system and it also minimize the amount of embodied carbon within the facade. So this facade after a rain event was 18 degrees cooler than other surrounding areas and remained 18 degrees cooler for over an hour after that rain event. Unfortunately, we ran out of time for testing, so we don't know how much longer it ran for beyond that hour. And then finally, this is Tuesday's Studio with Thorin Tomasetti. They're based in Miami and they deal a lot with torrential downpours. So they were looking for a way to manage stormwater runoff and not send it into the sewer system. So this was a way to provide shading for a parking garage, but also collect the rainwater and direct it into planters that would be found on every single slab and be able to utilize that water for plants instead of sending it into the sewer system. So finally, to conclude, you can see that a facade can be a lot more. Terracotta can do so much more. Beyond aesthetics, beyond visual appeal, terracotta facades can transform functionality. It can reflect sunlight, disperse heat, capture rainwater, create habitats for birds, bees, and plants. The potential really is immense. Our industry just has to embrace it. Let's reimagine facades as dynamic elements of the built environment. Let's imagine terracotta facades that can do more. With what new innovations can we unlock? And how can these advancements sharp high-performance facades that actively support our sustainable future? The possibilities await. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Andrew. I really love the competition that you highlighted. We worked on it too, and it's a really great way to kind of bring ideas together about a material that obviously has a lot of untapped utilage. So we are going to set up for our panel of 3, and I will introduce the moderator as soon as we're set up here. Good job. This is about layers of light and layers of daylight tools and techniques. I'm very interested to see how this all comes together as a panel. So I am going to introduce Lee Brand from HLB Lighting. She will be the moderator for the panel. And do you have a mic? Oh, you do have a mic?
I do, yeah.
Okay, I'm going to let you go.
Thanks, Kate. So thanks for having us. We're pretty excited to be here. We got very jazzed as we put together this panel. So we're going to kind of start with the obvious and talk about why we love daylighting. And we'll start with designing for comfort and sustainability. So you each have a great example of design and how daylighting contributes to a successful project. How have you made the benefits of daylight tangible for your clients? And I forgot the clicker. Go ahead, Jennifer.
I am.
We're good.
So I'm just sharing a couple of images of a new all-electric library in Maplewood, New Jersey, and which, in fact, Lee was our partner on for lighting. It's built along an Olmsted Brothers park, and so it was very constrained. But we sort of added a third to the building. And the mission was really, the township is very forward thinking. They wanted not just all electric, but they wanted LEED, they wanted using natural light. And so working with Lee and HLB in general was great. So this is the library, and it's very exciting that it's open. I think it really takes advantage of daylight, and we used a FRID and a standard FRID and a custom FRID to moderate the daylighting, and so far it's working quite well.
Yes, I will say as a member of the library, the opening it up to the park has just tripled the number of users who come all the time now to just work from the library, not even necessarily use the library for books.
It's a building that faces town and the rest of the town. So the town, so there is the kind of more public side. The first image has this kind of town side, and so there's a community room underneath this that operates at night. That's the teen room. They actually get one of the best rooms in the library. But it's really a building that takes advantage of daylight in every which way, or as many ways as we could get away with it.
And Miguel, do you want to talk about the brook?
Can you hear me? Yeah.
Oh, I didn't let you guys introduce yourselves. Oh my gosh, I'm so sorry. Well, let's do that.
Okay.
Go ahead, Miguel.
Chris, do you want to start?
Oh, sure. Hi, Chris Steffens. I'm an associate at HLB in our New York office. I'm a daylighting specialist, and I guess what that means is that I spend a lot of time with architects and engineers to identify, set criteria for daylighting, and then to test and validate the sort of design details around daylighting. And it's great to be embedded in an electric lighting firm because we're also able to help connect the dots between daylighting outcomes and electric lighting design.
I'm Jennifer Sage. I'm principal of Sage & Coombe Architects. We've been in practice for about 30 years, mostly doing public work, particularly starting under Bloomberg and then working through every city agency imaginable and a little bit out of the city as well. So we were thrilled to get the library job in Maplewood.
My name is Miguel Maldonado. I'm a principal at Barger Bell. We've been in our office, not me, been in the work since 1968. We do beautiful work. We do a lot of restoration and preservation projects in the city, as new commercial and multi-residential buildings, and cultural buildings, institutional work as well. So.
And I apologize for my faux pas. I was too worried about the clicker, so thank you. So now, Miguel, we'll let you chat about the brook.
Yeah, I want to actually mention, so on the other spectrum for design of daylighting design, we also had the challenge that we work with residential buildings. And the approach with residential buildings is a little bit different in terms of how do you approach the daylighting. With the project that you have here, we just finalized that project. It's built in the Brook in downtown Brooklyn. We really were playing with the materiality on the facade and trying to expand the windows to trying to bring a little more light into the space, and how we play with that materiality, not only to enhance the interiors, but also to enhance how the light actually reflects into the building. And you can see that as you have facade on the shadows, or you have places where the sun is really hitting on that facade. It creates beautiful spaces. And we also use that to highlight, the building as an iconic element of the project, as you can see on the bulkhead, as a crowning component for the project.
And Chris, what do you think facades play in delivering glare-free and useful daylighting for occupants?
The facade is really the first layer, the boundary layer of materiality that's acting in a direct response to some set of defined environmental needs or values. I'm a lighting designer, so our charge here is usually to define the needs and values of the visual environment. I don't think I'm giving away any lighting design secrets when I tell you that the secret to good electric lighting design is using multiple layers of light. I think we all know intuitively that a monolithic or a unidirectional approach to lighting it feels sometimes flat or inadequate for a task at hand. And in the same sense, more than one daylighting element usually has to be incorporated into the facade or work in concert with the facade to be successful. So a layered approach to daylighting needs to introduce visual interest. It needs to mediate useful daylight illuminance levels. It needs to address times of potential visual discomfort, glare, based on task needs. And this is all while maintaining visual connections through the facade. So, facades by design are very site and climate responsive. This project is U.S. Federal Courthouse in Los Angeles. We work with SOM on it. Rarely is a building massed or sited for ideal sun control. LA is about 6 degrees in latitude further towards the equator than New York City. It's obviously slightly warmer than New York City. So east-west sun control is really critical. The civic presence of this siting at First and Broadway sort of puts the facades in an awkward solar position. So how do you regain some order of control of sun control for interior program? Well, the team settled on the idea of sort of this crenellation or pleating or like a crinkle cut of the facade that reorients the facade, sort of subdivides it in a way that organizes the facade elements around sun control in view. How do they do that? There's a facade kit of parts that got developed. So there's a vision unit that is maybe more for a sunlight tolerant area, such as the atrium where views are a priority. We've got clear glass either side of the pleats. That's number 2 there at the bottom. There's also a spandrel unit that combines an opaque east-west facing unit with a vision unit that's facing north and south, and a different vision unit that's more of a shading unit. And how does that pan out? On the interior, there's 24 courtrooms in this facility, and I think all, if not most of them, are daylit. So the sunlight tolerant circulation zone there you see on the right on the outside of the courtroom is against that pleated facade, and you can see the direct sun coming in probably from the south through the clear unit on the bottom. You have a spandrel unit in the foreground, and at the top you've got a clear unit and a shading unit and this light shelf that's transferring sunlight into the courtroom. So the key task here is the judge on the dais and maintaining the visual comfort balance between the daylight we're emitting in the courtroom and the other surfaces in the courtroom, like the walls. We're using some electric light to bring that daylight into balance with the rest of the courtroom. There's also other elements introduced, like those translucent panels either side of the marble there, and behind us is a 20-story atrium that's transferring some light through transom glass. So this is a great example of electric lighting and daylighting, working to make a visually comfortable environment in this courtroom, where a courtroom you typically don't see as well daylit as this.
So when we were all gathering to meet for this, I think we were all most excited about materiality and how materials worked with each other. So I want to talk about how facades and shading devices or shading patterns and how they influence human perception of light, transparency, and identity. So let's talk about perforated metal first.
Oh, this is me, I think. So when we first started working under the Bloomberg administration, under the design excellence initiatives that administration started, we thought, well, we'll see what we can build. We'll build a bathroom, whatever. It turned out that it was really a kind of an interesting challenge, how to bring design into a project that no one thought was capable of design and no one wanted to spend any money on. So our first public restroom was in the Rockaways, and so we took a section of that painting and abstracted it, took the cloud, and turned it into the security screen. And for some reason, Parks accepted it. I don't know why, because we created all the digital files, and we said it was so easy and hardly any fabrication, and then doors that had a graphic and a great tile, and that became the prototype, it turned out. It won an AIA award, and Parks never had an AIA award for any of their work, so they were like, oh, okay. And it was a very, very simple building. So that became the standard for the security screen for another 24 comfort stations that we built all over the city. We tried to make them site-specific. We didn't always win on that issue, but this might be Dean Street in Brooklyn, I think. But the idea of creating a kind of play of light that also does the security and does the sort of vandal resistance that the city agencies really require became a kind of mission, how to beat them at their own game a little bit. So, and I think this is probably my last one. Yes.
Miguel, you also have another example.
Yes, so similar to Jennifer, we also work with perforated panels, but we also play a little bit with the angles and how the light actually reflects to those panels. On this project, we had a really nice challenge that was to actually hide a parking garage. So on one side of the building, what you see on the image on the bottom left is actually a perforated panel that we have on one side of the building, but on the other side, where it's actually more towards the public, we kind of actually want to bring a different essence to the neighborhood. This is actually a very welcoming building and just right next to the Newark Penn Station. So we kind of wanted to bring a different aspect, almost like artistic welcoming space. So we start playing with the angles, and we actually bring in the air actually from above the space, so it's actually hidden the way actually you ventilate this facade. But this playfulness of materiality and how the light reflects creates a beautiful composition that actually it doesn't look like a parking garage. It brings something else over the neighborhood, and I think the light reflects here, as you can see, came beautifully. So.
And Chris, you're going to talk to us about louvers.
Yeah, this is a great example of a louver system that's inboard of a facade, so it's interior to the building, but this is a project we did with William Rahn Associates in Boston. We actually did a couple of library projects with them. This is in East Boston. The orientation of this building is to the southwest, so it's a bit of a tricky solar orientation, again, similar to the federal courthouse project. Go back to the beginning slide there. Yeah, just the one interesting thing about a daylighting detail like a deep overhang or a louver system that's a dense louver system like this is that as lighting designers, it's a great opportunity for us then to celebrate that daylighting detail and make it part of the night presence of the building. So there's a lighting detail that's grazing the louvers in the lower sort of section of louvers you see there, and it's uplighting the shading device as well. So terrific opportunity to have that duality of daylighting and electric lighting.
We love our
presence.
lanterns. Yep.
So this view is looking to the southwest again. The sun is probably behind us. There's this great detail of clerestory window that's got an interior light shelf that's transferring some daylight to the ceiling. So again, really moderating the interior contrast. But that louver density, it's a really shallow profile. It's something that's just inside of the glass. It's less visually weighty, and it's probably more effective as a diffusion element than a series of deeper louvers that might be spaced further apart. So really appropriate and soft and sensitive in an application here for a library. When the sun is more direct on the louvers, you're seeing that solar orb broken up by the louvers, and it's again doing a great job of cutting down on potential for glare. And daylight's dynamic, and how we choose to experience daylight can be really subjective. Interior programming and facade design should provide occupants with a range of ways to seek out sunlight and shade. And here's a great example of sort of sunlight tolerant zone that's up against the windows. The louvers are ending about human height, so we're allowing a connection to the outside, not having to look through the louvers when you're right against the windows, and also able to sort of self-select, decide I want to sit in the sun. Some people may not want to sit in the sun. There's some tasks like being at the computer stations where you don't want to be in the sun. So there's an organization here as far as defining where we need shade and where we need view that is really celebrated through this dense louver system.
So let's just talk about some general translucency. Miguel has a project.
Right, so this is actually very similar to what Chris actually did. Work on Boston, but actually this is also in Massachusetts. It's the Natick Mall. We actually play a little bit with the lighting here and the translucency of the space. What you have here, what you see here is actually one of the big atrium spaces. We wanted to bring a lot of light into the space as a very a public hub, but for the rest of the mall, we actually use frosted glass or fritted glass to kind of difuminate the lights into the space. But so it's just a direct exposure to the space and just really highlight the main spaces of the space. And I think it was a very playful way to do it, and actually very successful. Very challenging as well, but I think it came beautifully done. So you can see here some of that fritted and frosted glass really bringing not too much attention of that glare into the most retail spaces.
And a beautiful lantern at night again.
Yeah.
And Chris, you have a couple airports that really show this.
Yeah, similarly, adding an inner layer to glass is like Miguel said, a really effective way of introducing some glare control and also some visual interest. This is the Concourse E expansion at PDX. We worked on this with Fentress, and the exterior of the building is that sort of it's a butt glaze system that has some really interesting sort of vertical cap elements to it that have a lighting electric lighting element integrated into it as well. I think the concept that the design team had was one of sort of the Pacific Northwest forest edge. So the idea of sort of more dappled light effect behind it. You're seeing the interior view there. That's hinting that we were looking for some sun control for the gate agents that are facing into this southwest facing orientation, and also there's concessionaires there that are in a fixed position. So again, like an inner layer is a way to introduce this level of glare and sun control directly into the glass. Usually in a glass laminate, there's already a PVB inner layer in there, and by adding one or more of these diffusion layers into it to get the right visible light transmittance and sort of dial the facade for glare control, that's an effective way of condensing it into one element. So here you see that play a shadow on those 8-inch mullion extensions that are on the exterior. So the team randomized the sort of density of the translucency in a way that casts this dappled light. We did some luminance studies and illuminance studies to ensure that the glare coming off the terrazzo wasn't going to be a glare source for the gate agents as well. So again, a fine tuning through frit and a PVB inner layer here to get that sun control where we needed it. And even as such, there's for the gate agents due to the winter conditions, there's another layer of sun control for them you're not seeing here. That's a captive cassette interior sun control shade that can come down, about 40% of the way to that upper mullion there to add a little bit extra glare control for the winter period when the gate agents are susceptible to glare.
That's great.
Another example of PVB interlayer, except in a top lighting scenario. This is Orlando Terminal C we worked on with HNTB. And the interesting thing here that we're seeing more often than not on projects that are incorporating daylighting, where we need to attenuate the daylighting through some sun control, whether it's FRIT or an interlayer, is that large interactive media screen element. So architects are starting to incorporate these large media screens that we have here, and there's a brightness that comes along with that. So understanding, for the design team to understand the needs as far as not making a screen like this become an overpowering source in a daylit environment, and finding ways to work with the design assist team, for example, that's working on the interactive screen element of the project. All that comes into play as far as balancing the brightnesses of the scene to make the space feel daylit but not overlit.
Miguel, what are some ways clients have convinced you to invest in advanced facade materials and daylighting, and did they get any value in a return in their investment? Talk about an exciting project.
Well, this is actually we are very humble and honored to be working on this project. This is the Met Museum. We work on the master plan for this project, as well as the skylights, the new skylights additions, mainly on the center wings and the two side wings of the project. Very challenged because it's so much, important art that is encapsulated on this space. So daylighting for us was super important. The sun exposure that you can see here is super big. We actually work with 3 pane glass to actually satisfy that, and of course we use FRIT glass and intermediate layer, as well as Chris used in his other past projects. But very interesting in the way that we can control that lighting. We work a lot with layers. As you can see, we have an exterior layer, 3 pane glass that brings the light into the space, and then we have the intermediate diffuse lighting layer that kind of like protects the artwork that we have on the space. Really good and challenging project to work with. It came out beautifully. We also have artificial light when it's needed. If you take the next picture, this is actually, I love this image a lot, because they're actually art curators. They come out actually every 3 or 4 months, and they actually look into this and make sure the lighting levels are coming well into the art spaces. So it's really, really cool to see. And actually, when you see those cables coming down, there are dials they actually can control manually. We have sensors as well, but this is another way of really being into the specific needs of the project, and that's how it changes everywhere. This is a large project. We did many different types of lighting studies for different facades, different angles. On the south side, we went with horizontal louvers. On the north facade, we went with vertical louvers to kind of play with that lighting, diffuse lighting coming in.
And Chris, I know you nerded out on that, the horizontal.
It's an amazing image.
Yeah.
Just by looking at the image, you can even see that on the right side, those active sun control elements are probably they're vertical as opposed to the ones on the left, which are horizontal. So it's hinting that there's probably an east-west movement of the sun on the right and looking to the north on the left. So our colleagues at Arup, worked on collaborated on this project with you, and it's amazing to see how much technical detail and rigor goes into a project like this that has very specific cumulative illuminance hour criteria for very sensitive artwork.
Correct. And in some of these spaces, actually, they want blackout spaces. They want to be able to actually not have any daylight at all. So that was an extra layer of complexity that we had to add during the design, but we made it work, and I think we have an extra layer on that diffuse panel that actually covers everything and black out all the spaces.
So last, I think we all have project examples using facades as storytelling, which is just our favorite part of architecture, and also how that creates identity through light. Miguel, we'll let you go first this time.
Right. This is actually, I love this project. This is 200 East 75th Street. This is on the Upper East Side. I think the style, we wanted to feel the building to be an Upper East Side building. We play a lot with the materiality on the facade and how the daylight brings a different quality to the interiors. For us, it was super important, but at the same time, the reflection of the materiality surrounding the windows and how they reflect into the space. What we use in the surrounding of the windows is actually terracotta panels, similar to what was presented on the presentation right before, with the shyness and the angle that actually really reflects into the windows and bring really nice lighting into the space. We did some studies to understand how the lighting or the daylight really reflects around the building and the facade, and how we can articulate some of these windows all the way around the building and really crown the building in a more dynamic and reflective way. So it will look very different from the afternoon, for the morning, as well as night. So it was some of the studies we did to try and understand the relationship between the materiality and the reflection of the facade. And of course, continuing with that essence of the architectural style that is so classical from the Upper East Side in the city. So came out beautifully. It's just open, so really cool project to work on.
And Jennifer, would you tell us about Ocean Breeze?
Oh, sure. This is, for those of you who do public work or who can imagine doing public work, it is a fight to the finish to get any kind of design intention into the building. And so you have to really hide it. In this case, we got away with a lot of things because we tried to make them essential. I know that Lee's former partner, Hayden McKay, helped us guide this and sort of I think we have 3 tiers of artificial light that turn on in sequence as the day wanes. So there's this, you don't perceive the lighting coming on. And then there's a huge reflective surface over there on the right-hand side. And even though this looks like a rendering, it's actually the real thing. It's a track and field building in Staten Island, and that's the press box up there. With a hydraulic track that on the bank turns. So it's a pretty interesting project from how much you can build into it and hide it from what is otherwise a city agency that's going to take all this out of it. So it's a fight to the finish, but with HLB that was really good. So again, we had to deal with daylight, and again, it's a how smart can you be? How essential can you make it? We needed to it's really on the shore in Staten Island, so there's a lot of daylight coming in. We knew we needed to manage it, but it was not something we wanted to close off. So the question was how to manage it, and obviously a frit is a very useful way to do that. We wanted, because it's a big building, it's a big shed of a building. It's actually, the shed part is pre-engineered. We needed to come up with a frit that had readings at different layers, so that it had or we decided there should be a reading at a long distance, which is a little bit what you're seeing on the left, and there needed to be a reading close up, so that as you lived in the building and used the building and ran in the building, you would discover things about it. And so there is a story to every aspect of it, and sort of build as much architecture into that as possible. So there's the big window that faces the harbor. And at a distance you can see that it's a pole vaulter. I think it's a specific pole vaulter whose name I forget. And then when you get a little closer up, the sort of figure becomes a little less obvious, but the icons, and there it was flora and fauna. A couple of parks commissioners show up in there, a few athletes, maybe some architects, but no one really knows what's there. So that whole reading gives it a second life. People go up to it, they say, "Oh, look, I didn't notice that," and then it comes in. And so we've used that a lot, and it's a relatively cheap way to build a story into it and also meet the standards for daylighting and sun shading.
And pretty impressive with
It's a
public.
daylighting designer's dream to have it.
And does it work as a bird-friendly glass as well, right?
It does, yes.
Right.
Before anybody was thinking about that, it turned out we won on that one too.
Bird-proofed, yeah.
So yes. Now of course, we're thinking about it constantly. but-
Yeah, it's something that we're seeing more often than not
Yeah.
being integrated into a performative FRIT application. American Bird Conservancy, it's like a 2-inch by 2-inch, I think, minimum spacing of dots that have to be bigger than 1/8 of an inch. And why do they have to be dots? Why can't they be have some fun?
Well, and I was going to say,
We've got 2 frits. We've got an off-the-shelf frit because we are worried about the birds in Olmsted Park, but we also have a custom frit which tells, again, a story and has a puzzle to it. And we were going to do authors and writers and citizens of Maplewood, but that didn't work because too many of the famous ones were men, and we thought, well, okay, we can't go there. And white men, of course. So we had to rethink that, so we went to flora and fauna of Maplewood, but there is a sort of a subtext, and all the kids are working on it, so they don't know what the answer is.
well, I was at a session earlier, and it sounds like architects don't love the dots. And I know you had it. Maybe we should go back to where you had the different glass, or it's
too far. But actually, for residential, it's actually a challenge, right? Because it's bird friendly. We want to protect, the birds, but at the same time, we have residential. You don't want to see frit in your residential window. So how do we deal with that? And I think there's technologies now that to do in a very different way. Right now we have strips that actually is barely visible by human eye, but actually it's really good it's like a
UV.
Layer that actually really work with residential. A little bit more expensive, but I think it actually works well for residential projects. And that's something, so the technology is out there. I think we have to keep doing some research, and we'll keep enhancing for our projects.
Cool. And let's finish up with Cooper Union, Chris.
Sure, yeah. This is 41 Cooper Square, which is a new building, relatively new academic building for the Cooper Union. This project is interesting in that Peter Cooper had a very specific vision about education, and he believed in a free education. And Cooper Union also has a very long and important history as a school that's thinking deeply about art and architecture and its impact on the community. So the concept around this facade was really one that was making visible the activity in the building, primarily this monumental staircase that you see to the left. And the idea was that there's fragments of the stair that sort of skip-stop floors in the upper portion, and as we get to the bottom of the sort of monumental atrium space, there's a large gathering space for lectures or for just student interaction. So the idea was, as we sort of iterated through concepts for how to daylight this sort of monumental space, how does it reveal itself to the public? And what ended up happening was, through some stone studies, realized that there were periods of time when some portions of the stair were daylit, other portions weren't, and the team wanted a very uniform sort of daylit experience on the inside. So this is where it became a dialogue with electric lighting designers, and the concept really shifted to the stairs being luminous. So those luminous surfaces sort of complement the available daylight, and on the next slide, I think you see the overall effect. Here it is. Yeah, where there's this balance in color temperature between the top lit and the side lit daylight, and then these translucent surfaces of the stair. So electric lighting really underscoring the uniformity and the beauty of the daylight in the space. And then at night, it's the color temperature is making that stair really jump out and reveal itself through the mesh facade.
Well, I thank you all for spending this time with me and preparing for this. I really enjoyed it, and we have 2 minutes actually. We finished and got through it. So thanks.
Thank you.
thank you, Lee, for being our moderator, and Miguel, Jennifer, and Christopher for some really exciting projects that kind of integrate the lighting with the facade. It's so important and so difficult to test. So this is a quick reminder about the bingo game. This is your final call. You have a few minutes left to complete your cards and drop them in the bingo box in the exhibit area. The bowl closes at 4:20, so, in 8 minutes. And there will be a drawing for the 3 winners at around 5 o'clock. So make sure you visit the sponsor booths for your stamps to be eligible, and good luck in the drawing. Enjoy the break, and we'll see you back at session 4 with...
Hello. Oh, nice. That was a test to see if you guys are paying attention. And we won. Yes. Okay, so good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for joining us today. Welcome to session 3, track C. My name is Nidhi Shekhar, and I am the digital development lead at STV. And it is my pleasure to introduce you to today's session. Few quick housekeeping notes. If you need to move to another session, you can, but please do it quietly. I know some of us are drowsy after lunch. There will be coffee right after this session, so just hang in there. We got this. And at the very end, I'm going to ask all of today's speakers to come to the stage for a group photo. So look out for that. And we have a fantastic list of presentations lined up. So let's get started. Please welcome Paul Granger, Senior Project Architect at Seldorf, and Tali Medzikowski, Associate Principal at Arup, to present the Frick Collection Expansion and Enhancement, a dialogue between old and new.
Everyone can hear us?
Can you hear us?
Okay, great.
Yay.
We designed the Bruce Springsteen Memorial. Just kidding, sorry. We're going to talk about the Frick. So the Frick Collection, for those of you who don't know, we're located the full block between 70th and 71st Street on 5th Avenue, right on Park. The building itself started as the Frick family's house. They lived there it was originally designed by Carrere and Hastings in 1914. Frick died just a few short years afterwards, and in his will, it was willed that the house would become a public institution. When his wife, Adelaide Frick, died in the 30s, they hired John Russell Pope to convert the museum, the house into a museum. So we have already, by the time it's open to the public, there's already a kind of conflation of different architectures existing on the site. Through the course of the 40s, 50s, and 60s, the Frick bought townhouses on adjacent properties already with the idea that they would be expanding. What ultimately happened was in the 70s, they didn't really have enough money to do the full expansion that they wanted, so they built a small reception hall and garden, which are here in orange. These kind of became the center, the crux of our intervention, because some of you may know in 2014 there was an attempt by the Frick to expand over the garden that met with a lot of community backlash. At that point, the garden had been, a public amenity for almost 50 years. It was very beloved by the community, and by the time they hit landmarks, it became clear that the project just wasn't going to move forward without retaining the garden. So that's really where we begin, was how do you keep this garden? What you can see here is that the 9-story library building, because on 70th Street there were originally townhouses, this was just the rear facade of the building. It doesn't have the kind of grandeur of the limestone. It's brick. It has very strange floor-to-floors because there's mezzanines and half the building is just books. So really our goals were to provide a new sort of front-facing facade for the library building. And then we also needed to, the other main goal of the project was to open up the second floor of the original mansion to the public for art. And that meant displacing all the employees who had been using those spaces as their offices. So we expanded off the back of the library facade and created a new kind of front-facing facade. And then the second structure over the middle of the site here is a new conservation wing. The Frick didn't have a conservation wing before. It had to send work up to the Met to be worked on, so now they could do all this in-house. We tried to balance the size and shape of these volumes to kind of reflect a more delicate sensibility. We wanted the library to still really stand on its own, and there we created this link between the two, which began its life as a curtain wall, and you'll see, as Tali will explain later, it became more of a window wall system. And here we are with all the new interventions. We'll talk about basically the limestone, the link, window walls, punch windows, and this new second floor of the reception hall. The other part that you can't see here is a full skylight replacement over all of the existing galleries. So really where we began was trying to study and understand the facade system that was already in place. We went and studied as much of the detailing as far as the cornices and windowsills. This is the 71st Street Library facade. We also were able to avail ourselves of really an incredible archive that the Frick has. These are the original limestone shop drawings from 1934. They have all of this material scanned and was available to us. We were able to quarry our limestone from the same quarry that provided the original stone. And these are also Russell Page's or John Russell Pope's original design drawings of the facade. So here we have the kind of two new volumes. One, like I described, is a kind of expansion backwards off of the 9-story library building, and the other is an expansion up. So we tried to kind of match existing cornices and keep these really kind of in dialogue with one another, but without overwhelming the site, because it's really quite a large expanse. We started studying the limestone modules and coursing. One thing that we'll get into more later is how complex, because we're dealing with kind of 5 different iterations of expansion, none of the floors lined up across any of the various iterations. And because the library had some floors which were people floors and other floors which were book and mezzanine, book floors, that was a floor and a mezzanine that were about 7 feet tall, it became a real challenge to come up with a system that worked on the exterior and presented itself as the kind of taut, logical facade, and then also worked on the interior and without having a window that was 5 feet off the ground. So there was a lot of balancing in between. And this really was just the beginning of an idea of how this limestone facade would work. And we went from there to our collaboration with Arup, and I think Tali can lead us on from here.
Yeah, so for the stone, and indeed for the whole building, our job as the facade engineer was to really assist in trying to marry this new facade with both in sensibility but also in aesthetics, and with the existing load-bearing masonry building that was the mansion. And so what that translated to over many iterations was having it look like it was also load-bearing as well, and that we'd have very thin joints. But those joints needed to perform. They needed to work for the thermal expansion and contraction, for differential live load between floors, for sway and drift of the building as it moved. And that required a lot of coordination with the structural engineer, with the main structure, and the detailing of the system itself. So we ended up going with, this is just a standard elevation. I'm old school, these are my sketches, you may laugh, of individually supported stones. They're using a Fisher type system with anchors in the back in 4 locations. We had all different types of stones, and some of the stones were a little bit complicated because they included a false joint to match with the coursing that Paul was speaking about before. And there's some pretty special stones that have to turn the corner, particularly at the coining at the corner, but also around the punch window openings that we'll look at in a moment. So for the stones and the subframing of the stones, the goal, in addition to having it look and behave as it should from a performance perspective, was also to try and make sure we had no condensation issues that would reflect inside the building. So it was museum building. We're designing to museum conditions, so very tight temperature and humidity controls, which are prone to condensation when it's cold in New York. So those are some of the governing features. I am missing 2 slides here, which is really weird. I wanted to show you that there were several systems that we looked at. Not all of them were point supported in this way. Some of the systems on the project are also hand set. There's several locations that are limited in area. Those ones have dead load shelf angles, and they have custom designed thermal brakes that are acting as lateral ties back to the building. And we also looked at other systems like a precast. We were asked over the process how we can unitize this and make it easier to install and move away from stick-built type systems. And so we explored earlier in the design process whether or not limestone veneer on precast could work. But the slide that's missing that showed, a very, very difficult, cumbersome dead load support bracket from a precast system penetrating through our AVB and our thermal envelope, which we really didn't want, in addition to adding extra weight, which would frustrate the structural engineers in making the perimeter beam stiff enough. And we also couldn't find a clean way to mask the joints. So we ended up going with, oops, pardon me. I'm going backwards. I'm going backwards. Why am I going backwards? What is going on? Okay, now I'm going forwards.
I can see your missing slides over here on the laptop, but for some reason, they have a big X over them.
Oh.
I don't know why.
All right, well, that's not helpful. Okay, so we ended up going with this system, and I just want to point out a couple of things. So we have our stone on aluminum rails, which you can see up in the picture over there on the upper right. And then we have this long aluminum vertical member, which is basically spanning floor to floor. And that was designed that way so that we would minimize the amount of penetrations through our insulation and our AVB so that we wouldn't have condensation problems. There are some funnies on the project where we have very, very tall floor to floors, like 16 feet, 9 inches. And we did need to add an additional support above the windows, so you'd see an extra one there, but we really tried to minimize it for condensation purposes. Here you can see it from the section through the window. The other thing about the stone were these returns, you could see in plan and in section. And a lot of effort was spent thinking about, the rule of thumb for facade engineers is never to cross a moving joint with fixings on both sides, right? You don't want to over-restrain it and have it be subject to additional stresses. So the stones were designed to cantilever. There are some locations where it's cantilevering about 12 inches. And this FEA corresponds to that location where it's wrapping around with returns around the windows. So this is an example just to show a little bit of toing and froing in the design team. The structural engineer on the job was SGH for this portion of the work. And we had a lot of dialogue about how the facade was supported off of the structure at the edge of slab. The worst case span is over here on the east side of the building, which is 55 feet. There's a longer span here, but that's a cantilever off the grid away. And we worked very closely with them to figure out which deflections post-facade installation we need to worry about and what were the minimum joints we needed. And we ended up with 3/8 of an inch joints between the limestone that was sanded with silicone. It was silicone, but it was basically had mushed up limestone included into it as a sanding element to mask the way it looked as silicone, and that allowed the movements. And then we also incorporated a 1-inch horizontal control joint just below each slab that I'll show you in this PMU, which you can see over there. And that's had a bit of a lip joint between the stones, and it accommodated the differential movement between the floors for 1 inch. So we didn't have as many mock-ups as was in the 70 Hudson Yards presentation, but maybe we did. Anybody who wants to talk about the value of a PMU, come see me during the break. We learned so much on this project from doing performance mock-ups, I can't overstate that. And this mock-up is the same pre and post the installation of the stone, but we tested it twice, and it was really valuable in bringing together all the trades. There were so many different trades, like we almost had one contractor per material. So one doing the AVB, one doing the punch window, one doing the installation, one doing the stonework, and it was really helpful for them to coordinate the sequencing and understand what detailing they needed to incorporate during the actual project. This one, when it was installed, had leaks in all the usual places that you'd expect, particularly the corners of the punch window, but also at the control joint, where there's a backer rod and a transition membrane. And it took a lot of effort for everyone to understand what was required and to maintain the quality that was needed on the project on site. And then the stone was installed, and that mock-up was racked in every direction, east, west, north, south, and also differential vertical to get that joint moving. And then it was tested again for air and water. And again, there was a failure. And again, everyone removed stone panels, discovered what the problem was, learned how to fix it, and brought those skills out to site so it wouldn't have issues during the actual install. So this is the other half of the limestone rain screen facade, which are the punched windows. There's basically 4 types. In the lower levels, level 2, which is the first floor above this north garden wall, those windows are operable in bronze. Anywhere that was really low level that people could see was actually rolled bronze sections for the windows. For the upper levels, it was painted steel with the color of bronze. And then there's one in the back, which is an operable painted steel as well. The windows were supplied by Secco, who was an Italian manufacturer. Like I said, they were rolled shapes. We had 2 types, the operable and the fixed. We employed a custom glazing bead, which Seldorf had a lot to say about. And we actually used double glazing. I couldn't find a good picture, but Paul did. And I just want to show you a little bit of what the detailing looked like. We basically were taking advantage of the fact that these Secco windows had a very healthy thermal break, and designed the perimeter system and the relationship of the backup wall to the window to the stone, such that you had continuity of the insulation all the way through. Again, everything we did was to minimize condensation and reduce any thermal bridging. So just you can see here what the hinge details and what the fixed details look like. And again, the windows were tested as part of that mock-up, the punch window itself. Over the course of the design exercise, this is Artistic Windows who provided the doors. There were some modifications made to the actual thermally broken extrusion. And here it was improved slightly to add the hollow so that we could add the waterproofing membrane around the outside and not have to worry about puncturing it each time a fastener went through. And those ones were also tested in the lab just to make sure that they were able to resist the dead load of the wind and weren't left with any permanent deformations.
So this is a great moment to introduce our next topic, which is the bridge, which the link, which you can see here. I love this photo because it shows actually all 5 different iterations of the building. You have the original mansion, the 1970s expansion, our conservation wing, the library from the 30s, our expansion of the library, and the link. And really, it shows how really intricate the connections were for all of these systems and how we had to bridge them all together. This is a view from the link looking north, where you can see our new limestone facade on the left, the conservation wing, and the landmarked limestone facade from the Pope building. So this sort of brings us to the link, which again, it started as more, and even this diagram is our kind of earlier iteration of it, where we imagined it as being a fully transparent glass curtain wall system. That sort of developed through time as we wanted to kind of have something that brought these 2 new volumes together. And this is where we developed the detail, which is limestone spandrel. Talia will talk more about how we accomplished that, because it's actually limestone mounted on aluminum hollow core panel to keep the weight down. So we have these custom tall bronze extruded mullions, an external shade system on the south side to control glare. These are essentially meeting rooms in between, because it's actually physically the different departments of the institution coming together into these collective spaces.
Right, so initially the design intent was to have a fully glazed glass link. And so we were looking at zero spandrel type conditions, meeting both the north and the south edges of slab. But over time, the design concept changed to try and have a limestone spandrel that unified both the overbuild at the music room and the fine arts library. And that lent itself more and more to working as a window wall. These are some of the sketches from the architect at Seldorf in the early days. And those developed into the contract documents that we produced, where you can see here clearly what Paul was speaking about with the relationship of the facade and the spandrel, which is uniform, meeting varying floor-to-floor heights on the inside. So there's a lot of sort of structural gymnastics with downstands and upstands and curbs to be able to provide a substrate for us to apply the waterproofing membrane and the insulation and to fix our windows into. So the window wall is actually, this is an overall section and an elevation from the shop drawings to show you the relationship of the set spandrel heights with the differing glass floor to floors. Here's a section through both the vision and the spandrel. On the upper right is the shop drawing, on the left is the contract document that went out to bid. And this system is actually marrying off-the-shelf Seco windows in a way that they may not be used to, and basically putting it together to create what we needed to create the window wall. So you could see the addition of an additional mullion section behind. We're maintaining the thermal break. There's cladding on the interior. On the front, there's a fin, which is supporting exterior Venetian blinds that are used at the south elevation, and also providing a substrate for the cladding, which is bronze. And down here at the spandrel, this is the lightweight limestone on honeycomb backup. This was, yeah, we are needing to hurry. Sorry, back. How do I go back? Needing to get to the motorized apparatus for the exterior Venetian blind. So the whole thing is removable in case of maintenance. Which takes us to the reception hall.
So the reception hall, we sort of kept this similar detailing as we have in the link, but it's obviously a completely different application. We had to really control the height of this reception hall, and you can see there's a really deep setback. That's because since this is the closest expansion to the street, we were really trying not to change the sight lines for landmarks. So this setback is basically within, it's the expansion that was allowed within the view lines that we had already established. This is just a shot we love of the installation and the final view with the exterior shades down. Here's the interior. Tali can speak more about.
Yeah, so the interior of the reception hall is shown. It's very interesting structurally. This was designed early days by Guy Nordenson and later by SGH. And it's basically a horizontal truss, which is supported on a backspan. And it's relying, structurally, it doesn't rely on anything for vertical loads, except under deflection if it needs it. We had incorporated what's called deflection posts inside the interior of our mullion. The same detailing that we talked about at the glazed link applies at the reception hall. There's slightly different feature. The depth of the feature fin is a little bit smaller, but the detailing is very similar. I just want to talk a little bit about the Seco profiles because they were modified. I'm going to talk through that. Window systems don't lend themselves to having a rear air seal, so we changed them to make them work for us and introduced a positive way that we knew it would work. And added what these buttons that you can see in the picture are shown here in detail as a way to drain and vent the edges of the sill and the edge of the glass at the sill area. This is a similar detail at the head of the reception hall. Again, went out for bid and the shop drawing, and you can see dotted in blue the deflection post. And then the last system we were going to just whip through very quickly is the replacement of the skylight. The existing was single glazed. We had to worry about all the usual things for overhead glazing, particularly changes in VLT for both the gallery skylights and the garden court. The existing glass was monolithic, wired, shingled, and clamped to the existing structure, which remains, so there was a bit of work to assess the capacity of the existing. It needed help, it was leaking, needed to be renovated. And it changed into a nested and drained system with control of both the ingressed water and the condensation. The glazing sandwich was working in conjunction with the laylight below for all the galleries, both the garden court and the ones on the 70th Street side. And they're utilizing a series of white PVB interlayers with varying opacity, plus surface treatments and frits in order to achieve the conservation requirements that are needed for the gallery spaces. This is a section through the garden court, and you can see the level of detailing that was required. This is toing and froing with BBB as the executive architect during the CA stages even, making sure everything was coordinated. More PMUs. This is the west end of the gallery skylights on 70th Street, looking particularly at the ridges and the hips. And then testing on site. We had both hose testing, and then I'll show you chamber testing. And we tested it without the face seals because the system doesn't rely on them. It's a belt and suspenders approach when your seal is protected on the interior. So they tested it here. Chamber testing, so tested again with pressure. Install, I'm just going to zip through here. We have 3 slides left, I promise. This is the method of installation, and the means were kind of cool because they built a covering and then moved it down the block as they installed. Some final pictures of what the skylight looked like in agreement with LPC. The modules changed, but they were within reason. They worked for thermal, and they worked for people to carry them under replacement. And here's the finished product. This is the West Gallery, East Gallery, Oval Gallery, and the garden court. And this is our last slide. It opened 6 months ago to some glowing reviews, and we like it, and we think that it sort of sets out its design mission to blend harmoniously with the existing building and also present a face of simplicity, but you can see it's pretty complex behind the facade. Thank you.
Moving on really quickly, our next presentation is from Jameson Guest, principal at Heinjess, and Nathan McRae, director at Snøhetta. And they're going to talk about the presentation, Parallels in Automotive and Facade Design, Inspiration through Realization.
So we're going to talk about this project. Whoa, that's weird. We're going to talk about this project that we have been working on for years in Dearborn, Michigan. We're going to play a little game, which is who can figure out first what company this is for, because I can't mention anything other than it's an automotive company. It's in Dearborn, Michigan. It is on Oakwood Avenue. It has a huge research and engineering campus, 330 acres. I think I heard it, but I can't say it. I tried to cover it with a blob. They have an oval, a blue oval as a logo. So we've been working with them since 2017 on a master plan, which culminated in a scenario where they move people from all around the region into one corner of their research and engineering campus, which is this corner. It's the first phase of 3, so this building is 2 million square feet. The total master plan is 7 million square feet. This is designed as a design and engineering building where they design all of their vehicles and globally now. And since we started working on it, this is a view from the airplane. Since we started working on it, they have now announced that it is also going to be their world headquarters. So we not only have designed a design and engineering building, but a world headquarters for an unmentionable automotive company. The scale of it's huge, which was the point of the last image. It's about almost a quarter mile from one end to the other. These are some recent construction photos that give you a sense of the scale, which is the reason I'm mentioning the scale is the FRIT that I'm going to talk about is one of the results of trying to mitigate that scale or manage it and make it comprehensible. So it's organized around these courtyards. Jameson's going to talk about a specialty moment in one of these courtyards, but it's arranged around courtyards so that there's good daylighting throughout the building. I'm going to talk about this perimeter facade that's on the upper levels that's fritted unitized curtain wall. So in managing the length of these facades, we sort of brought out program and curved the facades in order to absorb that program and break down the scale of the facade. And the FRIT does many things on top of that, as well as enhancing that reading of those curves. Wow, our text got weird. So the reason we ended up using FRIT on it is it was able to perform in terms of managing solar exposure. We were able to be expressive in the facade and communicating ideas about movement, which I'll get to. It's cost effective compared to some of the other strategies like external solar shades that we had been considering. And the transparency we could manage, make sure we could see out through it, as well as managing solar exposure. So this is one of the best-selling vehicles from the automotive company. And in looking for inspiration for the FRIT, we looked at flow of air, which they do digitally and in wind tunnels. We looked at, I can't really read this. We looked at sound, so looked at the sound waves that come off of the vehicles and using that as inspiration. And we looked at these vector fields, which they historically would use to test the flow of air over vehicles. So translated that into suggesting the movement of air around a building. So these were different scenarios that tested what that might look like on the facade. And so we were trying to manage scale at 3 different levels. There's the whole scale of the building, there's the scale of one of these facade segments, and then the scale that's legible from the interior looking out through it. So this is where we ended up in terms of our intent. And that came from looking again at the smallest scale, trying to determine what the FRIT itself was. We considered patent numbers, we considered something that morphs depending on its geometry, and we ended up with an oval. because it's a blue oval. So from the interior, looking at how to understand how much you want to read this pattern and how much you don't, we considered digitally printed frit, which was one of the sort of pushed on us because it's more affordable to do something that evolves over a facade. We ended up through various studies looking at different materials and different samples. We ended up arriving at a silkscreen frit, because when we want it to be able to be black on the inside and white on the outside, so you read it very clearly from the exterior and can see right out through it from the inside, whereas the white frit on the inside lights up and causes glare issues and is very hard for the eye to see through. So that then set up a constraint where we're limited to the number of silkscreen panels unless we were going to have 1,000 silkscreen panels, which isn't affordable. This shows how white it can read from the outside and how the black allows you to see right through it from the inside. It's nothing new, but it's new that you have to fight for this because there is digitally printed frit, which allows it to be produced more economically and more flexibly, have more variation. But when you put white on one side and black on the other side in digital print and then fire it turns gray and muddy from both sides. So the next step was to understand, in terms of performance, where we needed different levels of frit. So this is an analysis that Eric did for us. This is the idea. So southern-facing facades get heavier frit. Northern or less solar exposure gets lighter frit. And we use that to enhance the reading of the curbs as well as being performative. So these are the actual numbers we needed to meet. We ended up at 10% frit at the lowest end and 40% at the highest. We used these slashes to infill towards the 40% end, both to help the reading of it graphically and to increase the coverage. Those slashes, while they read as opaque, are made up still of small dots. They're not solid. So this is how it was deployed over the building. Looks like a rendering, but it's actually exactly how it was applied onto the building. So in terms of rationalizing it, we took the longest segment that we had, broke it down per floor. If you take a line across it, it's not repetitive enough, so we broke it into 4 curtain wall segments, made sure that every 4 segments they match up so you can use them interchangeably, which looks something like this, going from 10 to 40%. And then those pieces are made so that they can be extended, they can be compressed, they can mix and match, and they also have to be able to be reversed because it needs to perform in the opposite direction on the other side. So they can actually be turned upside down and arrayed in the opposite manner. So all to say, it's quite complicated. There's a guy in our office who's, I don't think is here, but was dreaming frit because he spent 2 years looking at these patterns and producing frit patterns from taking vectors and turning them into DWGs through lots of grasshopper scripts, stuff that I don't understand, but I understand what the end product was. So he created these that are examples of how it works across the facade. So he had to manage producing every one of these panels, delivering them to the fabricator. This is what the key looked like for those panels. Like I said, it went from vectors, which were the original pattern, to actual dots that came, that were provided in a CAD file at scale. Not that the CAD file was big, but to scale. And so it was 32 different patterns that are able to be combined to produce that effect across the whole building and that performance. So this is full scale in a factory. It was tested through full-size mock-ups, testing many different types of glass. The one that we ended up with, you can't see it, is just to the left of the big curving panel. So it's as neutral of a coating as we could find, which we actually deployed across the whole building, the same coating, which was Interpane Stop Ray 70. Jameson told me there's another word in there. I can't remember. It's not going forward. Maybe the battery just died on me. Oh, there we go. I don't know how I did that. So this is a view looking out through that mock-up. You can see how well you can see through the dark dots. There's a little, I don't know if you can see them in there on the image on the right, but there's a little, what they call an Easter egg, which is a hidden thing to go discover in the building, which are patent numbers, which are something that this automotive company is proud of. So their employees can go find these, look them up, see what it was that we embedded in the frit on the building, which is kind of fun. So getting to the kind of outcome, that's a construction photo on the right, rendering on the left. An interesting aspect of it is that when it's reflecting the sky, you really don't actually read the frit very much. Why won't it go forward? There we go. Very different in heavy sun versus shade or reflection of the sky. Here you kind of can't see it at all. Of course, on the right, you see it less at the top where there's more reflection, more at the bottom. Let's see, this starts to get into what I was talking about before. So this is the same coding in 3 different pieces of the building. There's the entrance at the bottom, an intermediate zone, and then the top frit zone all have the same coding, which means you don't have these funny readings between effects of different coatings in the sunlight, but they all read very differently depending on the way we treated them, which was nice, a kind of economical way to get a lot out of one material. The wall type, I call it wall type 7 like that means something, but the wall type 7 system at the top, the fritted system, we also extended little fins out on every vertical and horizontal, which allows it to have some texture and a different reading, whether you're looking at it straight on versus obliquely. So they go away looking straight on. Obliquely, it gets almost opaque depending on your angle. So these are kind of recent nearing completion images of the project. The automotive company has their own press release recently calling it their world headquarters. This is some of their photos. And that's, by the way, the reason I can't say their name. They don't want us to compete with their own press release. So I guess that's a compliment to this facade conference that they're worried about us competing with their own publicity. So that was kind of where we started, and on the right is a similar view of where we ended up. And I think we're going to move on to Jameson's more exciting piece of the presentation.
Hi. So as Nathan described, with the development of the ceramic frit pattern, we really like this idea of the parallels in automotive and architectural design. And there's this popular appreciation and familiarity in the public, let's say, with a concept car, so pushing the boundaries of design and technologies. And in some ways, that's even a little bit different than maybe the public appreciation of architecture. And some of it may be my own bias. Growing up in the Detroit suburbs, attending the North American Auto Show every single year, and with so many friends and family tied to the auto industry, but this idea was appealing to us. And my firm, Heinches Consulting Architects and Engineers, is a facade enclosure consultancy founded more than 35 years ago. And this practice of concept design, full-scale prototyping, and testing those designs is very crucial to our process on, I would say, every one of our projects. So in an example like this, for the Nike retail flagship here in Manhattan, this project required glass fabrication, research, and development to develop, prototype, and test something that's ultimately new. In this case, insulating glass featuring a slumped glass outer light with a carved texture in the outermost surface. And the result in combining these multiple glass fabrication processes resulted in a glass composition that previously didn't exist. So for this automotive headquarters project, which included more than 600,000 square feet of facade cladding area, today, I just want to briefly talk about one of the smallest system types, as Nathan mentioned. It's just under 2,000 square feet. And the concept, the challenge with this system was to develop an ultra-transparent, monumental storefront glazing material with curved geometry. and it required testing two different fabrication techniques, lamination bending and anti-reflective coatings. Those two techniques, testing them in combination to determine what's possible. So there's many different ways to bend glass. At a conference like this, there's such good general knowledge about these things. I'll try and fine-tune it to the message here. But for our curved storefront glazing, lamination bending had a good potential to reduce distortion from heat treatment while providing good durability for the final material. It also worked well with the gentle curve of the design geometry. And in lamination bending, glass is positioned inside of the autoclave, clamped into a curved shape, which is then subjected to intense heat and pressure. And the finished piece comes out of the autoclave and actually rebounds somewhat from the fully deformed shape, and that needs to be accounted for in the design and the fabrication. And so lamination bending has been used successfully on many different projects, but not necessarily in combination with anti-reflective coatings, and particularly at this scale, with each unit being roughly 10 feet wide by 18 feet tall. Anti-reflective coating is the other critical aspect of this glass that needed to be included in these prototypes in this kind of experiment. And this is an image, a close-up image of a moth's eye, which has anti-reflective properties that are actually similar to anti-reflective coatings that we use in the glazing industry. So again, just a little bit about AR coatings. So starting with a laminated glass substrate, visible light typically passes through this glass with about 8% of that light reflected back to the exterior. With the application of an AR coating, we're aiming to reduce this reflectivity. It's done by depositing a microscopic thin metal film in layers onto the glass surface. And the outermost surface of that thin film and the innermost surface of that thin film have different indices of refraction. The reason for this is that so when light waves reflect from these two surfaces, they're out of sync and they cancel each other out, reducing the perceived reflectivity, the visible reflectivity. And it's interesting, the moth's eye actually does this in a slightly different way with two different layers of those raised hexagons that are shown in that microscopic image. So the outermost layer and the innermost layer are actually separated by 200 nanometers difference in height. It produces the same effect. It reduces the reflectivity so predators don't see the moth, and purportedly improves visibility at night, so I'm told. AR coatings are also positioned on the outer and inner surfaces to maximize their effectiveness. And in testing this glass makeup, one of the concerns we had, that the fabricators had, was the durability of the coating when it's clamped into shape into the autoclave. So there needs to be some kind of validation of the robustness of the coating to withstand that process. And so prototype samples were procured as part of a full-size glass selection mock-up. It was competitive between multiple fabricators and coatings, and prototypes were made with and without the anti-reflective coating, since it was possible that the experiment could fail, it might not work. And the uncoated prototypes are obviously on the left, and exhibiting typical reflectivity. That's actually the building structure of the project in the background, reflected. And the anti-reflective samples are shown on the right. And so SADAC was chosen as the winning fabricator here, using Interpane AGC's ClearSight AR coating. And of course, I should note that this whole process is only possible with fabricators and partners who are willing to take on challenges like this, willing to go through this process. And it's a really important part of the process, of course. And so I'll just close with a few images of the installation, highlighting the remarkable level of transparency that was achieved. And the effect is meant to function in both directions, as cars will be placed inside and outside of this showroom space. And thank you very much.
Thank you, Jameson and Nathan. for a great presentation, but also for reminding us that taking inspiration across different industries can really open up possibilities for all of us. Next, we welcome Shauna Coyle, Chief Commercial Officer of IG Masonry Support Systems, and he's presenting Inspiring Innovation in Brick, Pushing Boundaries in Modern Masonry.
Hello, everyone. Ooh, there we go. What many of you are experiencing now, 1 hour after lunch, is the post-perennial dip, where you can see the yawns starting to creep in. But hopefully the Irish accent and the presentation for the next 15 minutes, you can just stick with me. I think it's this one. So my name is Sean Coyle, brother of Owen, co-owners of IG Masonry Support. It's our family business, an Irish company, part of the Keystone Group. And for the last 15 years, we've been developing this product. We care deeply about it, we're very passionate about it, and we're delighted to be able to share it with you here today. When we first came to New York 7 years ago, we thought the skyline would be full of glass and steel skyscrapers. But what struck us immediately was the percentage of high-rise buildings which were brick and masonry. Can anyone in the room guess the percentage of masonry buildings in New York? Very close. 70%, over 70% of New York's skyline is brick. And we deal with brick high-rise buildings every day in the UK and Ireland. But we noticed some challenges you experience here, which are a little bit different to those that we have in the UK and Ireland. Most noticeably around your angle irons and steel lintels. And once we get into the actual detail of it, there were some stark differences. The maintenance program managed through your FISP program, partly due to the rust experienced, the thermal and cold bridging experienced by some of the solutions and applications that you have, and also as you run your eye up the height of some of the buildings here, some of the unsightly movement joints that exist. We're here to listen and learn and hopefully help, guys. Our family business is 35 years old in total, and we've been designing bespoke, innovative steel lintel solutions in the UK and Irish markets. Even history and folklore tell us that brick is good. I'm sure you all know the story of the 3 little piggies. The first little pig built his house out of straw and it got blew down. The next little pig built his house out of sticks and it got huffed and puffed away. And the last little piggy built his house out of brick, and that was the only one to keep out the big bad wolf. The good news is brick is good. It's got great thermal properties, it's very durable and very long lasting. And with the right support structures, it can be very, very creative and innovative and beautiful. It goes without saying, we love brick. So who are we? We are IG Masonry Support. We have over 2,000 employees across 27 construction sites, mainly in the UK and Ireland, with a sales revenue of over $380 million. But for you, we're based here in Newtown, Connecticut. We keep our standard shelf and bracket system in stock, available to you in 2 to 3 days, and we've got bespoke brick slip systems available to you within 4 to 6 weeks from sign-off. Forgive me for going back to basics here, listening to all the very scientific and high-tech presentations all day. But what is masonry support? Well, it's not a nice to have, it's a necessity on high-rise buildings. It's required at every floor level. It accommodates movement joints, prevents stress fracturing, and is even required over large openings. Typically, an example of what's employed in the North American market that we found quite popular was the steel angle system, which interrupts the insulation across the cavity. It creates a continuous thermal bridge around the perimeter of the building. It can be very heavy, lacks adjustability. What do you do to accommodate if you hit rebar or other similar obstacles in the building? And because of the material content, is prone to rust. We would like to introduce you to our Titan Max system, a complete stainless steel bespoke engineered system, complete with 4-inch shelf completely embedded in the outer leaf of the brick, attached to the inner leaf through a bracket system so it's thermally broken. We provide shims as standard to isolate the steel from the inner concrete and steel frame, and we provide the Hilti anchors and fixings. You also have 3 planes of adjustability in the X, Y and Z axes to give you that flexibility in design. Some of the features of it, why stainless steel? Well, again, back to basics here a little bit, but it's got a unique phenomenon which self-heals. It's got a chromium oxide layer. If you scrape the external surface, it exposes a new layer of chromium which reacts with the oxygen in the air to form a new protective layer of chromium oxide. It's continuously self-healing, like my favourite movie, Terminator 2. But it leads on to Local Law 11, the Facade Inspection and Safety Programme, where buildings over 6 stories high must receive a mandatory inspection every 5 years. And a lot of you will be familiar with the scaffolding sheds, which building owners actually leave up now over time. Can be quite intimidating at night, the dark tunnels. And also the fact Manhattan is an island, 13 miles long by over 2 miles wide, surrounded by salt water. And that salt water is in the air. It's corrosive. And there's actually a legal requirement in the UK and Ireland. Any construction within 1 mile of the coastline must employ stainless steel because it doesn't rust. When mild steel does rust, it can double to twice its thickness. This creates unwanted stress on the brick. It can cause the face of it to spall and actually pop off. And that's why we choose stainless steel. When we compare the thermal performance, we've got a 4.5-inch shelf with our IG Titan Max system, which is completely embedded in the brick, versus an 8-inch angle and an 8-inch tall angle, which can be in continuous contact with the inner steel or concrete of the building. Our brackets then are separated from the inner structure as well through the thermal shims, creating a 90% improvement in thermal performance. If we look at the aesthetics, as a photograph we took of a high-rise grey brick building, but you can see the movement joints that's required at every floor here, and that is with the profile on the bottom right. With the angle iron, we've got a 1.5-inch movement joint with an unlipped brick. We've a lipped brick on top, so it's given us a 3/8-inch movement joint, the same as the rest of the building, so it blends in seamlessly. Looking at cost, well, when you get down to the brass tacks, we're actually very similar, about $30 a foot. And that's because we've less material content, but the material we use is stainless steel, which is more expensive. But we're providing a full bespoke system, guys. Some projects that we've done, we've supplied over 70 projects already in the North American market. This is over the Chelsea district, Manhattan. This is the building we done here, the recently renovated Empire State Dairy building on 2840 Atlantic Avenue, Brooklyn, and for Rockaway Village, Queens. This is just a quick snippet of some of the projects we've done. I have a little more I want to show you later here, because this is where, for us, we have most fun. So whenever you guys want to do a brick suspended in air above an opening, so a brick-on soffit system to give the illusion of floating brickwork underneath your openings, doors, windows, or walkways. Typically, we engage brick slips secured into a concrete system. On the left, the one on the right is a concealed lintel system where the carpenter must build the formwork up to the opening, then drill holes in brick if they don't already have the holes, and then thread rod through the brick, butter up the brick, let it cure, and then take the formwork down again. This is costly, time-consuming, and labour-intensive. Masons hate doing it, and contractors hate paying for it. But what I'm about to show you can change all of this. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to introduce you to our award-winning, patented, innovative BOSS system, Brick on Soffit. It's ironic how we've joined the dots back to Bruce Springsteen, isn't it? And this is us. Turned up. And just an example of some projects we've completed, not just here, but around the world. Just locally, first of all, 130 Hope Street, Williamsburg. The architect wanted to create a nautical theme at the entrance, this boat-type cantilevered apex arch lintel suspending the brickwork above over the glass entrance. There's also the deep soffit system here, which the architect loves so much, made a feature of it and lighted it up at night time. And we supplied these very pretty arches to Brook Green Gardens, South Carolina. Our products delivered to site unpointed, so it can be pointed on site, so it blends in seamlessly with the surrounding brickwork. And this is probably our largest project for BOSS, the Defence and National Rehabilitation Centre in England, where we supplied over 1,000 brick arch sets to this period style building. This is also in the UK. It's in the inner city in London. It's the largest inner city residential development in the UK, 37 stories, where every window has employed our brick-on soffit system. And the penthouses, 37 floors up, employed this very unique corbelled brick feature system. And is there anybody likes gin? This is the bespoke tasting rooms, the Hendrick's Gin Palace in Scotland. And it actually just, this bit reminds me, there are 6 lucky winners in this room. Like Willy Wonka, the team have put 6 golden tickets underneath seats here. And there's gin, because the Irish, you have to have has to involve alcohol somewhere. There's gin, there's factory tours, and there's even a trip to Ireland for whoever's got the lucky tickets underneath their seat. If you want to check, they might even be under seats beside you guys, I'm not sure. But yes, we have a winner. We have 2 winners. 3, 4, 5, 6. Brilliant. So the team are at the door here. So we've got Paul and Alan and Sophie over here from Ireland, and we've got Rod as well here from Connecticut, where our factory is. So the guys can help you win your prizes. In summary, guys, we've covered quite a bit in the little slot, but in summary, why IG Masonry support? 90% increase in your thermal performance, bespoke stainless steel complete system, and limitless brick feature innovations available now at your fingertips. And just like the 3 little piggies said, brick is back. Brick is brilliant. Thank you.
Thank you, Sean, for showing us how masonry is continuing to evolve with time and technology. You're the boss. Okay, so next, please join me in welcoming Ben Haig, Senior Director at McCrory Glass, for his presentation, From Outdated to Outstanding, Steel Fire Ballistic Security Rated Systems Evolved. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Sorry to say I don't have any trips to give away, any Springsteen. We are from Philly, so we got that going for us. We're going to dive into life safety systems. We've had a lot of interesting presentations here. Let me see if I can get the slide deck going. There we go. All right. So McGrory Glass Systems, real quick, our 4 pillars really: design, fire, security, X-ray. We're going to focus, as I mentioned, life safety, so those center 2 icons. Here we go. A quick intro on McGrory. I mentioned Philadelphia, 41-year-old family-owned business, just an hour and a half or so south of here. History has really been in the high-end fit-out world. We're going to, take that interior attention to design and apply that to the interiors and the exteriors. But really best known for that architectural piece. There's a quick view of our facilities there, and our partners, AGC, Corning, Forrester for the profiles, and Schott, AGC and Schott on the fire-rated glazing systems. So diving into the topic here today, we've got the icons up there just to call attention to those. We're focusing on the fire and the security. When you see those on one of the product images here or during the case studies, you'll understand exactly what that system was designed for. You'll see some that will have both icons, meaning we can address multiple threat levels, or we can design it aesthetically equal for either one. So real quick, steel. Why are we talking about steel? I'll be quick here. We need to catch up on time, right? That stack of profiles over there, when you look at that, you're probably thinking those are aluminum extrusions. We're talking about narrow steel profiles. It's a thermally broken steel. There's strength in the steel. It allows us to provide sight lines, really maximize daylight openings, while giving really the protection that we're going for, whether it be fire or security. So we'll dive into some really, I would call them case studies, but kind of evaluate a little bit of some comparisons, some project examples. So we've got a security example here. Just going to call this an aluminum legacy ballistic system. You're looking at a lot of material here, and that's really the gist of kind of comparing the steel and the reinforced aluminum. This first example, you've got styles of about 6 or so inches, so about 12 inches there at the meeting style. You're viewing not a modern design, but you're viewing a lot of framing material, a lot of in-your-face door hardware, and we're going to dive into some door hardware too. That has been a pain point in the life safety space for far too long. And really just, again, reinforced aluminum. I think the rest of it speaks for itself. Quick comparison, so flipping over to a more modern design, UL 752 level 3 ballistic, so we're dealing with multiple shots to the glass and the framing. Really, when we tested this, I think it was 18, 19 shots in total with a 44 Magnum. Very narrow sight lines here with the thin steel profiles, a lot of concealed hardware options that we're going to dive into. One thing I mentioned, the multiple shots, or 18, 19. The system's only as good as the weakest link. Where there's a lot of retrofits happening, I understand that. We're familiar with that statement in the fire-rated space, a very code-driven space where the system's as good as the weakest link. It makes sense. If the frame melts, the glass falls out. Really very important to understand that with with security when we talk about the systems. The glass and the frame both need to protect. Security's had a bit more of a Wild West mentality, you can make some modifications. It's client-driven more so than the code-driven fire-rated side. Flipping over to a fire-rated example, I'll call, again, like a legacy fire-rated system with aluminum and cladding. Again, we're talking about sight lines. Essentially, you have a full-grown man hidden behind a roughly 10-inch sight line from that door-to-side light transition, some exposed hardware. Jumping forward, the same system, equivalent ratings. We're We're utilizing a low iron laminated multi-layer LAMI. This is a Forster narrow profile steel. I believe this is a 1 hour example. You see that section cut, that same comparison, door to side light transition. We're cutting that down to just 5 7/8. If you look closely at that inset detail, you can see a concealed hinge in there. So really hiding everything. Nothing about this says it's fire rated, that the code is dictating, why you put it there. It's continuing with that modern design. I mentioned 1 hour. I think this, I'd back up a step. Smoke all the way up through 90 minute. This being 1 hour, you wouldn't be able to tell the difference. The face profiles, the aesthetic, the glass, everything low iron, that is our default throughout really all those ratings. You'd be hard pressed to tell the difference. You'd have to walk up and actually look at the logo on the glass or the frame to identify what rating we achieved. So hardware, been kind of teasing a little bit about hardware. Want to dive into that. Like I said, this has been a headache for far too long. The message has been you get what you get when you're dealing with a fire rated door, specifically narrow profile doors. There hasn't been a lot of innovation there. So we're going to take a look at a few very, I think, monumental steps forward. Going back to kind of very old school, very institutional, not much going on here that's advanced other than maybe in the early 90s we thought this was great because we didn't use wired glass in there. But everything else about this screams institutional. It doesn't offer a very inviting look here. Jumping forward, I think this was a big step forward, but this was almost two decades ago that we made this big step forward. There's a lot of in-your-face hardware here. Again, we've got more visual access to the space, but this still screams, the code made me do it. This doesn't look like the non-rated doors that are right nearby. This does. If I didn't tell you, you probably wouldn't have known that this was a 1 hour temperaturized, 10-foot tall pair, tubular exit devices, concealed closers, concealed hinges, really all the bells and whistles. There's a card reader access, so it's access controlled into that space, but this doesn't scream code by any means. Another similar example here, we're dealing with really identical ratings on this one. Note the multiple icons up there. We could design this for either type of protection, whatever the life safety threat is. This one, same thing, multiple icons. We would be able, this specifically is set up as security right now, so this would be a level 3. One thing in respect to hardware, talking about concealed hinges and everything being concealed, you might not even be able to see it. It's so slim, but we have an auto door operator on this. So when you get into some big heavy duty, we're dealing with level 3 ballistics or fire 90 minutes, auto door operators. So when you in the life safety space, fire rated doors really technically aren't subject to that ADA opening force. That doesn't mean you should put a tank there and expect somebody to go in and out no problem. ADOs though, auto door operators, have really been one of the design, I'll call it a design threat. You can have a big, huge box eating up into that transom space. Here, this is a slim, roughly 2 3/4 automatic operator. ASA and Dorma both have some nice slim options that can handle these heavy doors. Close up here, concealed hinge. Just since it's hard to show off a concealed hinge in all the photos, so pretty self-explanatory. This is we say the real full name, this is a heavy-duty concealed hinge. When you get into these larger doors, this is what we're going to recommend. It's not just for the aesthetics, this is for the strength. PDUs, tubular exit device. Probably could have just shown this slide and sat here for 15 minutes staring at it. That's how big of a step forward this is in the fire-rated world. Started off with smoke doors. Smoke doors have been a really neglected part of the fire side of things. You've asked for smoke doors, elevator lobbies for years and years and been force-fed fire-rated doors and all the hardware and all the design limits that have gone with it. You get to the hardware, we started tubular exits, got it to work with the smoke, decided what the heck, we get enough requests where you have all these applications where, modern design throughout the space. This is the standard. You get to your fire-rated door, your security door, what have you, and sorry, you can't do this. This was a big step. We did it on a 90-minute temperature rise, meaning barrier to radiant heat, fire raging on one side, 1,500 plus degrees. You can walk up, touch your hand on the door, no problem. That's what the temperature rise meaning is. And again, 10 foot tall, 90 minute. So pretty exciting. I realized, last week or so, I think marked my 25th year in the fire rated space. And I'll admit that I would try not to laugh over the phone or in your face when you would ask for things like this, but I said this was something that was never going to happen. So excited to say that it's finally there, making some major steps forward. Interiors and exteriors, by the way, these threats are not, they do not care. Fire is a fire, inside, outside. A bullet is a bullet, inside, outside. We're seeing it everywhere. We're hearing those calls. So in that note, we're going to dive in a couple of quick case studies to address that. Lot line requirements is where we're seeing it, and then we're seeing those the requests go from the outside up into kind of some high-end office space. First case study here, New York Metro Transit Authority. Some of you, maybe this is how you got here. They've been going through a number of renovations, updates. I think we've been working on 5 different stations, 8 total towers like this. This is a 1-hour fire-rated exterior curtain wall. They didn't need some of the high performance elements that I think a lot of people have been talking about today. That's been a big theme of the show. Those can absolutely be incorporated into this, whether it's a high performance low-E, some bird protect products, you name it. Custom laminates, that is one thing we did put in here. Just down the road, as I mentioned, about an hour and a half, we did the custom lammy to handle the spandrel locations. What else do we have on here? But 4-sided, about 45 foot tall. Partnered up with EOC for the engineering on this, by the way. When we get into these exterior facades like that, we have the best in the business working with us. Moving over here, I wish this wasn't a real world example, but it's an unfortunate truth where we're getting into the exterior and we're talking about another threat level. I've got both icons on this, but we're talking security in particular. This rendering here is something we created earlier this year for a fire-rated project. It would be absolutely identical to call this a level 3 ballistics system, complete with, again, as I mentioned, any type of outboard glass on there as needed for the thermal values, doors. Yeah. Fire rated, this was a 1-hour system, and it's the original design. One of those things where the client is coming to you with a request for security. The code is making you do things, and you're having to explain to the client oftentimes. So I know we wanted to do this, but this is a fire rated wall, so here's where we are. Hopefully some of these examples let you know that really the design, the modern day design, isn't having to be really threatened by those modern day threats. Walking, really, unfortunately, what has happened is kind of coming in from the exterior. We're seeing some of these threats work their way up into the office space. We're taking a lot of phone calls. You're probably getting a lot of phone calls about this. How do we fortify the office space, exterior and then interior, get up into the building, CEOs, the phone is ringing with this question. On the left there, this would be a boardroom example. On the right, a common application for elevator lobby where we would probably be seeing a smoke requirement, UL 1784. We can combine that into a variety of levels. I keep saying level 3, but that's really the highest on the ballistics as the complete system. It can be forced entry. We can do some different things there to handle those threats that are unfortunately kind of working their way into our space. And really, I think that's the message. The life safety, the modern day design does not have to be threatened by those modern day threats that we're facing more and more. So thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Ben, for showing us how you've worked on something I'm sure a lot of us have struggled with.
bringing together safety, performance, and design without compromising on anyone. So our final segment is a panel discussion, transforming the Waldorf Astoria, preservation, modernization, and the next century of an Art Deco icon. Please welcome our moderator, Frank Mahan, Principal and Adaptive Reuse Practice Leader at SOM, who will introduce today's panelists.
Hi there. Good afternoon. My name is Frank Mahan. I'm a principal at Skidmore, Owens & Merrill, and I had the privilege and the challenge of working on this project for only the last 10 years with a number of esteemed professionals who should come up here. So joining me today are Jonathan Taylor, who's a senior associate at Higgins Quaisbarth, our preservation and landmarks associate, Victoria Ponce de Leon, our structural engineer, principal and vice president at TY Lin, and Kevin Kim, an associate at Socotec, our enclosure consultant. So I don't know if you guys want to get comfortable or do whatever you want, but I'll give a little bit of a high-level overview before we sort of dive in to the enclosure itself. So we were asked some 10 years ago, after the hotel was purchased, in its most direct form, to convert it from 1,400 keys to 375 keys, plus 372 new condominium residences above it. But that sort of straightforward sort of interpretation belies a much greater complexity that the building always had and continues to have today. It was really intended to sort of incorporate the energy of an entire city within a single building. And that's still the case today, given the variety of programs that this building houses. It's really a kind of three-dimensional jigsaw puzzle. So to tackle a project of this scale and complexity, 1.6 million square feet, entire city block, 600 feet tall, we had to carefully mix together a kind of specialized recipe for renovation, combining restoration, so bringing something back that no longer exists, preservation, the keeping and stewarding something that is still there, and then adaptive reuse, changing aspects of the building, changing aspects of the way that it works. So at the greatest sort of distance from the project, at 30,000 feet, let's say, you could say that the enclosure has been preserved, and it is protected as a New York City landmark, so the exterior is preserved. You could say that the interior, indicated here in pink, of public spaces, events, lounges, lobbies, and so forth, has been restored. That's the fourth largest interior landmark in New York City, also formerly protected. So huge, but that only comprises 4% of the entire building, and the rest of it you could consider brand new for all intents and purposes within that existing closure, which our team so carefully took care of. It, however, had undergone many alterations over its roughly 90-year life, which we'll discuss in greater detail. But I think the point here goes for both the exterior and the interior. This is a public building. People walk by it prominently on Park Avenue, pass through its lobbies and event spaces all the time, and thought they were looking at, a completely historic building dating from 1931. Not so. Everything in red here is non-original, is a change that has been made, oftentimes insensitively, to the building. So a massive amount of restoration has gone into that exterior to, I think, sort of bring it back to its, previous shine. It's my personal hope for the project that, New Yorkers will walk by this building and sort of notice it anew for the first time. Wow, I hadn't really noticed the presence that the Waldorf Astoria has on Park Avenue and in the city. I know not the topic of today's conference, but I'm going to spend just a couple of minutes on the interiors, because the Waldorf is really special, I think, for the kind of generosity, the abundance of interior spaces that it has. And we utilized Schultz and Weaver, the original architects, their archives, which are held at the Wolfsonian at Florida International University extensively. So at the top is one of their section drawings illustrating how you can walk through these public spaces. I don't know if this works, from Park Avenue all the way to Lexington Avenue. And we redrew that same section in its existing condition, and then redrew it again in the proposed condition to track and illustrate our proposals, as well as to communicate them to approvals agencies. And one of the things that we discovered about the original plan, which I have to tell you was not present, you could not perceive this when visiting and walking through the building, was the way that the spaces are very carefully choreographed enfilade from one avenue to the next. In fact, they perfectly expand and compress in an alternating rhythm, increasing the drama as you move from one to the next. So we not only restored interior materials, but we restored the volumetric experience of moving through these spaces. Some of these restorations included the Park Avenue foyer, seen here in 1931, which looked like this shortly before the building closed. Everything much darker, most of the surfaces having been replaced, the ceiling almost entirely non-original, and now looks something like this just shortly ago. We also restored the clock lobby at the center, at the heart of the building, seen here, again shortly after opening, characterized by black marble columns, a burl veneer wood around the walls, and then a decorative plaster ceiling, much, much darker, all replaced wall surfaces, new frieze at the top shortly before closing, and now completely restored, not only materially, but in the way that you move through the space and it functions for the future. And then finally, the Grand Ballroom, seating 1,500 people on the third floor, seen here. I, in this image, see quite a modern room for 1931 with a lofty sort of ceiling that seems to float above the space, that had changed quite a number of times over the years, including the installation of this enormous chandelier unceremoniously stuck to the center of a decorative bas-relief. That has been removed. Every surface in here has been completely restored. All of the silver leaf. The plaster ceiling, save for the decorative plaster, has been completely rebuilt to create these three light coves, which we found in the original architect's archives as a kind of intention that was never realized. Surmounting those event spaces are 375 hotel rooms. This is one typical hotel floor, so it's kind of two H shapes connected at the center with interior design by collaborating designer Pierre-Yves Rochon, and surmounting that is 372 condominium residences with 125 individual unit layouts. Art Deco buildings have a lot of floor plan changes as you move up the building. We did all the layouts, and they have interior design by Jean-Louis Deniot. So there is 10 years in about 10 minutes, and I'm going to turn it over to Jonathan to back up and tell us a little bit about the history of the project.
Thank you, Frank. Sorry.
Go ahead.
Can you hear me? Great. I've never worn one of these before. I just wanted to speak briefly about the preservation context that the project took place in. As Frank mentioned, the Waldorf is an individual landmark designated by the New York City Landmarks Preservation Commission, and it had become an interior landmark shortly before the start of the project. And of course, this put the project into a regulatory framework and shaped the design direction, particularly on the interior. Before SOM was on the project, my colleague Bill Higgins and I did participate in providing the ownership with feedback on a few different proposals, visions for the Waldorf, I guess including SOM's, obviously. Also, I think before it was formally designated. And so I think a lot of these sort of proposals were less preservation oriented. They were very ambitious. They were very transformative, and they were impressive. But I do think that the built-in preservation mandate and the LPC process has really resulted in something that is in itself at least as ambitious and at least as transformative, really. As the Justin Davidson quote talked about, it is in a large way a new building, even a new creation because of the amount of restoration that happened. And we'll talk about a little bit more. And I think seeing the finished project, it's hard to imagine going a different direction and not having what we do have today in this finished project. The Waldorf, I'm not going to go too much into the history because we don't have time, but it was built in 1929 to 1931. It was a successor to the original Waldorf Astoria, which was on the site of what is now the Empire State Building. And it was sort of the successor building located on the sort of newly transformed Park Avenue and designed to be, meant to be sort of convenient to Grand Central Station. As Frank talked about, it incorporated services both for a transient hotel and for a residential hotel in a kind of, city within a building, kind of like this huge machine of working parts and services for both travelers and residents. As hotels tend to do, the Waldorf, saw its share of cyclical renovations over time, including a number that were billed as restorations, although not having taken place quite in the same preservation context. I think there was more liberties taken with the idea of a restoration, and especially on the interior. And it wasn't designated as an individual landmark. Sorry, it was designated as an individual landmark in 1993, but only became an interior landmark in 2017. And there had been significant alteration, and this was reflected in how LPC arrived as its designation. You can see Frank described that enfilade from Park to Lexington, but originally there was also kind of this circulation. I'm sorry.
You're going forward.
Oh, wrong way. There we go. How did you? Anyway, most of that had been compromised by the time of the start of the project, and so you can see the designated spaces only really reflecting the intact areas. But even the intact spaces, it was quite a mix of original and non-original material, not always immediately discernible due to the previous restorations or so-called restorations, and not even necessarily even discovered until the project was underway, allowing for full investigation. But both on the interior and the exterior, analyzing this mix of historic fabric and areas of previous alteration allowed for a fully informed design that would take advantage of opportunities where the building had already been altered to make new interventions that would serve the contemporary needs, or opportunities for some pretty amazing restorations of things that had been lost for a long time and probably not seen by many people alive today. Turning to the exterior, just a glance at some of the existing conditions at the beginning of the project. Obviously, the masonry is quite dirty. The base, the podium of the building is clad in limestone. The sort of upper tower part in brick with cast stone and terracotta details. A lot of PTAC penetrations that have been poorly repaired. Penetrations both in the stone and in decorative metal. We'll see a little bit more about that. Almost no existing intact windows on the building. And to go into the LPC review process a little bit, an LPC application has basically two possible kinds of review processes. One is a staff level review for work that is restorative in nature, restoring a known historic condition, or follows LPC's rules for how certain kinds of work can be done. So theoretically a fairly objective process, although of course, building histories can be quite complicated or contradictory, and LPC's rules can't necessarily predict every kind of condition in every kind of building. Certainly not one as sort of large and unique and encyclopedic almost architecturally as the Waldorf. The other process is for work that falls outside the rules or requires new alterations for the purpose of adapting a building, and that requires a review by the appointed commissioners in a public hearing. And the standard for the review in a public hearing is something called appropriateness, which is something of a subjective or flexible criterion. Frank knows about, not just from having worked on this project and others, but being a commissioner at the LPC now. And probably he could speak about the Waldorf's role in shaping his view of appropriateness, because truly this building, poses almost every kind of design, historic condition, somewhere on the inside or the outside. And I believe it must be one of the largest, if not the largest, single landmarks approvals ever. I can't think of one that could be bigger given the scale of the outside of the building and, as Frank talked about, the size of the interior spaces. I mean, I don't know what the acreage or square mileage is of just of the exterior, but this slide just shows a couple of the kinds of modifications that were proposed for the Waldorf in the public hearing as appropriate. At the right, the enlargement of selected window openings that allowed for more generous windows at the upper floors. And this wasn't just a sort of a random move to make windows bigger. It was based on an analysis of the existing pattern of floor heights, spandrel heights, window heights, and a strategic alteration to maintain a similar logic of solids and voids in the vertical bays of the building. And at the left, the building's pinnacles were always the architectural crown of the building from afar, but in reality, they were also kind of part of the utilitarian mechanical roofscape of the building. One of them had a water tower, I believe, and then the other one I think was void. And there was a lot of, and they're basically like large bulkheads or among the bulkheads of the building. But the project included turning these into actually some of the crowning programming for the building as enclosed habitable space. And so to achieve this, it was proposed to replace the open air cast stone grills with new glazing systems that would replicate the grill pattern in windows for residential units. And we'll look at those a little bit later. But these are just representative of the dozens of exterior alterations that were sought to facilitate the upgrading and the modernizing of this original modern hotel. And I think, and the project was approved in a single hearing without conditions. Something pretty amazing for a project of this size. And I have worked on projects with a lot of, alterations sought for adaptations. But I think sometimes some projects that are kind of like a laundry list of changes needed. Well, we need to put mechanicals here. We need to change this window to a door. We need to do this. But this was a really comprehensive and consistent approach rooted in an analysis of the building. And I think that really contributed to the success of it, both at the hearing and as continuing to work with LPC over the last 10 years. On the rest of the scope as well, because a lot of the scope, a lot of the exterior scope in particular, was subject to staff review. It was based on the historic condition, restoring the historic condition. So a huge part of that was windows. You can see here on the left a historic photo where you can kind of see the variety of window types. At the upper floors of the podium, these arched multi-light windows. There were different kinds of spandrels between the windows, including spandrel glass with muntins that continued the window muntins, terracotta spandrels, cast stone balconets. At the top floor on the historic photo, that's a monumental window of the Starlight roof, which was an event space. And on the existing photo, sort of pre-work photo on the right, some of the conditions that we're obtaining at the beginning of the project, including missing areas of the terracotta and cast stone, as well as square-headed windows that have been kind of jammed into those arched openings. And so, we worked with staff on a restorative program to match these historic conditions. These are just some examples of the drawings prepared for presenting to staff. Those multi-light windows, restoring a true arch head, sight lines that would meet LPC requirements, as well as contemporary performance requirements at the Starlight roof, the monumental windows. Again, This is where a space where a pool was going to be introduced on the interior, so there were environmental considerations to the performance that Kevin will go into. And it was a really ongoing process with staff. This, in fact, I don't think was the final version of this window, because at a certain point it was, during the project, it was determined that there would be access reestablished to the terrace around the Starlight roof, which had long been eliminated, which was a great sort of restorative move to sort of reintroduce that interaction between the Starlight roof and the terrace. At the same time, the terrace height was going to be altered for accessibility reasons, and so all of these had to be kind of presented to staff and work with staff to find a way to do this in a way that staff could approve, which we did. And then, of course, throughout the rest of the construction process, a major part of the continuing engagement with LPC, with material samples and mock-ups, and we'll hear some more about some of these, but these are just examples of, matching the historic brick, which, itself was not particularly available and was actually a complex mix of bricks. Even the mortar, color and texture meeting LPC requirements, and other masonry restoration. And so with that, I think, turn it over to Kevin. Oh, sorry, you're next. I apologize.
So I had the privilege of being the lead structural engineer on this project. Overall overview of the structure, it's late 1920s construction, steel structure with a semi-rigid moment frame, and the exterior multi-width brick is actually part of the stiffness of the building, the lateral system, so that introduced some complexity to when we were working with Kevin's team and just making sure our details work together. It's 45 stories tall, 3 cellar levels, most of it over Metro North space, which was a complexity in of itself. But a little bit about the rest of the structural system. The floor slabs were 2 different archaic systems. One of them was this slag block system. It's a 2-way waffle type slab with formwork that's left in place. The formwork's like a CMU block that in today's terms. These were on many of the floors of the building. The other system that we were working with, which directly interacted with some of the complexities at the facade, was the drape mesh system. This is also called a goulash system in New York construction. A pretty tricky system to work with. It works in catenary action, so the wire mesh does all of the work, and it comes and it terminates at the exterior wall around the flanges of the steel beams that are encased. And we had some tricky situations with that throughout the building, but this system was throughout the building, especially at our rooftops, at our parapet conditions. And then just a sample of one of the structural drawings for the building. The building was built with steel embedded in the exterior wall, and so that obviously introduces a lot of issues over time where water gets in, it makes its way to the steel, it corrodes, it cracks. So, some things, we saw a lot of this throughout the building as we went through the construction process and had to work through a lot of details related to dealing with that wire mesh, replacing it, making sure that it was intact so we didn't lose the interior slabs throughout the building. And Kevin will talk a little bit more about that in a little bit as well.
Thank you. Hello, can you guys hear me? Is that? Hello? All right, thank you, Victoria. Before we dive into enclosure, I want to quickly recognize our project team at Socotec, Stanford Chen, QEWI, who is the principal in charge for the project, and Mamata Mala. So now let's talk about enclosure. Waldorf Astoria was built circa 1920s, so we are dealing with a building that's over a century old. Our goal was simple, to preserve the historic fabric while meeting the modern performance standard. The existing facade is solid wall masonry. You can see on the photo on the left, the header core is every 6 brick. The original Waldorf gray jumbo brick, it's in the middle, about 12 inch long, 3¼ inch tall, was a custom color brick that was fabricated during original construction. During our investigation, we tested the existing brick for compressive strength and density for us to select compatible replacement unit. As you can see in the photo on the left that Jonathan briefly mentioned, the existing motor joints has been weathered, exposing the aggregates. We performed a petrographic analysis to determine the composition and aggregate size. That way, for this result, we developed a new motor mix that matches the color and texture, so as the new repair ages, it will blend seamlessly with the original. Here you can see the original cast stone with this coarse, exposed aggregates texture from decades of weathering. We have this cast stone at the top of the parapet. We perform, again, same petrographic analysis to confirm the aggregate size. So in order to use that data to select a new cast stone and patching material to include this matching aggregate distribution. Another thing we observed during investigation was that, as you can see in the photo on the left, we've seen this failure where the surface layer was delaminating, as you can see on the left. The testing revealed the surface carbonation, you can see in the graphic on the right, visible here with the pink and white. The pink is due to the pH indicator, confirming that there has been a carbonation 2 to 3 millimeter from surface, increasing the permeability of the cast stone, resulting in such failure. At World of Astoria, we have these beautiful decorative metal panels and parking on Lexington Avenue. This had been modified post-construction, as Frank mentioned briefly, with the PTAC unit. And after that, the PTAC unit has been abandoned. Now it's been blanked off. As part of restoration, we want to bring back the original beauty. The panel was removed, we tested a sample, and it was confirmed to be cast aluminum. So what we did was we removed a sound decorative panel. We created a sand cast mold, and we poured molten aluminum to create a replicate panel. So this is where I quiz people which one is the new, which one is old, but I'll save the time. The left, on your side, in the left photo is the new panel that was created, and right is the original from 1920s. You can see the new panel was very close match to original, and the photo on the right shows the new panel on the right side and the original on the left side. It was fascinating to see how the new casting matches the old. Beyond restoration, we focused on energy performance to bring this 100-year-old building to current standard. We ran a thermal model for the new aluminum window at the existing masonry opening to minimize the risk of condensation. At the building, we have this monumental window. It's in the space called Starlight Room that Jonathan mentioned. It's about 5 foot 6 inch wide, about 16 feet tall, located in a pool area where the high humidity is expected. We ran CFD modeling to predict and prevent condensation at the new window assembly. The diagram in the middle, the blue area showed where condensation could form. Those were eliminated through the design optimization. We considered different options, mullion wrapping, heat tracing, etc. At the end, we ended up going with heat tracing. That's the model on the right, with the condensation showing at the perimeter. And we introduced the mechanical heating at the perimeter to eliminate that, and keeping the interior space surface above dew point. So this is how it looks now, the beautiful monumental window in a swimming pool area. This is a great example of heritage meeting high performance. Let's talk about masonry. Over the decades, again, 100-year-old building. I know she looks beautiful, but let's not forget her age. Over the decades, the building has underwent the multiple repair campaigns that introduced different brick tones. Yes, the original brick is water gray, but we embrace that history. We incorporate those tones so the final facade tells a story of evolution, not just a single moment in time. From the mock-up, we selected three predominant brick colors to develop a blend, which was later approved by LPC. The photo on the show shows the exercise we perform at different elevations, which we mapped and quantified these 3 different color tones to achieve the proper blend. Alternate materials. For long-term durability, we have considered 2 alternate materials for the project. First, microcotta as a modern replacement for terracotta. The left photo shows a sample review, and the photo on the right shows a complete replacement. So in the photo on the right, it shows us 3 terracotta panels. One in the middle is actually the original terracotta spandrel panel, with localized crack repairs performed, and left and right are the new microcotta spandrel panel. Second, GFRC in place of cast stone, particularly for the false balconets. Some false balcony has been removed during previous repair campaign, and as part of the restoration, we wanted to bring that to their original beauty and appearance. Both alternate options that we was considered here offered improved performance while maintaining the original appearance. Facade cleaning. This was definitely a big part of the restoration. After near a century of urban pollution, the facade had darkened with carbon buildup. We used low-pressure chemical cleaning to rebuild the original warm tone of the brick and limestone. The photo on the left shows the brick cleaning in progress on the Park Avenue elevation. One on the right shows the limestone cleaning in progress on Lexington. You can really see a transformation from the century of soot to the original warmth of the masonry. Facade repair. Where should I begin? This could be easily become a semester-long seminar at a university. The Water Festival really included nearly every building material you can imagine: cast stone, limestone, terracotta, mortar, brick, glass, metal, cast aluminum, bronze, etc. Each material required a unique repair approach. There was a great deal of due diligence happening to understand what was the original material came from. We were able to get a granite and limestone from the original quarry. And our goal was to preserve the original fabric while ensuring long-term safety and durability. A great example of this was a parapet construction, which Victoria mentioned briefly. Many were unsafe in a previous fifth cycle. The photo on the left shows after the demo rebuilding the corded spandrel beam and, surprise, disengaged drape mesh. This caused very fun calls with Victoria and the rest of the team. Very surprised. And we worked very closely with Victoria for the repair. For the rebuild of parapet, we salvaged every single cast stone unit, and that was reviewed individually and repaired, preserving as much of original building material as possible. Let's talk about window. The original Campbell steel window was heavily corroded and infilled with mortar. During investigation, we removed a frame to rebuild that condition, as you can see photo in the middle. So it was decided to remove the frame and put a new window frame. This rebuilt interesting configuration at the gem, which you can see in the photo on the right, where we have this pocket configuration behind face brick. So based on these findings, we developed a new window attachment scheme using an angle at the gem. At the building, we have this narrow brick piers between double hung windows, 12-inch outside on the exterior, but on the interior, because this pocket configuration, only 8-inch wide. We ran through AC7, we did a model analysis, but we also performed the in-situ anchor pull test, as you can see in the photo on the right, to pull to the design load to confirm the existing narrow masonry pier can support the current design load. Following proof of concept, we built and rebuilt a full-scale mock-up with design team and ownership, as you can see in the photo on the left. On the right side, you can see the angle structure that was installed to support the window, anchoring to inboard face of the exterior wall. As Jonathan mentioned briefly on select floor, so in the project, we not only replaced the window, but we also enlarged certain window openings, as Jonathan mentioned previously. The window openings were enlarged vertically to enhance daylights while maintaining the historical rhythm. The result, the modern performance with the historic character intact. In summary, this restoration brought together central craftsmanship and modern engineering, from matching brick to mortars, and to recasting metal and enhancing thermal performance. It's been a remarkable team effort, working with everybody, great individuals here, and we are proud to see this New York City icon ready for the next 100 years. Thank you.
So we got a little bit more. We're going to have a little bit of conversation. There's still time, if that's okay. No problem.
It's the best part.
So we thought we would sort of conclude with talking about these two pinnacles, since they're kind of a microcosm of the entire project at perhaps a more understandable scale. So there are two of them, as the New Yorkers in the room will know. There are a series of twin pinnacled Art Deco apartment buildings on Central Park West. And so this is in the same family of those, although those all face the park, so you can see that doubled profile from the park. Here, it's rotated 90 degrees, sort of emphasizing visibility up and down the island of Manhattan. This is a rendering in the senior designer's hand. His name was Lloyd Morgan at Schultz and Weaver. As Jonathan mentioned, the pinnacles were empty. They were unused. They were purely decorative. So this is what one of them looked like before closing. And they have now been repurposed as two penthouse units, working together with a small rooftop addition, which we'll see shortly. But doing so was not quite so simple as encasing the interior in new plasterwork. So what are we looking at here, Victoria?
So what was really interesting is we went through some of the investigation for this project at the Pinnacles. What we uncovered, because of what I was describing before, the exterior wall envelops this actual structural steel. And at the Pinnacles, there were very small members framing out the entire thing. So we uncovered a lot of members that were not in great condition, not salvageable, some of them not weldable. So we had a problem on our hands.
Okay, so what do we do?
Yeah, so at some point along the process, we decided we were going to rebuild everything from the copper cap down. There were 4 columns that remained in the center of the pinnacle, each pinnacle. They look symmetrical from the outside. They are not on the inside. And we rebuilt all of the steel and a new CMU masonry wall system that performed as the lateral system of the new pinnacles.
So it looked something like this at some point, at some moment during construction.
Mm-hmm.
You didn't share my favorite metaphor, that this is a bit like holding an open umbrella up in a windstorm 600 feet in the air. So that was quite a feat for you, Victoria.
Yes.
But this wasn't what we planned to do, Jonathan. It looked like this for a while, but when we changed course, how did we manage that with LPC?
Well, I mean, I think we changed course twice, actually, right? I mean, because I think the original facade restoration permit filing was just for the same kind of generic masonry restoration that you would have had across the facade of the building. And then at a certain point, I think the first revision of that was the idea that all of the exterior masonry needed to be replaced, but not the entire structure itself. And so obviously this is, I assume these are the most extreme sort of environmental conditions on the building, and they're not like occupied spaces, and so I think there was a lot of obviously a lot of extreme deterioration. I think Landmarks was very understanding of that and aware of that, and by that point we already had approved matches and materials, and I think the key thing to going back to Landmarks with both steps, first to say we needed to replace all the masonry, was just the level of documentation of the conditions, and documentation of the conditions of deterioration, as well as documentation of the conditions that ensured that it would be replicated properly, and giving them the confidence to approve that. And but then, of course, I think and this is again a microcosm, I think, of a lot of things on the building where working on the project led to discoveries of things that couldn't have been known when we first applied for an LPC approval. And so bringing LPC along with that information, they were, I think, very cooperative, and again, but because we had the information to give them the confidence that we knew how it should be done and how it could be done accurately. Again, like the Pinnacles are kind of a paradox in a way, because they are the culmination of the building in a way. They're the decorative culmination. You see them from all kinds of parts of town, as Frank mentioned, although at the same time you see them from so far away, it's not as if you really, someone on the street, which is kind of the Landmarks' their purview, what they consider as like that sort of public perception. You can't see them up close. No one has for so long, for the most part. But at the same time, they are the most important part in a way of the sort of when you're looking at the building, being their crown. And so, anyway, when it came with that further discovery, bringing them along to the fact that it needed to be fully reconstructed, which is a really big deal for a historic building, an individual landmark. But again, I think the conditions were unquestionable, and we had the sort of documentation to show that they could be replicated accurately.
So we've got the pinnacles shrouded in scaffolding here, 600 feet up in the air. The original copper remains, and everything below starts to get replaced. So how did you go about that, Kevin?
That's right. So after the iteration of design changes, so at the end, copper was original, but we rebuilt the original wall. Let me remember everybody, the existing exterior wall is multi-wall solid wall masonry, but we're going back with CMU wall. What's interesting here was that previously the brick and lime, the cast stone was just dead low stack-on shutter. But with this cavity wall construction, we had to introduce a shelf angle and drainage plane. And the joint of brick and joint of cast stone didn't necessarily always line up perfectly. So we did have to go through the exercise of mapping it out to make sure we have a continuous drainage plane.
Tell us about the copper, because that's a new material that you haven't talked about yet. And that's
so the copper roof was existing. It's been soldered. It's been repaired previous iterations. It does not take any movement. So there's a lot of cracked solder joints. So there's a lot of resoldering happen. But also at select locations, we have performed the copper overclad to allow for any thermal movement in the future. So it prevents the cracking.
And this is some of it under repair? How's that work?
Yes. So in the photo on the left is the soldering in progress. So the patina everybody knows it's not green color, same as Statue of Liberty. We have to take out the patina to solder it, which was a very labor-intensive process. That's what you see in the wire mesh. There's extensive mock-up done to make sure the wire brush does not reduce the thickness of the copper. The photo on the right shows the copper patching that's performed. You see the circular patch. The little fun fact was that there used to be antenna connecting two pinnacles, but obviously it's been decommissioned, it's been abandoned, so we took it out and we patched those penetrations.
So that level of detail, I think, is a microcosm of the sort of detail that was taken across, all 1.6 million square feet of this building, both on the exterior and the interior. You may have heard that it took a little while, and that really is the reason why. I think if you visit, you'll understand. One of my favorite things that I've heard about it, references what you said, Jonathan, earlier, that while it's radically transformative, it feels somehow inevitable. And so I encourage you all to visit. It's in Midtown. It's a hotel. You can walk right in the front door. This is, we had many many collaborators. We recently ran the numbers at SOM. There were over 200 architects and designers at SOM that touched this project alone, and many hundreds more, consultants, engineers, and, on the ownership side, ownership representative, and, contractors, I'm sure thousands. So thanks very much for your attention.
Thank you all for giving us a peek into the transformation of a true New York icon. One last note, please do stay for session 4. It's one you won't want to miss. Stick around and coffee is served outside.
All right. Hello, everyone. Welcome back to the big room. Hope you've all been enjoying the conference. We're starting session 4. As a reminder, for AIA credits, there will be a sign-up sheet at the end of this session in the expo. We'll need you to sign up to get your certificate of completion or 8 AIA credits. And we're going to start with our first discussion here with Hugh Trumbull from KPF.
How are you all this evening? Room got a little bit bigger than it was a few minutes ago, so it's nice to see all the faces together. Being asked to do this presentation, I was trying to think of what we could talk about that would be interesting and fascinating, and I thought maybe I would talk a little bit about one of the challenges that I've had through my career at KPF in designing high-performance facades, and that was really how to do a window. And I think that the idea here is to really think about a curtain wall and what that curtain wall is and how maybe it encloses a building, but that enclosure sometimes needs to open up, and what does that mean when you actually start to break a curtain wall? So the first slide that I have up here is one of the very first curtain walls. I don't know how many of you recognize this wall. It was designed by Walter Gropius, and for me it's like one of the sort of touchstones or the archetypes of curtain wall. It's absolutely beautiful in its own way, but it also gives me the absolute willies. Single pane glass, the mullions go straight through, the windows open up and just kind of like let anything that it wants to come in. There's virtually no separation. But it does some really cool things as well. It's floor-to-ceiling glass, has incredible views to the outside. And he started to think about how to open up the facade. You can see this chain here, and the idea that you can pull this thing, and it opens up. It doesn't just open up one window at a time, but it opens up as a system. So this idea that the curtain wall is actually a bigger system, and when it breaks or it opens, it could work in a way that is choreographed, that it's more elegant, and it's more thoughtful. And so this Bauhaus building and its kind of slick, clean facade really becomes the archetype. So fast forward 90 years, and that curtain wall is virtually our whole city. City here of New York, almost all the buildings, and across the world, Shenzhen, which both of these two cities KPF has had, absolute honor to be a part of in building. But the amount of curtain wall that has happened in the last 30 years in that city is absolutely staggering. And it needs to do a number of different things. And one of those things is oftentimes to ventilate. So one of my first projects in China was this building in Beijing, which was the CNOOC Offshore Oil Corporation. It was a great project. It was one wonderful competition. Did the competition. They said, okay, you won, build it exactly like you designed it in the competition. So we couldn't change a thing. However, we were really interested in windows. And I don't know if you can see it, but there's a kind of a window here that had to do with a sky atrium. And that happens on all three facades. It's a triangular building, and that rotates around the building. And that window is really cool. We were really focused on that. But these other things started to happen. You can see these smaller windows starting to take place. And we had these wonderful glass fins that gave the building some really interesting light as you moved around this kind of triangular or almost round building, and really caught light in a very interesting way. And it did hide this window that opens up a little bit. And I guess the question is why do that in a high performance office building? Well, at the time, when we did the competition, it wasn't there. We didn't think we were going to open up the facade. But during that time, we got hit by SARS. It completely changed the codes, the rules of the game. So we had to open up the facade. And the easiest thing to do at that time was to put in an awning window and to animate the facade. And the reason why that window needed to open up is because we wanted to get fresh air, we wanted to get light into the building, but there was a real psychological issue of health and wellness after that epidemic. Fast forward, we get to COVID, this idea of opening up the building becomes even more stressed. It goes from not only China, Asia, but it goes all over the world. So you start to think about how the window opens up. You go back to the classic sash window, the punch window, and so forth. Or you go to this awning technique. And for me, this awning technique really kind of undermines the integrity of the overall volume of a glass wall. and just wanting to understand how can that exercise actually improve the design of the building. So there's a number of things that are important to think about. One is obviously code. So for a residential building in New York in particular, got to open up the wall. It has to do with the square footage of the floor plate of the habitable area, about 5%. In Shenzhen, almost all buildings have to be opened up, about 10%. So you got a high performance wall, you got to open it up. How much do you have to open up? How do you measure it? What are the things that you're trying to accomplish when you do open it up? Some of it's psychological, some of it is performative. And you get into these nuances of opening the building. That leads to issues of safety. It leads to a whole bunch of different elements. So people start thinking about all of this, and you get two schools of thought. One school of thought, the Goldfish School, wants to close the building and make it airtight. In that condition, they can control the most. The other school of thought is that you want to open it up as a kind of canary concept, and you want it to breathe as much as possible and take in natural fresh air from the environment. There are so many factors that come into deciding what school of thought you want to put your foot in. And it has to do with climate, the place, the culture, the program. It has to do with safety. It has to do with the energy model of the building and how it's performing and what the shoulder seasons are. There gets to be a list. And one of the things that becomes really important is air, power, and the MEP system and how it's being utilized within the whole building and how it's orchestrating and what the power output is for that. In those kind of balancing of those two schools of thought, it doesn't necessarily mean you have to pick one or the other as an architect or as a designer or even as a building. You can actually create hybrids of those two based on different programs. So the question of how, and I've been talking about this issue, and being confronted with the fact that you have to open up a building, you have to create windows that are opening up, how can that generate the facade? And I will have to say that most of my big buildings that I've done are really focused on this problem, and they give the building texture and interest and make the facades unique and tell the story about the environment that they're in. So how did we do that? So first off is to think maybe this is not the right solution. The second thing that came up was this idea of a trickle vent, which is I can vent the building and keep it completely hidden. That didn't seem to work because when I went to Wynn and I stayed in the hotel, I walked into the room and it whistled like hell. I couldn't figure out what was going on, and they told me there was a big problem because they couldn't tell if the vents were closed or if the vents were open. It doesn't solve the psychological problem. It doesn't work for the MEP system. Nobody knows what's going on. So maybe that's not the greatest solution. So let's go look at some strategies that we've developed at KPF. So I'm going to not go through these right now, but as you go through the different buildings that we show you, you'll see how we've attacked this problem and how it becomes the architecture of the building. So the first one is in Guangzhou. This beautiful tower here, tall, skinny, elegant, nicely fit tower, uses a vertical striation that runs through it. It's a combination of terracotta, a vent panel, and an aluminum fin that gang together and create a vent to the inside of the building. On the inside, there's a panel that opens up, and you get fresh air to the building. You can see here the mechanisms that take place. It's small enough so it's safe, nobody falls out of the building. This has to happen at very, very high elevations, 96 floors up in the building. The column or the mullion becomes a kind of signature civic piece of architecture because it is really a civic building. It's so big in the city. It also peels away from the building as it sort of wedding cakes up. It starts to pull away from the building, and we can create doors that open out, and we get these terraces that are really quite nice. So when you're at the top of the building, you're not in this concealed environment, but you can actually go out and have breakfast outside on the 96th floor, which is really quite comfortable. So the next 3 buildings actually occur one down from the next on the same street. This is Times Tower. The idea of the building from a kind of a very simple architectural expression is there's a heavier solid facade, gridiron facade this way that faces towards the mountain, and a lighter facade that faces towards the sea. On the lighter facade, we use a perforated metal, a slightly folded wall, and behind that perforated metal is an opening window that allows light and air to come through the building. It staggers as it goes up. As you go to the next detail, you start to see the kind of movement of the wall. You see that kind of vent system that you have in the Guangzhou Tower. It's a little wider here. The building opens up. Now, this was yet another change that happened to me. I'm in the middle of designing this building, and the idea was that this building was supposed to have a solid panel on the inside. It would be nice and clean. You open the window, you get more daylight. It's quite interesting. They changed the rules on me in the middle of construction. So they decided that they had to have vision in this panel. It couldn't be solid, it had to be transparent. So now you're looking actually through whether it's closed or it's open. It was more supposed to be a Kantian window, which is closed, it's solid and open, and you get the void. But the other part of this facade that was kind of interesting was that in the gridiron, it looks very, very different from the outside, but when you're in the office space, it almost looks identical. You can't tell the difference as you move your eye across the tower. So right behind this column, or this element here, is the same venting system, but now the vent is hidden in the shadow. So if you go to the detail, you start to see it up now, that vent has gone to being at a 90 degree from the previous vent, but the inside appearance looks holistic, and we made this kind of reference to the city, the sea and to the mountain. Beautiful terracotta. Next building, right down the street, using a similar technique of trying to get kind of a deeper, richer facade in certain areas that gesture towards the sea or gesture towards the water, which is really kind of beautiful, almost car technology of using a bay window that gets added to the building with a small vent on the back or a small window on the back is contrasted. Sorry. You have at the top of the screen, you can see small window opens out and the large bay window looks back towards the sea. So it opens up that way. On the smaller or the flatter facade, you get a micro bay window that pops out. So now we have a flying piece of glass or a glass plane that is parallel to the glass, and any window that opens up behind it, you're not aware of whether it's closed or open. So it's kind of like the Gropius window, where they're all in a line, they're all open, but in this case, they're all open. You don't know which ones are open and which ones are closed. So you get a very clean facade holistically throughout the building. And then you can see here how it operates in a very elegant view out into the city, and really wonderful details as you hold that glass fin on one side with a continuous capture and another side with a kind of pin capture. Gives the building some richness. Another strategy, this building is actually in between the two. I just was there last week. So these are my iPhone photographs. Not quite the nice photographs we had before, but what happens in this facade is that we created a fin that's on the outside, and so that fin organizes the operable window. So when it's closed, it kind of puts it in shade. When it opens, it becomes part of the fin. So what happens in the end is that you get a very animated texture that looks purposeful and intentive. So you can start to see here, the windows are open. Over here, they're not open. This one's open, that one's not, so on and so forth. It actually gives the building a richness and a kind of dynamic play of light, but it looks organized and it looks like it's intentional. Here you can see the open and closed versions and a close mock-up of the building that's there. And you can see the alignment of the operable panel with the fin and how it works. So that was a really interesting experiment, and I think quite successful. Some of my London colleagues are doing similar things where they're using parametric modeling. They develop a cell, they rotate that cell around, and it gives it the facade a lot of interest and detail. As you move around the building, that facade can get bigger or deeper or shallower, depending on which side the sun is in relationship to the elevation. So sometimes you get these extended fin brackets, and other times they collapse and become quite shallow. Another project in Shenzhen, we used the horizontal spandrel to create a horizontal version of some of the same things that we were just talking about. That's quite nice because you can reach down and open it up and close it, and it's very convenient for the users. And they're very aware of when it's open or when it's closed. And it becomes a really nice detail within the spandrel condition. And you can see here, one of the panels is closed and one of the panels is open. That horizontal was used at Murray Street, not too far from here. In this case, it's a small window. And yes, it is part of that awning concept that I was trying to get away from. But it's so discreet and small, it doesn't create much of a distraction from the facade. And then you can see how easy it is to deal with the smaller light when you're in the living spaces there. The next project this design concept is really about using contrast, the black and the white, to hide the window or to disguise the window. And so within the framework, this kind of gridiron slash patterning of the facade, using the spandrel to link alternate windows together and creating a kind of large scale and small scale within the facade, it also becomes the place in which we can create that vent, and it virtually seems to go away within the expression of the building. That idea is quite similar in many ways to some of the other designs that we showed you, but has an incredibly different expression on the facade and talks about the kind of architecture that that building makes versus some of the ones that you saw before. This one is a building in the surround. Earlier buildings talk about a sidedness of the kind of architecture that we're trying to explore. I think at Brooklyn Point, we use a similar exercise. These were both done by Rob Whitlock in our firm. Uses the same mechanism again, this camouflaging of white and black. The windows now are kind of a little bit more freely in the facades, a bit looser. It's not as tight as the previous project, but it still works. So that concept gives you a lot of flexibility to organizing your facade and making them look clean. So, do you have to hide the windows all the time? That's not really the intention here. I think there's a lot of really, really great examples of expressing the vent or expressing the opening window that becomes part of the architecture. And I thought I'd show you just three. The first one is a KPF building, the other two are not. At Hai Son Place in Hong Kong, the idea of the building is that the big windows, the windows that you see here, approach at an urban scale, and they're venting the city. So we're allowing the air to flow through the building and keep the city alive and breathing. And then because that is a part of the design and the intent of the building, the expression of the architecture really wanted you to see the vents. So that became the development of the facade and what we wanted people to read into the building. Another project by Engelhoven in Munich. I have always kind of thought of this building as a really interesting solution in a very small way fixing the problem, and they create these wonderful little round windows that pop out in the middle of the glass. How original, how creative is that? Really, really, really fun. And they have a little mechanism so that spins around and then the window goes out. So the design of the building, the intention is there. The last project that I wanted to talk about, I had the wonderful chance to stay at Herzog de Meuron's Philharmonic the other day, and I was really struck by how well they solved this problem that I'm talking about today. And they do it in a way that's really kind of playful and fun. They grab the glass, they pull it apart, and their vent is right there. And this is one of those hybrid buildings where they don't have all the pieces of the building need to be vented. Only some of them are. Where the hotel is, you have operable windows. Other places where you have the residences, you have operable windows. Other places, it's solid. It's quite a clever solution. You can see it here. They use a chrome panel that pushes and creates this curved glass. They use the fritted glass to define these kind of figural pieces. And that little element there in the oval spins. And when we walked in the hotel room, my wife ran over to the window and opened it almost immediately. It was quite a wonderful thing to see. So what I would say, kind of in closing, is that I think this relationship between the human condition of being in a building and the city that's around you or the environment around you is very important for the design world to really contemplate and to use all of our mechanisms, all of our systems to talk about the relationship that we all have with one another. So the idea of finding ways to open up and talk to one another and to express the climate, to express the performance of a building, and to express the intent of a building through the way that we make the facade is, I think, the signature to great architecture, and I think it's the contribution that we share across the board to one another. With that, thank you.
All right, I think next up we'll have our bingo drawing here before our final panel. So I do have an announcement here, new update. The Society for Facade Engineering North America Hub is a networking group that's centered on fostering community around facades. Their next event is a free facade walk featuring day-to-day professionals who worked on the buildings. This is happening tomorrow at 5:30 if you're interested. They're going to be touring 660 Fifth Avenue and the Nike House of Innovation, hosted by Island Facades and Heinches. So there is a QR code, there we go, behind me, or you can reach out to Kat Chan with Walter P. Moore if you're looking to join. I have been to one of their events before, and it's a really great group doing interesting things.
Super. We have the bingo draw. So this was the bingo sheet which was given to all of you when you entered. I'd like you to know the answers for a few of them. I'll start with Ignacio from Porcelanosa. If you can come on stage. The question for Porcelanosa was, what material is Porcelanosa cladding made of?
Porcelain or ceramic. Porcelain for facades.
Okay, so it's porcelain or ceramic if you've got that. Right. Dean White, Cosentino, are you here? So the question for Cosentino was, what is the Cosentino cladding brand called?
That answer is Decton. Okay, and it's pretty interesting how we came up with that name. Decton doesn't have a meaning, but we did a study across the world in different languages, and it's pronounced the same in every language we could find. So that's why we selected the word Decton, just as a point of interest. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you. Right. Who else is here? Boston Valley? Are you here? Right. So the question for Boston Valley terracotta, it's a tricky one. The question was, in which city is Boston Valley terracotta headquartered?
Orchard Valley, New York.
Orchard Valley, New York. So it's not Boston. Okay. Right. Is Buffalo also okay as an answer? Yes. Yeah? Okay, great. So Buffalo is the current headquarters. Anyone from Owens Corning here? This is a straightforward one. What is the mascot of Owens Corning? Any guesses? Pink Panther. Okay. If you had visited their booth, you would have seen that. SFS. Where was SFS founded? Anyone from SFS here? Okay, they're coming.
So SFS was founded in a little town called Alstatten in Switzerland, but even I can't memorize that all the time, so Switzerland is the answer.
Right. Archon Glass. Are you here? Okay. The question for Archon was, what is the Archon Glass bird protection product called? Do you know the answer? It's Ornilux. Ornilux. I think we've had almost all of them. Right. Did any one of you chat with anyone who has attended 7 or more Zach World of Facades? Do you at least know how many people in the room are there, barring us as the organizers? Okay, that was a difficult one. And 3 people who actually have attended, I thought they'll be in attendance today, but they didn't make it. But there are a couple of other people also. Right, so I'd like to call about Tobias from Rayner's Aluminium to pick the draw. Janina, can you bring this on stage? Thank you. Just come on stage. So Tobias handles the North American operations for Rayner's Aluminium. I think we will come on stage in the center. Okay. Janina, just take them in the center. We'll first draw for the Amazon gift card. So if you can shuffle it. You need to be present in the room.
Alberto Faroni.
Which company?
Oh.
Are you here? Alberto Faroni, you are from Polito Serramenti America, correct? Please come on over. Thank you. So he gets an Amazon gift card. Thank you.
Ali Molay from Stantec.
Yay! So he gets a Remarkable 2 tablet. Right, and the last one, if you can shuffle it nicely. Hey, you have someone at the side also, okay, right.
Nagi Alamr, GF55.
So, thank you, Tobias. Thank you all for participating in this draw. I think we'll start the panel discussion. So, Susie, over to you.
All right. Well, congratulations to the winners. That was very exciting. Seemed to be very popular bingo event. So we're going to close out the event with a panel discussion. So I'm going to welcome to the stage Alfonso Oliva with NVIDIA to speak about AI in the built environment.
Okay, hello everybody. I guess panelists, probably I'll introduce you one by one. So hello everybody, my name is Alfonso Oliva. I'm with NVIDIA. At NVIDIA, I lead developer relations for the AECO industry. What that means is that I talk daily with ISPs. So think about any software you might be using in AEC. So think about Trimble, think about Dassault, think about Autodesk. And then also startups, right? We know how many startups have been popping up in the AEC space in the last few years, and also companies like many of you here. And I help them basically speed up the implementation of AI in many different ways. I'm incredibly thankful to be here for this panel. I'll introduce you our panelists in a second. I know all of them for a very long time, and they've helped shape BIM, computational design, and simulation, and now pushing in the AI space. So they've been there for many, many years, and I'm super excited. You'll see some slides on what we do at NVIDIA here. Just to put it in context, our core mission at NVIDIA is to basically help industries solve the world's most challenging problems through the use of AI, simulations, and digital twins. That's what we're very good at. And for the AEC industry, what that means is enabling designers and builders, of course, and everything in between to speed up their workflow, to explore thousands of iterations and bring that design value all the way down to the operational part of the building. Most of the times, that part, that design value, stays within the concept design, maybe gets pushed a little bit further, but we'll see and we'll explore with this panel how with digital twins and simulations, you can actually carry that down to the very end of the design phase, so when the building is actually in operation. Okay, without further ado, I will introduce now our panelists. I have a little cheat sheet here just to give a proper introduction. So I'll start with Dan. So Dan Reynolds is the AI leader at Walter P. Moore. He's also a structural engineer, and he leads a team using AI to rethink how buildings are designed. Their tools give designers real-time insights at a smart solution while keeping innovation ethical and transparent. I was actually lucky enough to see a presentation from them probably like a month ago, maybe less. We were in the same conference, so I highly advise taking a look at what they're doing at Walter P. Moore. Very interesting work. Then we'll move on Veronica Quintero, which I've known for many, many years now. Welcome, Veronica. So Veronica is a senior associate principal and head of BIM at KPF, part of the global design technology team. Since 2019, she has led BIM implementation across KPF's global offices and integrated design technology tools into teams' workflow. I believe many of you probably already know Veronica, but if you think about the evolution of BIM over the last 10 years, Veronica is a big part of that. So very, very happy to see her here. Then we'll move to Andres Roncal. He's a senior computational designer at HKS, where he focuses on AI-driven simulation, data workflows, and automation in architecture. His work bridges design and engineering through tools that integrate machine learning, geospatial analysis, and digital fabrication into everyday practice. HKS is doing an incredible job in computational design. Again, many of you might be familiar with that. If you're not, please check it out. Super interesting stuff. And then last but not least, Emir Pekdemir. Emir is an associate sustainability consultant at Atelier 10 and a lecturer at Rensselaer Polytechnic Institute. He specializes in decarbonization of the built environment via holistic thinking and advanced simulations. So if you want to talk simulations, Emir is your person, simulations in Facade. Okay, so we are right on time to basically start our panel. As I mentioned, we will cover the way we structure this panel, and we had a lot of conversations with the panelists and also with Susan here that I want to thank for the invitation. We were thinking that we will touch upon the different design phases. So we'll have some questions relative to concept design, then we'll go deep into simulations and optimizations, but we'll also talk about digital twins, and we'll land this panel with kind of a vision from all the panelists on the future. So what's ahead of us and what we can see happening in maybe 5 years or 10 years from now. All right, I want to start with one question for all the panelists here. And this is relative to design exploration. So let's visualize this panel as, let's start placing it, where is it within the design process? Okay, so how is AI changing the way we conceptualize and generate facades design compared to traditional methods? And what are the biggest opportunity of generative AI in balancing creativity and, of course, taking in mind performance metrics? You guys want to offer?
Sure.
Well, I'll let you decide.
If we just want to go through.
Perfect. Let's start with Dan.
I think in many ways it's accelerating kind of what we have already done, and I think in many ways concept design, we're trying to learn from our past experiences and tackle new problems. And so I don't think that AI at this point is drastically changing that process, but maybe it's speeding it up, where we're able to learn from more experiences. Within Multiple More, we're learning from our projects across our different offices. We're learning about projects in different places, and it is allowing us to adapt more quickly when we have new problems to reference projects that we've already seen. And so risk is something that's very important to us, and I think early on when you're in concept, there's less risk, and so people are more accepting of thinking about AI and using it as a potential tool. So we've been exploring how we use it, and I think it's just a constant adaptation and response to those experiences as we go forward as well.
Cool. I think for those who are using it, I think there's a shift in how we're doing design iterations. Typically and traditionally, it's been more design-led, where you're doing sketches, you're creating models, and then that transitions into doing analysis and simulation. Then you start the process all over again. But now through AI, it's more a co-creator process where AI is our collaborator, in my opinion. And AI is really more so handling the optimization and exploration. But there's also that thought of people are concerned that maybe AI is replacing creativity. I think that's not true. I think for sure designers have always and will always have full control of their design. No one's prompting, hey AI, create a facade for a tall building, and then poof, you get an output. No one's doing that. And if you're doing that, we should take AI away from you. Because really what designers are doing, you're putting your design intent, you're creating your narrative, and you're setting all the rules for the AI to then output exactly what you want. You're in full control. And I think there's also opportunities for you to control how much of AI you want to use and how little. You can, at KPF, there's different designers are using it in different ways. Some are, starting with a sketch as you normally would, feed it into AI, Midjourney in this case, and then you're, again, telling it more detail so that your output has a more descriptive narrative and story of what you want to then off-put to your junior who's creating the model and doing more design iterations through Grasshopper. Eventually, that process might also go away, unfortunately, right? There's gonna be a time where you will prompt whatever it is you're looking to do, and you're in full control. You're giving it exactly all the details you want, and you can start introducing even performance requirements and fabrication, constraints, and then it's going to spit out a facade model. That's, I think, in 5-10 years we're there.
Yeah.
Sorry, computational designers.
No, so for me, I don't think that it's necessarily taking apart or taking away parametric design, but it's enhancing the way that we think about the front end and the back end of any sort of applications that we're doing. The way that I'm starting to use artificial intelligence is, for example, we're creating plugins and applications for Stable Diffusion, which is mostly image generators, into Grasshopper. All of those different metrics, then we start thinking about them in a way that we can then start influencing the way that these type of models are acting. So, for example, if we have a user that is starting to, we kind of like start recording all of the ways that the user is starting to implement these type of tools. So then we can trace it back and start influencing all the next models that we're going to start training, depending on what they're using. So in the back end, the way that we're trying to influence the front end, let's say anything that is related to Stable Diffusion, visualizations, materiality, all of these type of data, then we start doing sort of like document pipelines that we start looking into all different metrics, sort of materiality, but depending on tolerances, more or less. Once we start doing this, we're trying to get this into what is called either a neural network or data structuring, to then we can create all of these models based on the data that we're giving into the training of this, either either for looking into, skip my mind the word, either to train the models or start doing what is called inferences into the data that we're doing. So we can start doing semantic searches based on all of the different materialities that we have from the model once we create this network of information based on the metadata that we have behind all of these models.
Right, because the question is about balancing the creativity and the performance. Currently, they are decoupled, right? AI can help you with creativity. AI can help you with the performance analysis. But there's nothing right now that creates something for you and right away also tells you how performative it is. Not that it can't be created, but just this is a very evolving field, and every month there's something else that is coming up. But so far, what I've seen is either you get creative, feedback from it, or you get performance feedback from it. But it's also, impossible to not talk about computational design because we've been here, like perhaps last 15 years or so at least, where the promise was that there was going to be some optimization that's going to shape the design, and optimization puts people to sleep. It's like a boring thing, and also visually it will potentially not be pleasant, or it won't sell. Like there are all these issues that come with like hard optimized solutions. So that's where I think consultants like us come in and say, what matters to you, I get it. What matters to the user may be different. What matters to the code official who's going to approve this may be completely different. And obviously what matters to the GC who's going to build this may be also completely different. And trying to bridge them has been this eternal strife. And AI is able to plug in here in the sense that we can now say, right, tell me and help me make this synthesis, because it is a hard synthesis. That's why usually consultants are brought on board, and now the consultants are using AI to help consult. So it's becoming like this fastener of how we can do this thing in a proper way that can bind the two.
Wonderful. Okay, that's I'm very happy to hear the different answers, and it's the reason why we have basically experts in different fields, just to create basically the diversity within the answers. I'm gonna continue with a question I'm gonna go to you, Amir, if it's okay. I know you just you just went, but I want to go a little bit deeper into simulations, and I'm wondering what is your view on basically energy performance, right? So we know that facades are critical to energy performance. How do you see AI basically improving the way we do energy modeling today?
Right. And if you asked this question like a couple months earlier, my answer would have been different. But now there is a BAM-GPT-like thing where one can interface with a large language model and create an energy model of sorts. It just came out through the Energy Plus MCP, the Model Context Protocol. And, it's kind of scary for someone who's done energy modeling for like 15 years. But also, opens the door to, delve into it and see what its, not only capabilities are, what its drawbacks. Because in the end, this stuff with AI is going to be really good for early design phase, where you want really rapid feedback for any of your designs. But if there's a binary analysis to pass a code, or there's going to be a certification to go after, etc., you're not going to rely on AI with unknown margins of error, right? So you're going to still do the old-fashioned way, but you all know that it comes both at a time cost and a dollar cost.
Mm-hmm.
So there's real, I think, a promise in the early level energy modeling with AI. And also, you take away all the boring tasks. Like if you want to do a lighting power takeoff, you usually give this to an intern and explain it a little bit. And now, instead of that, you would train an AI to say, all right, here's a table of all the light fixtures, and here are all the drawings. Like, nobody has given me this lighting power density yet. Can you do it? And then,
yeah. Wonderful. I love how you started your answer, actually. You know, if you asked me this question 2 years ago, the answer would
2 months.
2 months ago, actually, sorry. Yeah, my answer would have been completely different. So that's the pace at which we are basically moving and the pace at which we are implementing, AI within our field. So this panel might be actually, outdated in like a month.
Yeah, don't watch it.
So maybe we'll have to meet again in a month, everybody. Okay, I'll move on the other side. I'll move to you then, because I know that you worked a lot with optimizations in the past. So I'm going to challenge you with a question on optimizations. And I'm wondering, how can GPU accelerated simulations and AI, of course, help evaluate thousands of design options in minutes instead of weeks, which we know it's one of the pain points in AEC, whether you're looking at architecture, engineering, but also construction.
Yeah, I think that, there are many, if you want to, optimization, you're minimizing or maximizing a function, right? And so there are various tools for doing that now, or have been for a long time, and really that's only accessible to a fraction of people who know how to use those tools. But now I think from the one side of the user side, you'll have a lot more access. And then the other side, in terms of simulation and sort of encapsulating different functions and accessing data, you'll have a lot more opportunities. We've actually been, our sort of entry into AI and machine learning started about 5 years ago, and we were building our own functions, intending to do optimizations, and actually just the scale and the rate to which we can do that and orchestrate those different functions has increased tremendously. And so that pace, that accessibility, the natural way that you can formulate the question will just make it easier to sort of tap into those tools. And especially if you couple that with, Amir mentioned MCP, so Model Context Protocol. It's a way of having AI have access to your tools. So if you have then those functions that you can wrap behind MCP servers, now you can also trust those tools, right? Because you can develop them, test them, make sure that they're right and the AI is not hallucinating. So you get a very nice balance between optimization and control.
Wonderful. Yeah, and it's great to hear how different experts are basically plugging in AI into their workflow. Like, as we know in our industry, everybody has a different workflow probably in this room, and even within the same company, like different people have different workflows, right? So that's one of the things that I'm very curious about, like how are we going to basically implement AI within one firm, within one another. So I love hearing the perspective and the overlap here. Okay, let's move to Veronica. Perfect. So, okay, so I want to go towards digital twins. I think this slide is actually very fitting.
Perfect timing.
Right here. And I wanted to ask you, basically, how do you see digital twins transforming facade management post-construction?
Mm-hmm. I think that's a great question, interesting question. One, because everyone has a different interpretation of what a digital twin is. I'm sure we all have a different interpretation even on this stage, but when done right, I think digital twins can definitely change how we manage facade maintenance. Right now, the way it's done, it's more of a reactive measure, and it's really done on a kind of a schedule. Every couple of years, the facade gets maintained, there's scaffolding, or when something really bad happens, that's when people react to it. But if we kind of switch it and use the digital twin, if you have a really good digital twin, and it's not just about having a really good BIM model that's clean and accurate, it's more about also the data and the intelligence in that model. You can switch from reactive to more of a predictive maintenance management process. But in order to even maintain that, you need to have consistent monitoring. And right now that's possible. You can use drones, you can use sensors, you can even use inspective imagery that scans the building. We had someone at our KPF Tech Week that actually presented that through AI. And what's cool about that, it'll scan your building, but it can also track things like movement, sealant failures, thermal performance, and then you can take all of that data and feed it back into your digital twin. And then from there, sky's the limit, right? You can use AI to look at the data and find different patterns and help you predict things that may happen so that the owner can plan things further out versus have an expensive kind of oopsie moment where something catastrophic happens to the facade. But really it comes down to the data. You have to have the data in the digital twin in order for this process to even work. I also think it can reduce kind of some of the safety issues. I don't know how we're doing it now, but the super talls, are we really still putting humans up on a scaffolding, maintaining the building and checking for cracks? It's crazy. If we start implementing more of these, digital twin processes through AI, we can reduce the safety issues that are happening, but also I think we're also able to have better rich data throughout the life cycle of that project that then can inform future projects for that client, so they can start again seeing the different patterns and understanding what could have been done to prevent certain things.
I love that the head of BIM at KPF tells us, building a digital twin, it's not enough having a good BIM model to build a digital twin, right? So it basically puts in scale the amount of data that you have within a digital twin, and all of a sudden it gives the right value to a digital twin. So as I mentioned at the beginning, part of my introduction was about basically getting that design value. We all know how much work we do during the design phase, each of the design phase. Once the building it's there, that value it's kind of gone right now, right? But think about embedding the best of everything that you've learned and everything that you've done, and then use that to basically monitor how your building works and operates, and maybe getting data from the performance and crisscrossing that, right? Real data versus your simulation. And that's, yes.
Yeah, and we've even internally at KPF started asking the question, cool, we have this data, maybe the owner is tracking all of this information. How can we get that data back to the designer? Because once it's built,
yes,
we never receive that data back, at least not in most cases. So, but if we were able to get kind of that post-construction data of the facade specifically back into our hands, we can start doing our own internal AI, investigative analysis so that we can improve our design process as well.
Definitely.
So owners, I don't know what we have to do to put in the language in the contract, but we want that data. 5-10 years later, we should still be receiving that data continuously for free.
And it helps, of course, your building as well.
Yeah.
Operates better and, predict maintenance and all that good stuff. So at the end of the day, it saves a lot of money to everybody.
Exactly.
Thank you, Veronica. That was great. Okay, I'm going to move to Andres. And so we're going to talk a little bit of a spoiler since I was talking about predictive maintenance. I wanted to ask you a question about predictive maintenance. And I am curious, what role can real-time data and AI plays in predictive maintenance of building envelopes, just to be fitting to the conference?
I think that right now the way that artificial intelligence is going to start helping us look into building maintenance is through either the way that we're looking into is reactability versus predictability. So right now, the traditional ways of looking into maintenance is something broke, let's fix it, right? But there's ways to start looking into the models. Let's say, as Veronica mentioned, we have drones, we have sensors, and we can start recording all this data, either the thermal data, can record movement, tolerances, and all of this data. After that, we can collect it and start training our models. To then, these models can start looking into giving us the answers for triggering the ways that automatically will tell us, hey, you need to look into this facade specifically to do maintenance, or you need to look into this facade for this specific panel. Once these models start finding those type of patterns, I think that eventually we can just deploy them into multiple different type of facades, atypical or typical conditions, just to give us different type of answers depending on the location, on the type of material, the gasket, if there's a lot of moisture in it. It will start giving us answers that we can start looking into. It's funny that you mentioned that we can start using machines for building systems, BMU systems, I believe. Because I was doing a study also with robotic arms to do the facade cleaning of the systems. Is that something that is not widely available yet? And I think it's crazy that we're so behind to this due to type of, especially in architecture, other fields do everything, but once we start training these models, we can just deploy them, and they're going to give us either the answers that we want to trigger the type of automation that we need for maintenance, or doing all the inspections, even the cleaning or replacement. It has so many different applications that we can just not even scratching the surface, especially in architecture.
Yeah. I think you touched upon two key things there. One, it's the data collection. As a, AC industry is great at collecting data, horrible at using it, right? We don't do anything with it. We just save it, we store it, and we've done that for many, many years. But guess what? That's a gold mine, right? Whatever you're sitting on today, it's your basically ticket for the future. And then the other point that Andres touched upon, it's how behind we are as an industry. Believe it or not, I see that personally as an advantage for our industry, because basically AI, it's starting to get within our industry, and we don't have to completely disrupt technologies that are implemented or strong workflows tied to technology nowadays, but we can actually build those processes that are going to help us, streamline the internal workflows for design, or maybe, as we were mentioning before, implementing digital twins for the operational phase. So we have a lot of access points within the AC, and we have the ingredients to make that happen, which is basically data. So we just need to make it happen.
We need to clean the data.
Oh.
Can we use AI to clean our
that we can help
messy
with.
data?
That we can help you with.
You can look
so
into document
there is actually a
intelligence
slide
to
about
structure
that
the data.
somewhere.
Yeah.
Very interesting.
Okay, so I think we are towards the end. I want to leave some time also for questions, but I have a closing questions for all the panelists. You guys can keep it as a kind of even a conversation back and forth and everything. Let's look at 5 to 10 years from now, right? So how do you see, what do you see being the role of AI? And let's take a look also at robotics. So let's keep in mind even robotic in construction, in facades, bigger picture in the AC, or in any design phase that you will prefer. So what's going to happen in 5 years or 10 years from now, and what role robotic is going to play?
Well, maybe a year ago there was this building under construction, had a scaffolding, and on the scaffolding there was the printed ad for construction jobs, and said, "Hey GPT, help me finish this building," right? Help me finish this construction. So it was kind of tongue-in-cheek, and underneath it, it said, "Your skills are irreplaceable." But in order to be honest, it should have said "for now," right? Because there are lots of leading universities that have already 5-10 years ago started laying bricks with robotic arms. So I was again, long time ago. Now there's very high potential for any non-risk averse construction to have pre-construction done, the warehouse, complete facade panels, completely manufactured without any human hand touching it. It's completely possible. No one is doing because of, again, many headwinds that we face. But in my dreams, it's not just robots just building a building and disappearing, right? In my dreams, there's something like a photosynthesis, like chemical reaction, where there's super biomineralization of the carbon dioxide that we have emitted for centuries and gets to be shaped into a building. And the design process is done by humans, and it's monitored by humans, and it's beneficial to everyone. So yeah, we're not there yet, but in 5-10 years, I don't see why not, with the pace of the improvements that we've seen in everything AI related.
Nice.
And there's some people who say that within 5 years there will be no intellectual jobs. AI will be coming for all of it. And I mean, I think that sort of piggybacking on what you said, in some ways, I think that's true. It's sort of like if you kind of take the pace of everything that has changed, our capabilities have been enhanced. My goal is not to replace, but to amplify within our teams. And so we're thinking about the new interfaces, ways of interacting. If you sort of forget about your computer screen and your mouse and keyboard, your sort of traditional interfaces for how we develop software and how we interact with our models, I think that will completely change. We'll use voice, we'll use sketch, and I think that the feedback loops will be faster, the access to knowledge will be better, and so the design experience will be enhanced in many ways. Still, 5 to 10 years is kind of hard to imagine. At the same time, I think the AEC has struggled. I've kind of felt with lots of these technological waves that it would have a very disruptive character, and the AEC industry has been kind of slow to adopt a lot of those. So the real pace may be different, but I mean, at least I think we can imagine a brighter future for our processes and try to build around those. And I agree that robotics and these will introduce new constraints as well, right? And the same robot won't be able to work for every facade system. So you'll have different factories with different capabilities that you need to optimize for. There'll be new processes to consider, but I do believe that at least, it'll be incremental, but there will be big shifts in how we interact with our data.
I disagree. Well, not totally, but if I'm thinking solely on the construction phase, I think nothing's going to change in the next 5 years. There's a strong hold on traditional processes that will be very difficult to make the switch. But I think maybe in 10, 20 years, probably every job site will have a robot or some type of AI-assisted machine, but it's our responsibility to still validate and manage that process so that we're controlling the outcome. It's no different than the design process. I can totally see robots on the job site going around doing quality control and sending emails saying, hey, you're OSHA, you're not in compliance, or this wasn't built properly. And I also think it then will not predict, but give you suggestive solutions that are probably the most efficient considering job constraints. And in the shorter term, then it'll tell the contractor or the builder, okay, do this, fix it this way. But in the far future, the machine's just gonna fix it itself. It's gonna tell itself, okay, I found a problem, I know the best way to fix it. Someone maybe says, yeah, go validate, cool. But then it's gonna notify the other robot that knows how to fix the issue, and then that other robot's gonna come and fix it. But I think in 5 years, nothing's gonna happen, unfortunately. I think for sure AI is making a bigger impact in less legal type of phases like the design phase, we're not going to get sued for a rendering that looks like it's not buildable. But in the construction phase, yeah, we're going to get sued. The AI is not going to get sued. They're not going to be sent to court. Not yet. I mean, maybe in the future the robots will have to defend themselves, but I think that's why there's still hesitation to completely be human-free and just let the robots roam around and do what they want. But probably 10, 20 years, a small change.
I think that building literacy on the industry and people to start understanding algorithmic thinking, especially in architecture, is going to allow us to start looking into the possibilities of fully automated kind of like lines for assembly lines for especially facade systems. We don't have that right now. Maybe human-computer interaction, so somebody can start working with a different type of robots and also doing the fabrication of the systems. That's going to help. Machine learning is really good at doing repetitive tasks. So if we do like a typical condition or a typical panel, there's a lot of typical panels everywhere in the buildings. Like we don't have that many money shot kind of buildings outside, right? So the machine learning can fully automate these type of services. And then when we start looking into an atypical condition, we can have a person that is going to make the final decision, but it's going to be informed, and all of the design decisions that they're making based on the facade are going to be informed, so they can start collaborating with the machine. I think it's pretty basic on that sense. Even in my firm, it's like a whole infrastructure of trying to bring up the level of literacy, algorithmic thinking, fully automated systems. I see the future, and hopefully if we can like capacitate people in the type of tools that we need to start deploying, maybe it's less than 5 years, hopefully, but I doubt it, depending. We're at the fourth industrial revolution, and people are like still doing things with hammer and drills in the facade industry, like I don't get it.
Wonderful. Well, we could talk about this for another probably an hour and a half, maybe after this. One thing that I want to mention also, since you guys were talking about construction, one of the things that I'm the most excited about is to see how many startups are basically looking into robotics and AI for construction site to save lives. So they're tackling the most dangerous jobs in construction, and they want to help basically people be safe, which I believe it's probably the first thing that is going to be implemented, in construction. And then digital twins and all the rest basically will follow naturally and will expand. Okay, unfortunately we are at time. Do you think we can take a question or two maybe? One.
Sure.
Okay. Okay, try to speak a little bit loud.
Yeah, the mic is going.
Oh, we have a microphone. Perfect.
Regarding the safety on site, I remember I was working at LaGuardia Terminal C. They use open space, and I just brought up this issue with, not issue, but conversation, that because open space already has all this data on site, but there's always concerns for owners, even if you're going to use that data for safety, it's something that people doesn't necessarily want to let others know or track. So that's one question. How do you think that this will change? I don't know, by AI or people becoming more comfortable doing that.
Sharing
Another
their data,
question, I think,
right? You're talking about sharing their data.
Sharing data and specifically safety is very different. You can share data for design easily, no concern.
Yeah.
But safety issues, data sharing is the security and privacy of the data is really important, and
I see. I see where you're going.
Yeah.
Easy question.
Another question was about, I think you and Veronica were talking about the maintenance and digital twin. So I think something that makes BIM model different from digital twin is the frequency of data transfer. And so you were talking about this will help proactive maintenance, but I think the amount of data that needs to be transferred from the as-built or from the site condition to the digital twin is gonna be a lot, and it's more expensive, specifically considering the processing, using the GPUs. I don't know if that's gonna be at least now making sense for owners to invest And
Yeah.
I wonder how you are going to kind of convince, if I know, like, I think the new building, JP Morgan building, is already using digital twin, but I'm not aware about the details,
Mm-hmm.
of like how frequently they're updating the data. But I think that's like a huge,
Yeah. Well, I want to give space to the panelists to answer this, so I'll answer like literally 2 seconds per question. The first one, it's I think it's a case by case, right? And it needs to be solved within the company itself, how they want to handle that, but there are ways. And then the second part of the question, transferring data, you're saying it's going to drive GPU consumption and all of that. We're already transferring data in different ways. Yes, we will transfer more data, but the benefits you get from that transfer and, that entire AI system, it's going to save you so much money that at the end of the day, it will probably not even just offset that cost, but it will bring you to, a positive ROI at the end of the day. That's my take, but anybody else?
I mean, I agree with you on the updating the digital twin and the as-built models is expensive, time-consuming, but it's because we're doing it the old school way. There's still humans, going out on site, checking what changed, and now a human has to go back, update the Revit model. No one wants to do that. No one wants to check. But if we use AI, again, in this case as an assistant, where you're scanning, and there's companies that are doing that, scanning the different stages of the built condition, and then pushing that. Nobody's automating it right now, but if we can push that into the model, and then just have a human validate, okay, the translation worked, then that process is going to be a lot more efficient. We're nowhere near that, so I think that's also why a lot of owners aren't investing in a digital twin. The ones that are putting it in the contract think it's just means a really accurate LOD 500 Revit model, which is not the case. And I think that's where there's a disconnect, but there is an opportunity for a project. It has to be a project willing to risk and be pretty much the guinea pig to allow these new technologies to automate and make the process more efficient to then have the digital twin. The digital twin can literally be an LOD 200 model, the 3D portion, the geometry, but then the data is really what's important. I think that's also where the clients are not understanding that the data, in this case, is more important than the geometry. The geometry means nothing. Take a picture of your building, that's more accurate than the model. But we're investing so much energy and time in this perfect Revit model that the contractors ultimately rebuild because they don't trust our models. They never will, no matter how perfect we model it. So I think until we change our mindset, that process is always going to be inefficient, outdated, expensive, and time-consuming. So I don't disagree. I don't know how we fix it until there's a big shift.
So I've seen a couple of explorations from Boston Dynamics deploying autonomous systems and robots just to take the different stages of the building site, even after the fact, after it's built, and maybe we can just leave them there for years. I also know a couple of explorations with computer vision drones.
Mhm.
They just deploy them at night. They charge themselves every single night. They just give you an accurate picture. Maybe this can start looking into, with computer vision, how to inform the digital twin. That is not something that I'm readily knowledgeable of,
Right.
but we have also companies similar to Machina Lab or Hadrian, right, that they're doing different fractions with computer vision. It's very localized. It's not necessarily like a digital twin, but they're exploring the material itself and seeing how it performs, how it moves, how it's the different malleability of the metal, or even the way that they look into the fabrication of it. And the machine itself is, I guess it's a localized way of a digital twin, but it's understanding how to adjust itself just to create that type of algorithm that we want, or the final output, the shape, whatever you want to do. With Hadrian, I know they're doing pods of robotic arms, so it's like a factory with, like, it's extremely versatile. And all of these are informed locally on their own object that they're building, right? I think there's possibilities to start looking into, like, I don't like the dog and the robot, but maybe smaller machines that can be deployable and made by the people on your teams. Like, I started playing with like little drones or quadrocopters that are like literally 5 inches. You can start deploying those with computer vision and get your digital twin of your room and see how it changes every time you sleep. I don't know, but eventually we can start looking into this data and forming it. Yeah.
Okay, well, I think we are past time, not at time. So I want to thank you, the panelists in premise, and then I want to thank you all for sticking with us. I know we're all tired, so thank you for staying here. And also thanks again to Susan and the whole organization for having us, and have a wonderful rest of the night.
All right, that concludes the conference. Thank you all who's still here. For all the panelists, thank you for sharing your insights. Please stick around. We'll get one final photo op if you were a speaker here, and have a beautiful evening. Thank you.
Hello. I also wanted to say thanks Susie Teal for doing such a great job for us. Big round of applause. Thank you so much, Susie. You were terrific. Thanks, everyone. Oh.